The FBI showed up at his door. He bought his son an AR-15 for Christmas anyway. Now, Colin Gray is on trial for murder, not for pulling the trigger, but for handing it over. This is Defense Diaries. This is day 2. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Was I muted for that or no? Just can't tell. I don't think I was. I think I was live. Good morning, y'all. All the beautiful humans. Day 2. Day 2. I can't help but wonder if the Nancy Guthrie thing wasn't going on, if this trial would not be getting all the news. It's such an important trial. People would be sleeping on this one. It's all right. You know who's not? We're not. We are not sleeping. We are preparing for day 2. I had a lot of witnesses yesterday. They got through a lot of the school witnesses. And I don't know if we're going to have another day of that or if today we start moving into the case against Colin Gray. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. All right, I'm going to go into the tubes and I'm going to throw down with a quick early poll. All right, see where you guys are at. In terms of guilty, not guilty, very early. No evidence has come in against Gray at this point. So I'm curious to see where y'all land. Okay. All right. So oh, good. Thanks, Miss Wildside. Now, we all realize this can and will change. But based on the little evidence that we've heard and seen, curious to see where you guys land right now. So vote early, vote often, like we do here in Chicago. So what we do. Morning, Cody. Morning, Belvedere. We got a nice crowd. We got a nice crowd coming in. Good. Don't be sleeping on this trial, y'all. Don't be sleeping on this trial. All right, let's see. Oh, I gotta go into. I feel like Allie never sets the. Were there ads yesterday? Did those of you that don't have YouTube Premium get ads? I'm curious. I can't remember if I turned them off or not. All right. Okay, that's good. That's good. Trace is usually pretty good about turning the ads off and turning them on for me at the end of the day. All right, good. I'm not trying to have you guys get bombarded. Oh, you did get a few. All right. Well, you shouldn't today, Nikki Lou. Today you should be good. All right. You did get ads. Yeah, that was my fault. All right. Okay. All right. So we're waiting. It hasn't even gone live, I don't think. Oh, wait. What the hell? Of course, I'm on the wrong day. Let's see. But we still haven't missed anything. All right. So there we go. Gave my son a gun. Murder trial. They couldn't come up with a better name than that. Wow. I hate to be critical, but that's not very I mean it's accurate, but I don't think it accurately reflects just how big of an impact this case will have moving forward for our country in terms of parents, liability, accountability, all the abilities. All the abilities. All right. Let's see. What is the poll doing? All right. Let me see what I got here. How y'all doing? Yeah, that's right, right? Name's no good. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's say hi to some people. It's nice to be greeted, you know? It's just like one of those little common courtesies that you can do that just can make somebody's day. Dan Grundle, welcome. Granny Debbie, welcome. Hannah Sheridan, welcome. Kasha, the lovely and talented. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Jeremiah, welcome. Deja, welcome. Miss Wild, sad. The equally lovely and talented, the Spitfire Dragon. What's up, girl? Denise, good morning. Melanie, good morning. Brian, good morning. Cigarette, hush. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Surprise. Good morning. Hanky Panky Mom. Wow. Wow. Hello. Good morning. Katrina Bunny. Good morning. Salty Observer. Good morning. So they didn't find Nancy Guthrie while I was sleeping, right? I haven't looked at anything yet. So I just want to make sure. I mean, I'm hoping they do. I'm just want to make sure she didn't get found last night or recovered or extracted or turned over or whatever the case could be. Let's see. Salty Observer, did I get you? Hope so, Pokey. Good morning. Good morning. Who else we got here? All right. Jaguar. The Jaguar. Good morning. K-Hell? Or is it K-Helly? K-Hell? K-Hell. K-Helly. K-Helly. Kahala. Kala. Kitty Coo? Good morning. Carrie, good morning. I was going to ask you guys, why are some channels, why is the wrench now a shield? Is that something, what is that? I like the shield better. Oh, is David in here? David, I've got to admonish David. I caught that. Was there some kind of beef with David in the mods yesterday that I missed? Because I'm not going to have people picking on my mods. All right. Objection, Your Honor. Good morning. Mirage of reality in Minnesota. Wow. All right. Colorado Mountain Girl. Love it. Love it. Love Colorado. Mega. Good morning. Another beautiful and talented mod. Wallers. Good morning. Kyoko or Kyoka? Kyoka. I love that. Good morning to you. Bailey B. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Ashley. Good morning. Holmes. Morning, Holmes. Blessed Texas. Good morning. Not so Zen Jen. All right. I am live. I know you guys get itchy. So I am, and I think I'm playing. Oh yeah, I'm playing. Okay. So we're good. Yeah. The scroll's working. That's always a good indicator. The tiny dragon. Aw. It's like a little tiny dragon. It's like this big. Look, little tiny dragon. Somebody sent me this for Christmas. I forget who it was. I'm like, this is amazing. I've always loved the Screaming Ghost. I didn't know that Emily did it. I'm like, I'm not gonna rehash something like that, even though this has the actual goat. And it's hilarious. But I don't I don't pimp other people's shit, man. Rosemary, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Dawn Gator, Iceman, good morning. Good morning. GS Dog's mom. Aw. Knock it off. Nanook has been, he's a little bit of an anxious dog. He's been that way since he was a puppy. We rescued him. I don't think that he was abused or anything, but he's kind of an anxious dog. He's a little jumpy. And he's been licking like in the inner thighs of both his legs. And we took him, and we keep trying to yell at him to stop. And it's like now it's become this habit. So we brought him to the vet on Saturday, and we thought that the approach should be she gave him like a anti-anxiety, like it's not tramadol, it's probably like Valium or some shit like that. And I don't know. I don't like putting my dog on the drugs. Seems lethargic to me. I don't like it. But we're hoping that we can break him of that. We can get rid of the anxiety, and then we have to try to break the habit, because it's definitely a habit at this point. Beach Girl, good morning. Rona, good morning. Trace, good morning. Good morning. Hope you're feeling better. My beautiful, brilliant mod, Tracy. She's been fighting the sickness, the illness. So we hope you're feeling better. And I hope Megan's feeling better. You know who you are. Roseanne Cantor, good morning. Good morning. Crazy Cat Lady. Yeah, good morning to you. Nosy Rosie. Mad. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. All right, Just Jen, good morning. Good morning. Waller 48, good morning. Melanie Lewis, I don't think I said hi to you. Cody, I know I said hi to you first, actually. Sherry Rain, good morning, dear. Good to see you. Sharon. Sharon? Sharon Tetzel? Tetzel. I'm going to say Tetzel. Sharon Tetzel, 1968. From Canada, from beautiful Canada. I love it. Good morning. CD Drake, or no, CJ Drake. Thank you for being here. Rebecca from Arkansas. Happy to see you here. Yep, good girl. That's what we like to see. Exactly right. Nazo Zanjan. Good morning. Sherry Berry, did I say hi to you? Kara T. All right. Modern Birder. Ain't So Plain Jane. Love it. Deidre Simmons. Good morning. Good to see you. Robin loves Mike forever. Aw.
Through your head when all this was happening?
What the?
I think I was just in shock and scared.
Okay.
And
so first witness is coming on, and obviously it's a kid. So we're not going to see the video, but they are giving us the audio. If I didn't get to you in the morning naming, just know that I love you. All right, so we're going to be staring at this picture, but listening. It's like we're listening to my podcast, the audio one, not the video one. It's fun. I think it really forces you to concentrate harder. All right, let's go. So it just starts.
Through your head when all this was happening?
I think I was just in shock and scared.
And were you afraid for your life that day?
Yes.
About how long did it take for law enforcement to get there?
I don't know.
Do you remember kind of what happened when you left your classroom that day? It's okay. And if you need a break, just let me know, okay?
I was the first person out, so once the police officers came, I went out the classroom and I remember seeing Christian and by the door there was like a wall pillar. And I remember they sat me down, and that's when I had called my mom. And then as I'm on the phone with her, I see Mason on the floor.
Poor kid. Ay, ay, ay.
Did they take you to the hospital? How did you get to the hospital?
By an ambulance
And where were you shot?
on my left shoulder.
Do you remember about how long you stayed in the hospital?
For about less than a week.
And did you have to have surgery on your shoulder?
Yes.
Can you tell me about how long it took before you could kind of have normal activities with your shoulder again?
About 6 months.
And was there anything that you weren't able to do that you normally did because of your shoulder injury?
Yes. Play soccer.
And were you on the soccer team?
Yes.
Did you, kind of as a result of what happened that day, is there anything that is more difficult for you? Not talking about physical activities, but emotionally. Like, is there anything that is hard for you now, or that you feel like you've been affected by what happened that day?
I feel like just seeing a lot of just seeing what I saw that day, it just sticks with me. And not being able to trust certain people or like trust people.
And have you been in counseling since this happened?
Yes.
Yeah, are you still in counseling?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Melanie.
No questions. All right.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Damn right. Cody, thank you so much for your generosity, my friend. And same to you, Gigi of 9. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And good morning to you. I think I screwed something up. Sounds off. Hold on. let me see here. Sorry, I tried to switch it back over to.
And was your name previously Mary Martin? Have you since gotten married?
Yes.
All right. And what is your role there currently?
Currently, I'm an assistant nurse manager in the operating room.
And were you in a different position in September of 2024?
Yes.
And tell us what that was.
In September of 2024, I was a circulating nurse in the operating room.
Okay, and what does a circulating nurse do?
I assist with getting the operating room ready for procedures based on what the case is, equipment, supplies, meds.
Gotcha. And can you tell us just very briefly your professional and educational background that led you to these positions?
Yes. I started with a bachelor's of science in nursing, and then I passed the national licensing exam for registered nurses, NCLEX, and then I completed a perioperative program that prepares nurses to work in the operating room.
All right. And I'm going to turn your attention to the afternoon of September 4th of 2024. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
And what shift were you working?
I was working 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And on that date, did you participate in the care of Melanie Delira Castaneda?
Yes.
What was your role in her care?
I was the circulating nurse in the operating room for her procedure.
Okay. And did you interact with Melanie before she went into surgery?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you remember regarding her demeanor?
I remember she was very quiet, sad, tearful.
And as the circulating nurse, were you also present during her surgical procedure?
Yes.
And Judge, at this time, we're going to tender into evidence States Exhibit 70. These are Melanie Delira Castaneda's medical records. We have the business records certification here. And the records themselves are electronic. I also have, which I previously showed the defense attorney for reference, the relevant excerpts from the medical records for the witness to refer to.
Any objection to 70?
No objection, Judge. I don't think those would go back to the jury. I think they're go back.
All right, we'll discuss all the issues about continuing witness or otherwise.
Yes.
Prior to speaking this out, but I'll make a note.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Judge. Starting with the first page on the relevant portions you have printed out for reference, can you start under patient demographics and tell us this patient's name and date of birth?
Yes. Melanie Delira Castaneda,
Mhm.
and birth date is June 4th, 2009.
And on that same page, will you tell us what her admission diagnosis was?
A gunshot wound, arm.
Okay. Now going over to the next page that you have, it's labeled page 5. Can you tell us what her final diagnoses were?
Yes. Other displaced fracture of upper end of left humerus, initial encounter for open fracture, puncture wound without foreign body of left shoulder, initial encounter, anxiety disorder, unspecified.
All right, next, I'm going to refer you to the next page, which is page 19. Can you tell us what time Melanie arrived that day?
1:30 p.m.
And what was the acuity of the patient listed as?
High risk.
Once she was there, can you tell us what service she was being provided at that facility?
Yes. Pediatric surgery.
And on the same page under procedure, can you tell me what's described?
Yes. Irrigation and debridement extremity with splint placement and wound vac placement.
And I'm going to take you to the next page, which is labeled as page 285. And can you tell us what the surgeon's findings were that were documented there?
Yes. Posterior entrance, anterior exit wound of left shoulder with significant damage to anterior deltoid musculature, fragmentation of the bone with significant peristeel stripping.
All right. And I know you're not the surgeon yourself, but can you give us kind of just a basic concept of what this procedure was?
Basic concept would be patient came in with a gunshot wound that came in through the back shoulder and exited through the front without any bullet fragments remaining.
Okay. I'm next going to take you to the next page. It's labeled page 23. And did Melanie then have a subsequent surgical procedure 2 days later on September 6th?
Yes.
And was she still inpatient at that time?
Yes.
And can you read what's listed under procedure on the September 6th surgery?
Yes. Irrigation and debridement, left humerus with closure, irrigation and debridement, incision and drainage of skin, subcutaneous tissue, muscle, and bone for open fracture. open reduction and application of a coaptation splint, complex wound closure after ellipsing out of the necrotic tissue. Total wound length was 6 centimeters. Open reduction, internal fixation, extremity upper.
Okay. And very basically put, was this essentially a follow-up procedure to the September 4th procedure?
Yes.
Okay. Turning to page 261, when was Melanie discharged?
September 7th, 2024.
And lastly, I'm going to take you over to page 275. Prior to her discharge, did she have a psychology consultation?
Yes.
And on the very last page of your reference material, tell us about what Melanie reported regarding her anxiety.
When asked about whether patient was feeling more anxious since incident, patient stated, "I have anxiety, but it is worse since I got hurt."
Okay. No further questions from the state. The defense may have some questions for you.
Cross?
No gun.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're ready to go. State calls next witness.
The state calls Nautica Walton, and judge, this next witness is a juvenile.
All right. To the media, same instructions, no recording, photographing, or otherwise, the juvenile space.
I guess more accurately put was a juvenile at the time. Hi, Nautica. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. I'm going to start by having you introduce yourself. And by that, I mean just tell us your name. And if you'll spell your first name, you can put your hand down. You can.
My name is Nautica Watson, Nautica.
All right. And Nautica, how old are you?
18,
Tell us when you turned 18.
January 31st.
All for
All right. Well, happy late birthday.
Thank you.
and mute.
And what
Yeah.
school do you go to?
Apalachee.
All right. Nautica, what grade are you in right now?
I'm in 10.
Okay. So were you in ninth grade during the 2024-2025 school year?
Yes.
And did you also go to Apalachee for that school year?
Yes.
And were you at school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
Who did you have for second period?
Miss Ryan.
And Nautica, we're going to pull up your seating chart from your class, and we just want you to confirm that where we have you on the seating chart is where you were sitting that day. Do you see your name on there?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where you were sitting on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
All right. So Nautica, I want you to tell me about when you first realized something was wrong that day.
Like from second period.
Yes, ma'am.
When I had like entered the classroom and we were like sitting down for a couple of minutes, when I heard like a loud bang, that's when I noticed something was wrong.
Okay. And tell us what you remember seeing and hearing after that first bang.
When the first bang went off, I remember my teacher falling to the floor, and then Taylor in front of me. I remember seeing her fall down before I turned around and saw there was somebody at the door with a weapon, and then everybody else like fell down to the floor and like kind of ran closer to Miss Ryan and like gathered against the wall.
Okay. How long did it feel like there was shooting going on in the classroom to you?
I don't really know. It felt like it was like kind of fast, but at the same point, it felt like we were in there for a long time.
Okay. And after it stopped, what do you remember?
I remember Miss Ryan pulling me, Natalie, and Melanie to the side of the room, and checking us to see if we're okay. And I remember Mr. Edwards and Mr. Edwards and Tyler going to the door to like barricade it. I remember Melody, she had blood all on her arm. I remember her blood was like getting on the side of me because I was like kind of like laying on the side of her.
And take your time, Nautica.
I remember my teacher telling me to stay awake because I was really, really tired and I couldn't keep my body up. I remember Natalie laying on the floor saying that she was hit and crying with a big puddle of blood. And
Babe, reset your
remember
computer.
just,
What do you need to do?
Okay.
I felt like a really hot spot at the bottom of my leg. And then I reached down and noticed that I got hit. And then my friend, Brittany, took off her jacket and wrapped it around my leg. And then I passed out after that.
Okay. And Nautica, were you able to, or did you try to call anyone?
I called my mom a couple times as soon as it happened. Our book bags were still at our seats. Usually when we first enter the class, Miss Ryan takes them up and put them behind her desk. But that day, me and Brittany kept our phones in our book bag. So after the incident had happened, I asked Brittany to get my phone while everything was going on because I couldn't move my body. I remember her crawling on the floor to go get it and bringing it back to me. And I called my mom several times, but I couldn't hear anything because everything was so muffled.
Okay. So were you having trouble hearing after the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show a few pictures to you. Did you look at these pictures before to make sure you recognize them?
Yes.
The same ones. And are those accurate pictures of your clothes that day?
Yes.
All right. Judge, we would tender into evidence states exhibits 94 through 97.
No objection. 94 through 97.
All right. What we're going to do, we're going to pull up versions of that picture on the screen. On the screen so everybody can see, and we're just going to have you tell us what we're looking at.
Those are my jorts.
Okay. And did they have to cut those off you when they were providing you medical assistance?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll show you, and that's 94. We'll pull up the next one. Is that the back of those same shorts?
Yes.
Okay. And I see a mark on there. Is that blood from your injury?
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll pull up 90. That's 95. We'll pull up 96. Is that a closer picture of those same shorts?
Yes.
And we'll pull up 97. And is that the inside of those shorts, that same spot from the injury?
Yes.
Okay. And Nautica, do you remember how you left from the school?
I remember being like drunk, like dragged out in the hallway. I was kind of in and out of it. But I do remember like them cutting, like the emergency people, like cutting up my clothes and like putting this like really tight bandage around my leg and then putting me on a stretcher and carrying me out to the ambulance. And then once I got out there, I passed out again. And I woke back up when I was in the ambulance and we were driving.
All right. And who else was in the ambulance with you?
Melanie.
Okay. And this injury to your leg, does it still affect you to this day?
Yes.
Tell me how.
I can't play any sports because it messes with my nerve. My leg gives out sometimes. I have like random flares. When it's really cold outside, it's like kind of hard for me to function because like my leg gives up sometimes and stuff like that. So I don't do sports or anything.
Okay. And is that something that you used to enjoy doing that you haven't been able to do?
Yeah.
Okay. How has this affected you mentally and emotionally since this happened?
I'm very paranoid. I don't like being in front of the doors at school. I like don't use the bathroom at school. I always stay with somebody very closely. After the incident happened a couple months after, I had nightmares like mostly every night. I say I became kind of more distant from my friends, and I kind of became like more like depressed and like sometimes wanting to harm myself.
I don't have any more questions for you, Nautica. Thank you so much. I'll come get those pictures from you.
Charles? No question. All right. Thank you.
Wow. That's a good place to just pause. That was heavy, and I only caught the tail end of it. You doing better, babe?
Yeah, I had the whatever it calls. Every once in a while, everything freezes. So, thanks for jumping on. Save me, baby.
Okay. Somebody asked
stuck.
to.
I was stuck. I was so stuck.
That's why Bob couldn't update the
Couldn't do anything.
banner.
Couldn't scroll through chat. Couldn't update the banner. Couldn't pause the trial. Nothing. Everything was frozen. So,
Should I just stay with my camera off?
I mean, no.
What do you mean? Come get ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Love you guys. Bye.
I love you.
Oh, wait. I'm playing now.
Oh,
You want to take over? We got to take over. It's right as soon as.
Is
as,
it?
as
Okay.
soon as they the defense said no questions, so they haven't done anything yet.
Okay, hold on. Which witness was that? Was that
It was just go to the end and rewind a little bit.
okay. Is it a guy on the stand or another kid?
Babe, go literally to where she was still on the sand and the defense said I have no questions, and that's where I paused it.
I understand, but can you just like move it to see if there's a dude on the stand, please?
Wow, we're like 2 minutes from the end. How much?
I mean, there were multiple kids. All right,
I'm trying to do it.
I missed the name. All right.
State calls Nick Ridge.
All right, Nick Ridge, that's who was on.
Nick Ridge. All right, got it, babe. Got it.
And you can't see what he looks like because they're not. Oh, no, you can.
They will.
There he is.
Yeah, I was looking at him. That'd be the guy. All right.
But it's a. All right, I'll be back.
Okay. Okay. What's going on?
All right, I'm still here. I'm coming back until you're straight.
It's just weird. It's not showing what's on my screen at all.
All right.
Let me see.
I'm just going to play while you figure out your stuff, and then you can come back. Yeah?
No. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, should I play?
It's I got to leave out of.
That's what I'm saying. So I'll play this while you do what you're doing.
Yeah.
Bye. Okay, people, we're back. I think Bob was trying to play us. It looked like he was trying to play from YouTube because I saw our comment on his screen. Tech wizardry.
Bear affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
All right, you can put your hand down, and if you'll just introduce yourself to the jury and tell us where you're employed.
My name's Nick Ridge, and I work at Northside Gwinnett in Louisville.
Okay. And in what capacity do you work in Northside Gwinnett?
I'm a registered nurse.
All right. How long have you been a registered nurse?
March of 2020, about 5 years.
And where did you go to school?
Nursing, I did Augusta University.
Okay. And what are your current duties as an RN there?
Currently, I'm a critical care float nurse, so I work in the ICU and the ER.
And were you working there in the same capacity on September 4th of 2024?
No, at that time I was a team lead in the ER and a trauma nurse.
Turning your attention specifically to the afternoon of September 4th of 2024, were you working on that date?
I was
And what shift were you working?
7A to 7P.
And did you participate in the care of Nautica Walton?
I did.
All right, I'm going to introduce under the business records exception into evidence Nautica Walton's medical records. The records are electronic on the hard drive. This is State's Exhibit 93, and this is the business record certification. And I'm going to provide for your reference some printed out relevant portions from those records.
Any objection to that?
Same objection, Judge, as to going out to the jury. We'll discuss that later.
93 submitted in evidence.
So regarding Nautica Walton, what role did you have in her treatment?
I was the primary trauma nurse that day.
All right. I'm going to get you to speak up just a little bit. You're fine. There's a microphone right in front of you. So referring you first to that first page is labeled page 5 of the records. Can you give us her full name and her age as of September 4th of 2024?
Nautica Walton, 16-year-old,
And what time did she arrive that day?
11:17 a.m.
Now, going over to page 6 of those records, can you tell us what the reason was for her hospital visit?
A leg gunshot wound.
Now, I'm going to have you turn to the next page. It should be labeled page 14 of those records. Can you read what was documented under history of present illness?
Sure. Trauma Jasper 14 is a 16-year-old female patient assigned to room trauma 1 who presents to the ED with a gunshot wound to her left thigh. Per EMS, the patient was shot with an assault rifle, but unknown caliber. EMS states that the patient was ANO4 on scene and bleeding was controlled. EMS reports her most recent blood pressure was 92/56. The patient currently rates her pain at 10 out of 10.
Okay. And what's ANO by 4?
Alert and oriented.
On the next page, page 15, can you tell us what was documented under lower extremity?
Yeah. Penetrating injury to the posterior mid-thigh, no active bleeding, abrasion to the left proximal buttock and left upper thigh. Full range of motion, pulses, and sensation are normal.
Okay. And did Nautica also get an x-ray?
Yes. X-ray showed preliminary interpretation was done by Dr. James Smith. It showed no fractures or dislocations, no soft tissue abnormality, no bony abnormality, metal or metallic bullet fragments present.
Okay. So are those metallic bullet fragments something that would show up on an x-ray?
Yes.
Okay. Going over to page 62. I believe that's the last page of that packet you have. Can you tell us what her spiritual care assessment narrative described about Nautica while she was at Northside Gwinnett?
Sure. Nautica was shocked by her traumatic situation. She was joined by her foster mother and caseworker, as well as foster siblings, ones that were in the same school. Nautica could not speak of what happened as she seemed to still be in shock. I made sure to turn the lights down, speak softly, and walked her through a meditation. We used breathing exercises and I held her hand. Later, I spoke with the next of kin to make sure that you use low lights and speak softly. I also mentioned the shocked state to the BH team. I also offered advocacy, presence, support, and prayer. Patients seemed to shake less and breathe deeper.
Thank you. And lastly, was Nautica able to be discharged that day?
She was.
No further questions from me.
Ross?
No question.
All right, thank you, sir. You're ready to go.
Thank you.
All right, maybe this will be a very quick trial. I mean, at least getting through all these witnesses will be quick because there is no reason for the defense to cross-examine anyone. Hey, thanks, Cody. I'll try to get some coffee when Bob's computer is working again.
State calls next week.
State calls Taylor Jen.
We're back up and running, baby.
All right. Whew, man, that was scary.
Shoo.
See what I do for you and the people?
What do you mean?
Getting on screen, rolled out of bed, hair
Wow.
matted,
Wow.
pajamas on.
Wow. Hair
Right.
matted.
I'm coming up to make myself look presentable.
All right, Taylor, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury? And by that, I just mean tell us your name.
Taylor Jones,
And how old are you, Taylor?
16.
And when did you turn 16?
October 14th,
of 2025? And what school do you go to?
Apalachee High School.
Were you at Apalachee High School during the 2024 and 2025 school year?
Yes.
And what grade were you in?
9th.
Did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember who you had for second period?
Miss Ryan,
And what type of class was that?
Algebra 1.
All right. I'm going to show you a class seating chart. It's going to be right in front of you. Is that where that red circle is? Is that where you were seated?
Yes.
Do you remember if that was the first time you were seated there? Had your seating chart changed that day?
Yeah.
On that day, while you were in class, do you remember kind of what drew your attention to something being wrong?
Something like in my body just like told me to look at the door, and then
So something told you to look at the door. What happened when you looked at the door?
there was a kid standing there with a gun.
Did you know who that was?
No,
Had you ever seen him before?
no.
What do you remember about what he did?
He like stood there and then he started shooting at us.
What did you do when the shooting started?
We all jumped to the floor.
Do you remember when you realized that you had been shot?
Yeah.
And tell us about that.
After I got shot, I turned to my friend Landon and I asked him to hold my hand because I was scared.
And did he hold your hand?
Yeah.
Where were you when you asked him to hold your hand?
I was in the classroom floor.
What do you remember about being on the floor? Did you stay conscious or did you pass out at some point?
I passed out at some point.
What was going through your head when this happened?
I don't remember.
Do you remember being afraid?
Yeah.
How long do you think it took before you were taken out of that classroom?
I don't know.
Did you stay kind of unconscious until they took you out?
Yeah.
Do you remember where you went after they took you out of the classroom?
They put me in a helicopter and I flew to Grady.
Where were you shot?
In my leg.
So you went to Grady Hospital in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Do you remember how long you had to stay at Grady Hospital?
Like a couple weeks to a month.
And while you were there, did you have to have surgery?
Yes.
Was it more than one surgery?
Yes.
Do you know how many surgeries you had to have?
No.
Since you were hospitalized that first time, have you had to be hospitalized more than that?
Yes.
Do you know about how long you've had to spend in the hospital since September 4th?
I spent like months.
Months? How have your activities been limited since you were shot?
I can't really do any of them anymore.
What activities did you used to like to do that you can't do anymore?
I used to play volleyball.
Were you on the volleyball team at school?
Yes.
And have you been able to go back to the volleyball team?
No.
Do you still have any physical difficulties?
Yeah.
Tell us about those.
Like it's like hard to walk and I can't like move my foot or anything really.
Are you still getting treatment?
Yeah.
What kind of treatment do you still get?
I go to physical therapy and then I get like Botox shots and just like shots that help my pain.
When have you been able to physically go back to school?
Yes.
When were you able to go back to school?
I went back the first day
The first day
of this school year.
of this new school year, so of So you were out for about a whole year?
Yes.
In addition to having to go to physical therapy, do you also go to counseling?
Yes.
So beyond the physical injuries you've described and your physical limitations, can you tell us about how else this has affected you?
I don't know.
Okay. And that's okay. Are you nervous today?
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions, Taylor. Thank you so much. Just wait 1 second. I just want to make sure.
They're done. Is
Yeah,
that
we're done.
across?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Griffith to the stand.
And Your Honor, she is also juvenile for the purposes of your order.
Thank you. All right, same instructions to the media. You are not to photograph, record, or transmit anything regarding the child's case.
Natalie, how are you
Oh.
today?
I'm okay.
Okay. So the microphone in front of you, that's so the lady here can hear you, and that's so these people here can hear you. So if you could speak into the microphone whenever we talk, okay? If you could first raise your right hand. Okay. You swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Natalie Griffith.
Okay, and Natalie, how old are you?
I am 16 years old.
Okay, where do you go to school?
I go to school at Apalachee High School.
Okay, I want to take your attention back to last year, 2024. What grade were you in?
I was a freshman.
And for second period that year, who did you have for second period?
I had Miss Ryan, my algebra teacher.
Okay, and so it was algebra?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to put up a seating chart. I want to take your attention to September 4th. Did y'all have new seats that day?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a circle on that seating chart. Is that where you were sitting on
Yes.
that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what were y'all doing that morning in that class? Do you remember?
I can remember what happened right before.
You don't remember?
I can,
Okay.
to the best of my abilities. I'm pretty sure Miss Ryan was teaching us some stuff, and we were about to group off into groups so that we could practice the content on our own and with each other. And then she was most likely going to then have us come back together to, check our work and stuff. And as she was giving the instructions, we heard a bang
Where did you hear the bang coming from?
outside,
Okay.
outside the door, like around.
Okay. What did you do when you heard that bang?
I was crocheting. I stood up,
I'm sorry, you were what?
crocheting.
Crocheting?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do it to give my hands something to do.
Okay.
I stood up.
You stood up?
Yeah,
Did you look towards the door?
I think I did.
Did you see anybody at the door?
No, it happened really fast. I didn't really process what was happening.
Okay. What happened?
It happened really quickly. I'm pretty sure there were gunshots, but the thing is, my brain didn't process any of the sounds that were coming into my ears. Next, what's called my hand all of a sudden felt weird, and I heard a ringing in my ear, and I looked down, and there was blood and then seemingly a hole in my wrist.
I want
And
to
around right up here. It was hurting.
You
And I
said
went-
that you're speaking softly, so I'm just going to repeat a
Sorry.
little bit. You said you felt a tingling in your arm, or
It was painful, but it felt weird.
okay. And
It
which arm
was-
was this?
Hmm?
Which arm was
My
it?
left.
Okay. That's the first thing you remember was the pain in your arm, that weird feeling?
Yes, it was painful, but it was also like an absence of feeling,
Mhm.
like something almost frozen off, but not cold.
Okay. And what happened after that?
Afterwards, I started to scream. I started to scream. I was screaming that I got shot. I got shot. I was yelling that I was
When
gotten
did you
shot.
first know that you got shot?
When I looked down at my wrist and I saw it,
What did you see?
it was very blurry because it was very quick.
Mhm.
I think I was subconsciously trying to not, once I registered that it was blood and what exactly it was, my brain kind of blocked it out.
Okay.
And I knew what it was. It was a hole.
There was a hole? Where in
Right.
your arm was the hole? Okay. So kind of the wrist and towards your elbow?
Yes, and then I didn't know this at the time, but I had also had another one up on around my shoulder.
Mhm. So you were shot more than once?
Yes, seemingly twice.
Twice?
Yes.
Okay. So you've now noticed you've been shot, and I think you said you were screaming?
Yes.
What were you screaming?
I got shot. I'm a kid and I got shot.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
It was very quick. I think I fell over, or Miss Ryan was telling us to get down.
Mhm.
I can't remember anything that anyone really said. I might have blacked out for a moment, but I was at some point. I was on the floor and I was laying down
Okay. Where about in the room were you on the floor laying down?
on the side of the wall.
Okay. Was anyone with you?
Yes,
Who was with you?
Miss Ryan.
Okay. And what was she doing?
She was holding my hand. I'm pretty sure she made a tourniquet. I wasn't really looking because I was trying to not see it.
Mhm.
I think she was making a tourniquet, or she was covering my hand so that I wouldn't see it. Could you repeat the question?
That's fine. So you're laying there by the wall, and Miss Ryan's with you.
Yeah.
Do you move away from that wall before anyone, like medical people, get there?
No, I couldn't get up.
Okay. Did you see
I blacked
anything
out for
else
a
that
bit.
was happening around the room while you laid there?
Yes, but also no. I was kind
What do you
of.
remember?
I remember afterwards when things settled down,
Mhm.
I was looking around the room. I saw the plushie that I would use, what's it called as, like a fidget toy,
Mhm.
across the room, and I was laying down and there was a splatter of blood on it.
A fidget toy?
Yeah, I saw Coach Edwards and I think Tyler, I'm not sure. They were barricading the door, moving desks and chairs in front of it.
Okay.
And I remember when the police got in.
Okay.
I heard a bang. They were banging on it, and then finally they got in.
Okay. How long was it before the police came in?
I can't tell you. It was like time stopped.
Okay.
Everything was moving very quickly and slowly.
Quickly and slowly?
Time was seemingly moving quickly, but to me it was very slow.
So the police come in. What do they do?
They looked around. At that point, I kind of went off on my own.
Do you mean
And
physically or
mentally.
Mentally.
And the next thing I know, they were picking me up by my arms and legs, and they were taking me out and putting me on a stretcher.
Okay. Did they say anything to you while they were doing this?
Yes,
What kind of things were they saying?
I can't remember.
Okay. Were you saying anything to them?
Yes,
What were you saying to them?
mainly sarcastic things. I was trying to distract myself.
What type of things were you saying?
I remember my Crocs. They were starting to slip off, And I was asking, and I asked one of them to try and push them back on, but I didn't communicate that correctly. And so I instead ended with them like thinking I wanted them to take them off. So they were thrown across the room and I thought I would never see them again.
They took your Crocs off?
Yes.
Were you worried about anything while
Yes.
they were doing? What kind of things were you worried about?
My friend, Lorelei, she was only like, her class was only around the corner and I was worried
Okay.
that her class had also gotten shot. And I was also worried that I was going to die and how that would affect my parents
Okay.
because my dad has a heart problem.
Did they put any sort of like, what did they do to treat you there at the school?
They put a tourniquet on me. I know they gave me pain medicine. They talked to me. The paramedic that was with me, they talked to me and it helped me. It helped distract me.
Okay. How did you leave the school?
By an ambulance.
Okay. As you were leaving the school, did you see anything?
Leaving the school,
Mm-hmm.
not the
Being
building.
taken out of the building.
Taken out of the building. Yes, I saw Colt Gray. He was on the floor with his hands behind his back.
Had you ever seen him before?
No,
Okay. Did you know who he was?
no.
Okay.
I remember thinking.
What did you think when you saw
I
him?
was very mad. I hadn't even processed it as a kid when I thought about who would do this. I was thinking maybe an angry parent, some kind of alumni that had a bad experience at the high school, terrorist attacks, anything. I did not think another student that had no reason to be in my school with a gun.
Did you
What
say
about
anything to him when you passed him?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
Am I allowed to say that? And
Yes, ma'am.
you fucking asshole! I swear. I'm pretty sure I said I swear I'm gonna fucking kill you. I said a lot of curse words, and I was very angry, especially at the time because I thought that they were going to have to amputate my
You were
my
upset.
hand. Yeah,
So they take you outside.
and I
as the
remember
ambulance-
yelling at him that we were kids because we were kids.
When they take you outside, was the ambulance close to the building?
Yes.
And they put you in the ambulance. Was anyone else in the ambulance?
For a bit, yeah, because they moved me to a different ambulance. Yes.
Okay. Who was in the ambulance with you?
Taylor.
Taylor Jones?
Yes.
At some point, where does the ambulance take you? Tell me about your trip in the ambulance.
The first one I was in for a bit, they did leave me alone.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure to help take care of Taylor and the others.
Okay.
I remember they asked me who the girl who was in the ambulance with me was,
Mhm.
and the only description they gave me was that she was blonde, and so I thought she was another one of our classmates, Jalen.
Jalen? Mhm. So
Yeah.
you gave them the wrong name?
Huh? Yes, I did give the wrong name. And so at the end, I remember I was kind of fidgeting with my own brain.
How long
I
did it
was-
take you to get to the hospital?
I'm not really sure. It felt like forever.
And what hospital did you go to? Do you know?
Northeast Georgia and Gainesville. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Um,
What happened? Do you remember being at the hospital? What happened
Yes.
when you arrived?
At first, when I got there, they took me out of the ambulance with the stretcher that was with my head, like going outward. So it was my head first. They took me to an ER, and I remember they were assessing me. There was there was a chaplain there, and she said how she was a chaplain and how she was pretty much there to act as like my semi-guardian while my parents were there.
Had your parents arrived yet? Do you know?
No, I'm not sure my parents had been informed yet. I don't really know, but they weren't there, at least while I was conscious.
Did you have any surgeries?
Yes,
Okay. And how long were you in the hospital after the surgery?
about a week.
About a week. And do you know what types of surgery you had?
I don't know the exact names of them, but I do know what happened, and I semi know what happened with them. And
Okay.
then,
Did doctors kind of explain to you what they were doing?
yes,
What did they explain to you?
on September 4th, they didn't explain what they were going to do or what they were doing. I didn't meet the doctor that operated on me until afterwards.
Okay. And what did he tell you he had done?
I can't really remember the exact medical terms. I know they
I
had
don't
tried.
need medical
fixing
terms,
it,
just
but
I need teenager terms.
they had.
What was your
placed-
understanding of what they had done to you?
They had taken some cadaver nerves out of someone else and given me and grafted them onto mine because I had a bit because my nerves were severed. The one that was in around my wrist, and also we didn't figure this out until a couple months later, but also one up my median nerve, I think is it's called, up around my shoulder was also.
You said you were
They
in the
closed
hospital.
it and they fixed it.
You said you were in the hospital for a week after that surgery. Did you have other surgeries during that week?
No.
When you came, did you come home after that?
Yes.
When you were home, was there any issues with your arm? How did your arm feel? How were you able to use your arm?
I couldn't, and I didn't feel it.
Were you in a cast?
No, because they had to. I had gauze and stuff, and it had to be changed out every day. So I wasn't ever in a cast. I was in a brace / splint,
Okay.
and they'd have to unwrap it daily, so that way.
Were you able to use your hand?
No. It was after the surgery. I had to look at my arm just to know that it was attached to my body.
I was about to ask, could you feel your arm?
No. What's it called? It wasn't. For a bit, I had trouble because I couldn't even let it hang down. I had to carry it. And I would have trouble doing that for a bit. At some point, I got used to it because it felt like a dead limb.
Okay. Were you able to go back to school during this time? Right after you got out of the hospital?
No, and the schools weren't open yet.
Okay. Did you ever have to go back for a follow-up surgery?
Yes.
How long after you came home from the first one did you go back to the follow-up?
My second surgery was on September 2nd, 2025.
So a year later?
Yes.
Okay.
They wanted me to heal as much as I could by myself before they went in, and they did anything else because if I could heal by myself, they didn't want to put me through the.
Okay. Well, then let's go back a little bit then. During that year, did it start getting better, your use of the arm and the feeling in your arm?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me
But
about
not-
that. Tell me about that.
So I want to say maybe 2 or 3 months, I couldn't really do anything with my hand. I had to have to use my mouth as a second hand.
You used your mouth as a second hand? Okay.
Yeah. I can't tell you exactly how many months from the shooting it had been till I was able to move I could semi-move my fingers afterwards, but it didn't feel like it. My brain was sending the signals to my hand and they were receiving them, but I couldn't really tell. It felt like they weren't moving. And it wasn't until I look at it and I see that it was moving that I knew oh, that is working.
Were you doing physical therapy at this time?
Yes.
What kind of things were you doing for physical therapy?
It was a lot of stretches in the beginning. I couldn't physically move my hand. I couldn't move my wrist until maybe 6 months, maybe. I'm not sure. That's probably not the correct time span. I couldn't move my wrist. Move my wrist at all by myself. By myself, moving it up or down.
And so at some point you went and had this second surgery in
Yes.
September of 2025.
Yes.
What were they telling you they were going to do?
They took sural nerve from my left calf, a sensory nerve that I didn't really need, and they mixed it in with with the cadaver nerve graft they had given me on September 4th because since it's sural nerve, it's on foreign DNA.
Okay.
And so my body was less prone to reject it.
Since it was yours, it was.
Yes, because I'm the
Um,
cadaver narrative.
How long did you stay in the hospital after that surgery?
I left the day of.
Day of.
Yes.
Since that time, have you noticed a difference? Has it been getting better?
Yes and no.
Okay, well, tell me about the yes first.
I'm using my hand more. Even if you see now, I'm actually fidgeting with my hand.
Okay.
Before, it would just kind of sit off to the side, or I'd sit it in my lap and only use my right hand.
Okay.
I'm able to use it more now,
Can you feel better?
but also,
Can you feel your fingers better than you did before the surgery?
I want to say yes, it hasn't been long enough really to see any effects. The main thing that I feel that I like notice after the surgery was now it's like it's now fully healed, because after it was a lot after the surgery it was a lot of waiting, you know, just for it to close up and me to get back to what I was doing before I had it. And then like I want to say I use my hand more now.
Okay. And you also said, no, it's not better in some ways. What was that?
Just that I can't see, like how people's their faces change a lot over time, but you don't really notice that change in your face, but everyone else will. Just because I'm living with it every single day, I don't really notice because it's gradual and small over time.
Today, are there limitations of what you can do with that?
Yes.
hand? And what are those limitations?
I can't text. I can't move my thumb outwards, which you use a lot.
Opposable thumbs are important.
Yeah, I don't have an opposable thumb. My thumb can go like that. I don't have complete independent finger function.
Mhm.
If you see, I can't move my fingers.
So you can't move one at a time.
Yeah, they
Okay.
can't. They can move together, but which makes doing a lot of fine motor tasks extremely hard. I can't tie my shoes.
How
Stuff
about
like that.
pain? Is there any pain today?
Today, no. It was after the shooting, I had a lot of pain, and it slowly quieted over time. When I do have it, it's not constant and consistent. It's like sharp and like sporadic.
Mhm.
Like trying to think of an analogy, but I can't find one. Just it happens sporadic and randomly sharp pains in my wrist, my thumb, and stuff like a needle coming out of my skin.
So Natalie, we talked a lot about your physical limitations and healing. What about your emotions? What were they like directly after? Did you have some emotional issues after this?
I'd like to say yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to say yes.
In what way?
Afterwards, I couldn't place where my emotions were. If you told me how I was feeling, I would say I was okay or I'm fine, because I couldn't find the correct adjective to use.
Okay.
I guess now I would use the word distraught, dazed.
Okay.
I couldn't. I had PTSD afterwards. Even now my brain now goes towards possibilities and just everyday things. Driving, I think someone could crash into our car right now, send us flying off the road, and we could all die. When someone knocks on the door in my classroom, I think, do they have a gun? Before I think, oh, it's Alex coming back from the bathroom. I'm just using a random name.
We talked about you doing physical therapy for your physical limitations. Are you doing counseling for your emotional issues?
Yes,
Okay. How's that going?
it's going good. I haven't had any in about 2 months, but that's just that's just personal stuff with scheduling. But I'm gonna be back in counseling soon.
Okay.
And I was in therapy before the shooting as well.
So Natalie, I don't have any more questions for you, but the defense may have some. Thank you very much.
Cross.
No question, John. Thank you.
Wow. What a well-spoken, intelligent child.
Yep.
Emotionally and, typical intelligent. I
She
could tell when
didn't
she
grow
said,
up in a heartbeat, right?
yeah.
She
When
got
she
real.
said she had to crochet in class, I thought, oh, well, this child's above average intelligence.
All right, so we're gonna dip over to Faust real quick. There's a jury question, and it's more a request. Little spoiler there, but let's just hear what's going on.
Is it muted?
No,
We can't hear it.
she hasn't said
Oh,
anything yet.
sorry.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, while we're waiting, I'll just
Go on the record.
Oh.
State of Georgia versus Edric Faust, SU 24-00547. Jury has been deliberating since 9 o'clock this morning, and they have a question. This is question number 3, and it is to the judge. Video of Bingham and Howell interview of Edric Faust requested. And certainly that's allowed. Any comment from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any comment, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Hill?
I would just ask, I know yesterday we spent about 4 hours listening to the interview overall. Can we figure out the portion? I have no issue with it. Just, is there a particular portion they would like to see?
They haven't requested it, and so my practice is to let them direct the show. And if they have requested a certain portion, I'll address it. But they've just said video, so I'm going to let them see the video.
It's been chopped up multiple ways.
Sure.
But that's fine.
I think that's good
They
for
can
the
only see
defense.
the video that's in evidence, and only the parts that you all agreed and were in evidence. They don't get to see the video just as is. So certainly.
Yes, Judge. And I think total between the segments that were published is about 10 minutes or so. So it's not, and I completely agree with Mr. Cruz to the extent that if there is a request for testimony of a witness, we'd certainly join in a request about directing that. But as far as this video, it's only probably about 10 minutes long.
I don't know,
Thank
babe.
you.
I
Do you
think
need
it's
some time to get set up, and do you have the notations that you had in court, which are the ones that we're excluding?
I don't know who Higgum is.
And if I could have just a minute.
Sure.
There were two
Cruz,
things,
the
right?
segments
Oh.
that we chopped up for
Thought it
the
was him.
sentencing are actually
He's Faust.
redacted, so we don't have to do the sliding back and forth stuff.
I think they requested two things. One, the cop talking to him. But there was something else. There was the Higgum thing.
Oh,
first.
I've been thinking that they asked to watch the video of the defendant.
I think they
It's not what-
did. But there's two things, is what I'm saying to you.
Oh,
Bigham. So I think you're right, Virtual.
I forget who that is.
I'll show to Mr.
Go ahead. Just let me know when y'all are ready. Mhm.
All right, so we don't need to belabor this. That's what's going on.
Wait, we'll go back and hear exactly what
Do
she
that.
said.
I'm going to kind of go back to my arraignment calendar and get done what I can.
All right, I mean, it's
Morning, and they have a question. This is question number 3, and it is to the judge. Video of Bingham and Howell interview of Edric Faust requested,
Right.
and certainly that's allowed. Any comment from the state?
All right.
No,
So
Your
that's
Honor. Any
they're
comment,
just
Mr.
asking
Cruz,
for the
Mr. Hill?
video
yep.
of Faust's interview. Now let's just
Ask,
discuss
I know
real
yesterday we spent about 4
briefly.
hours listening to the interview overall.
Okay.
I think that could be helpful to the defense.
And if you're joining late, we dipped over to the Faust verdict watch for a minute. We're going to go back to the trial. I've got that paused. So what are you thinking? Why do you think why would you take that as a positive from the defense side?
Because I think that his reaction was I think he seemed like an innocent person in there. But
Yeah.
that just might be like my, what's it called?
Confirmation bias?
Like my
Confirmation bias.
well, not confirmation bias, but the way I view things through.
Oh, yeah, your confirmation bias.
Oh my God.
Your defense attorney lens.
Yes, my
confirmation
defense
bias. Yeah.
attorney lens.
Okay.
But I just think that if you went in there, how many years? 25 years after the fact.
I think it was
Either
20 it was 23 at the point, but point taken.
right, 23 after the fact. Either you're already like oh my God, they figured this out. So you're like, like, or you're like, all right, this clearly is not a thing to do about this. I'm so in the clear on that, that when they throw that out there, you'd see some sort of like,
See, I'd like to see, like, we didn't get to see the entire interview, right? It's like you said.
No, I don't think it's out there. You guys tell us in the chat. Has anyone seen this entire interview? I mean, I tried. Yeah, PB and Shell, my worldview, right?
So
My
yeah,
defense attorney lens, as Bob said.
Faust is a 25-year-old cold case that the state thinks they solved through the use of DNA.
And Black Man Walking.
Yeah, law student Tara Baker. So it's I mean, here's my thing with it. Without seeing the full video, what I'd want to see, because I try to look at it both ways. I try to look at it, okay, is this a guy who got called in, who really has no reason? So let's assume he's innocent. If he hasn't given that case ever a thought, and it's never been a thing in his mind. Like, they ask him that. It's like, oh, you don't remember when the girl was killed in your neighborhood, like 3 houses down from you? You don't remember that shit? Like that whole thing, when they refresh his recollection. But if you're coming in as an innocent man, that would never have entered your mind. You never would have thought of that occurrence 25 years ago. It's not something that, so what I want to see is, in the very beginning, why he thinks he's there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to know, did they say, hey, could you come on in? We wanted to ask you a few questions.
Apparently they told him that multiple times that we've got several warrants, arrest warrants for you. Yeah. Because every time they brought it up or during trial, the prosecution would ask, or the defense had asked, but you had told him several times before that he's there on multiple, like 9 warrants or whatever. And they're like, yeah.
Wait,
and even her, and
for what? To get the swabs, or
no, like
warrant?
Arrest warrant, but they were calling it warrants. Like, I don't know why, but that's how they were calling it. Instead of like, you're arrested on multiple counts, on multiple charges, they were just like, we have 9 arrest warrants for you.
So wait, you're telling me that they went through the process of going and getting an arrest warrant based strictly on the DNA, having never spoken to the guy?
That was what the whole writing thing was of the defense attorney in court. What they knew at the time, they went and got the arrest warrants.
The DNA. That's it. What else do you know?
That was it.
Oh, and that, like, somebody lived 3 houses down, right?
Yeah.
His mother or grandmother.
His stepmom.
Wow. All right. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to see that whole interview, because it's like, I mean, you just go in with a different mindset. If you're innocent of something, like, I don't know why they would have done it that way. Like, wouldn't you want to see if, like, he was able to put anything together initially, like why he was there? Like, just calling him and say, hey, not even telling him why he's coming in.
No, I think traffic stop. It was a traffic stop arrest, if I remember correctly. It wasn't like he was just called in. Hey, come on in. They arrested him. He was in handcuffs.
That's what I understand that.
Oh, you're saying instead of just calling him in. Sorry.
Right.
I never did get that coffee, even though I had that whole, I'm on it.
We all have stories, man. We all have stories. All right. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. Look, the one thing we know is they're doing the work back there. So
yeah.
All right.
But I don't know. Well, I'd like to get your opinion real quick before we hop back. Do you think that that's more likely them wanting to be like, look how he, because what the prosecution was arguing was like, oh, he pretended not to know. And then he was like, oh yeah, you mean that law student from the specific school? Then he knew it all. I don't know. Do you think they're looking at that because they think they're leaning towards guilty and this is to get more people on board with guilty? Or do you think it's people who are, staying on the not guilty side? What is your opinion?
I think, yeah, that's a tough call. Like, I'm curious to know what the split is back there, because I think you could argue it either way. I think it could be, the the people who are not guilty saying, all right, like watch his interview. Like this is not an interview of a guy who got caught after 25 years. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, but I don't know what the Bingham thing is.
That's the other person in the interview. That's what they're saying. It's like the Allison and Bob interview of Faust.
Okay. So it's just one thing. It's both cops.
Right.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's interesting though. I mean, if it were you and I'd be taking it as a positive. You know, I'd be like, oh, good. They want to see that again because they want to watch his reactions.
Right. And I just felt like he was like came off sort of normal and kind of relaxed.
Yeah, well, there's the whole end of it, like where there was some question about what he says, like, you know, just arrest me or whatever.
That is what he and another thing I couldn't tell if what he said was like just take my DNA or just arrest me. There was something else in there, but to me it all sounded like, you know, we asked, you said to me, why did the prosecution want to put that on?
Right.
And I was like, well, just to get the fact that he lived in the area. And most importantly, and this is the part that could go the other way now that I'm thinking about it. When Bob asked me, well, what are they putting it in for? I'm like, well, they're putting it in to show him saying, I never went to that side of the neighborhood. I never hung around those people. I had no reason, no business, no nothing. If I was in that area, I rode my bike and got out. So now someone's saying, well, where is this proximity the defense counsel talked about with the DNA? Where the fuck is the proximity? When the guy says, I never went in that area, I never hung around those people, they weren't my kind of people. This is what drives me crazy about this case, because no matter what the DNA was, there were ways to attack it just on its face, just on the multiple contributors, the age, the difference in degradation. I mean, there were shit that they could have worked with, even if there was a DNA expert that told him, well, seems like that's his DNA. You know, there's at least something to challenge. There was no challenge of that DNA. And to me, in my opinion, you don't challenge how the hell that DNA got there. Contamination, proximity, in the air. They shopped at the same damn, you know, I don't know. Sometimes she went
for DNA, whatever.
Right.
Like, all the different ways DNA, you know, I mean, people have this misconception of DNA. It's like you go to a restaurant, you put your hand on a table, you know, somebody's DNA is on there, skin cells are on that table. And it's like, I mean, transferred DNA is, and we know nothing, like to your point, I know nothing about the strength of that sample. I have no idea how much of a profile they were actually able to develop.
How much they had to amplify it. How many amplification processes did it check out each time?
All the ways that you attack DNA.
All the things.
And they did none of it. Like, that's my fear with that case.
So to me, it's also a very good sign to both Bob and I that they're deliberating this long. And I know there's no way to know, you know, but it's definitely a good sign no matter what, because they're thinking.
Yep. All right. Back to Gray.
I'm going to get that coffee.
All right.
Thanks, Cody, for the reminder and the coffee fund. All right, you got to update that. I switched the banner.
Okay.
You want coffee, babe?
You know, I made some. It was the last of my cold brew.
Oh, so you're good? All right.
I mean, there's no ice. Depressing. It was cold coffee, not iced coffee.
All right, if you'll go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, you can have a seat. And if you want to start just by introducing yourself to the jury, tell us where you're employed.
I'm employed with Georgia Bureau of Investigation. My name is Taylor Lawrence, and I'm a crime scene specialist, special agent.
All right. And what GBI office are you out of?
I'm out of Region 8, Cleveland.
Okay. And even though you work out of Cleveland, did you provide assistance in the Apalachee High School shooting investigation on September 4th of 2024?
I did.
And how did you become involved with that?
I interviewed Natalie Griffith.
Okay. And where did you respond to do that?
I was told that there was a victim at Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Gainesville, Georgia. And at that time, I didn't have a name. And once I got to the hospital, that's when they told me and showed me to where she was in surgery.
All right. And in your custody at the GBI, was your office and other outside offices coming into Barrow County and the surrounding hospitals to provide assistance to law enforcement on that day?
We did, yes.
So when you first got to Northeast Georgia Medical Center, were you able to speak with Natalie initially?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was not. No, she was in surgery when I arrived at the hospital.
Okay. Did you speak with a nurse who was familiar with Natalie's treatment?
I did, yes.
And did that nurse also provide Natalie's clothing to you?
She did.
And what did you do with the clothing once you received that from the hospital employee?
When I found the clothing, it was in a plastic bag that the nurses had put all her clothing in. And at that time, I went through the bag to see what clothing was in there and what items were in there. I then photographed a couple of them just to get an idea of what was in the bag.
Okay. And was the clothing subsequently put into evidence?
It was, yes.
Okay. Even though Natalie was in surgery when you first arrived, were you later able to speak with her that day?
I was, yes.
And tell us about what her demeanor was like on September 4th.
The interview on September 4th, she was very mad. She was very ready to go, kind of upbeat. She had a good attitude about healing, but she was mainly mad. She couldn't recall everything that happened, mainly because her back was to the door. But I just remember her being very upset.
Okay. And on that day, did you also have an opportunity to photograph some of her, not the primary wound that was performed surgery on, but some of her other visible injuries?
I was, yes.
Okay. And before we go into the pictures that you took, did you speak with Natalie a second time on a subsequent day?
I did on Friday.
Okay. So that'd be 2 days, I guess, after the shooting?
Correct.
And tell us about her demeanor that day when you saw her that second time.
During the second interview, she was much more soft-spoken. I had to kind of ask her more in-depth questions to get her to talk about it. She seemed more traumatized, like it had set in what had actually happened to her. And her and I actually had a cry spell together as well. So.
Okay. So it was an emotional time for everybody involved. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 80 through 92. If you'll just flip through those and tell us if you're familiar with those photographs.
Yes, I am. These are photographs I took.
Okay. And are those both of Natalie's person and her clothing?
Yes,
Okay. Are they fair and accurate depictions of the photographs you took that day?
they are, yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, we tender States Exhibits 80 through 92, and we're going to publish those for the jury.
Okay. All right, 80 through 92.
We're going to pull these up on the screens. It should appear behind and in front of you, and we'll just talk through one by one. We're going to start with States Exhibit 80. Will you tell us what that's a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the injuries to her right hand.
Okay. And by her, you mean Natalie Griffith?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, you're fine. And we'll go on to 81.
This is just a different angle of that same hand.
Okay, and do y'all use that measuring stick just to give a perspective of the size of the injuries?
Correct.
Okay. Going on to 82.
This is a photograph of Natalie Griffith's chin.
Okay, and these are injuries sustained during the shooting?
Correct.
Okay. And 83.
This is just a different angle of that same injury.
84.
This is a photograph of her chin and then as well as injuries to her chest and neck.
And 85.
This is a photograph of the jeans she was wearing when she was shot.
And 86.
This is a photograph of the back of the jeans.
And 87.
This is a photograph of the t-shirt that Natalie was wearing when she was shot.
Okay, damage done to the shirt. Is it your understanding that damage is from the shooting?
I believe part of it is EMS. When they responded to her, they cut some of the shirt, but that is the area where the bullet wound was. And then there's also a hole near the neckline as well that is a bullet defect.
Okay. And 88.
This is the neckline bullet defect.
All right. And can you point on that screen behind you? And it's kind of hard with the black shirt where that defect is. Perfect. Thank you. And 89.
This is a photograph of the inside of the t-shirt. I'm just photographing all sides of this defect.
States 90.
This is the bra that Natalie was wearing.
And 91.
This is a mid-range view of a bullet defect in her bra.
Okay. And 92.
And here I'm just showing how large the hole was.
And I do not have any additional questions for you, but the defense may have some. I'll come grab this.
No question, John.
All right, thank you. You're free to go. It's about 10:30. We'll go ahead and make a 10-15-minute restroom break. Discuss the case. Doing research. We'll discuss for 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, we've got a little blooping time. So let's see. Bloop, bloop. Oh, see how beautiful blooping is?
A medical witness.
I love blooping.
Your Honor, just briefly, our next witness is a medical witness for Natalie Griffith, and there are some pictures we are showing for him that are graphic. So I just wanted to, I guess, put it on the record for the purposes of the media, not recording it, and for anyone in the audience to know that there will be some graphic pictures being shown.
Are these are from the hospital?
Yeah, the hospital pictures. Yes.
Trying to remember.
A little concerned about the photographs of the minor even being shown. So,
As in they're prohibited from showing photographs of a minor?
well, I'm just.
And when you said, you mean the state from admitting them into
I
evidence? or-
don't mind the jury seeing them, obviously, but to report those, to you know, for them to film those photographs of a minor and show them on the news, I think would be inappropriate.
I think it still is, and I mean, I can always just, I guess, have the medical records go around with the jury, but is there a way to blank that screen out and just have those screens show?
I thought there was, but apparently there's not. Let me preview the.
Would like to see those photographs, maybe?
Yeah, I'm good. I like.
Yes, my problem is we're very cautious about showing their faces. There's no problem with showing their injuries. Doesn't seem to be consistent.
I
Well-
think it would be consistent with crime scene photos, but I don't know. I don't think the news would want to show them because they are very gruesome.
All right. Yeah, I don't know that they were discussed directly on point at our Friday motions. Having viewed the photographs, I would agree that they are not likely something that the news would publish or broadcast. I don't see any benefit to the general public via the media seeing these photographs. So I'll go ahead and direct the media not to record or transmit the photographs, as at least a couple of them are very always worth gruesome.
Well, if you think they're too gruesome, should they be admitted? Period. Like if it's too gruesome for the public, are they necessary for the jury?
Otherwise, we're ready for the jury if they're ready.
Yes, sir.
So while we're waiting for the jury to come,
Yes.
oh, I didn't know if someone was about to ask a question. Something come in. The virtual juror says curious pros and cons on the defense attorney just indicating that they've got no questions of the witness or saying something along the lines of, I'm sorry for what you've been through. I don't have any questions for you.
Make some sort of cautionary statement to the jury right before you publish them.
Oh, so the judge has rethought. He's like, well, while I'm saying they're gruesome, maybe I should warn the jury before I show it to them or, say something. So anyway, technically the I'm sorry for what you've been through comment before saying no questions is improper, but obviously we've seen lawyers do it. It's one of those things that kind of sneaks by that no one wants to no one's going to comment, at the time because the prosecution doesn't want to seem petty. They just kind of let it slide. So I don't know, babe. I guess maybe here or there throwing it in, but not every single witness throwing it in. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to escape it entirely, obviously, but it's always that thing. Like, how much is too much?
No, we're now commenting on the virtual juror's question.
Oh.
So I just went through it, whether the defense should just indicate they've got no questions or say something like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I was saying that technically that's improper. I also think it would fall on deaf ears if you did it like every single time.
Yeah, it would seem performative. It would seem
Right.
disingenuous. Yeah, I agree.
But maybe throwing it in with the witness here or there. But then it's
Well,
like,
I
why'd
think
you
if
say it for
there's-
that guy?
I don't think I agree. You can't just stand up with no real questions and just say that. But I
Right.
mean,
Technically.
obviously, if you have questions, you should ask.
Yes, you can
them.
start with that. Right.
Right. But for that being the express purpose of why you stood up, I don't know.
But like we've seen people do that, and I said it's kind of the thing you could get away with, even though technically improper. But
You mean where they just stand up and
I don't know. Have we seen it?
I don't know, like just where they're just saying that, like I'm
Right, not
sorry
asking any
for everything
questions.
you experienced.
Right.
I don't know, maybe. All right, what's taking so long here?
Bloop 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 bloop.
Just trying to save what little blooping we had left.
What? They're rising for the jury?
There, yeah. The jury was out.
I got my coffee. I mean, what's the point in saving a bloop or two? Just use it. I'm an impatient girl.
You sure are.
Very, very impatient girl.
Say it called Sydney Garner.
You know, some of what they're putting these kids, re-victimizing these kids, it's a little much, you know?
Yeah.
It's just some of their questions. It's like, come on. They don't care.
Oh, I'm surprised Sydney's a guy. I always
All right,
kind of,
Mr. Garner, can you go ahead and raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you introduce yourself to the jury and go ahead and spell your first and last name as well?
Sidney Garner, SIDNEY, GARNER.
Well, the interweb says Sydney is traditionally masculine, unisex name of Anglo-Saxon and French origin, meaning wide island or wide meadow. While historically more common for boys peaking in the early 20th century, it remains a classic choice for males, often used with the nickname Sid.
All right, so tell us what you do.
I'm a registered nurse at Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Gainesville in the emergency department.
And how long have you worked in Gainesville?
I've been in Gainesville for 10 years.
And have you worked anywhere else as a nurse?
Not as a nurse, I was a paramedic for 10 years prior for Gwinnett County Fire.
Can you tell us about your education that, I guess, allowed you to be a nurse?
I received my undergrad at the Alabama. That was my BSN. Then I got a master's at the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
And they still let you work in Georgia?
Yes.
All right. So you said that you were fireman and EMT prior to becoming a nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
In that profession, did you have the occasion to come across emergencies, gunshot wounds, that sort of thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. About how many of those types of incidents where there was a crime committed or someone had been shot did you come across?
Countless. I couldn't put a number on it. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you work at Northeast Georgia in Gainesville, and you indicated that you are an emergency room nurse. Can you tell us what that means? Like, what do you do?
I'm currently an assistant nurse manager. I've got 30 employees under me in the department. I'm also
quarterback.
One of 18 shock trauma nurses in the department that has specialized in trauma and shock patients.
And tell me how that differs from being a regular ER nurse when you're dealing with shock trauma patients.
Specialty training, extra meetings every month as well.
Okay. And is there a shock trauma nurse on every shift?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to the afternoon of September 4th of 2024. Were you working on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And what shift were you working?
I work 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.
And what was your role on that shift?
My role on that shift was team lead that day. I was over what we call the A area or our trauma area in the department.
And as team lead, what is your job?
My job was to oversee the nurses, 4 nurses in that zone, to oversee 10 patients in that area as well.
So was there a separate shock trauma nurse on duty?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you participate in the care of Natalie Griffith that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you end up participating in her care?
I was the lead charter in the room when she arrived.
Okay. And did you sort of take over the role of shock trauma nurse as well?
Yes, ma'am. The shock trauma nurse that day was a newer nurse. And the charge nurse had asked me to take on that position.
due to the news of a potential shooting in the area.
And was that kind of based on your previous experience as a EMT and firefighter that you
Yes,
can handle
ma'am.
this type of situation?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about Natalie's demeanor that day?
I remember her when she came in, she was calm, especially for a 15-year-old.
And was she asking for anyone or doing anything?
She asked for her mother multiple times.
At this time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 70.
Isn't that the universal language for pause?
Medical records.
What?
We're introducing them under the business records.
I wasn't on the screen. Every time I get off the screen, you want me to pause it?
Oh, no, it's all right.
Literally, I was off the screen for 3 seconds, and I was trying to do something else. What's up?
I'm like, what's with this guy? He doesn't know what pause means. Well, now, I just wanted, because you put Cody's comment up, so I just wanted to comment on this. To me, and I don't think you can really worry, unfortunately, about one trial being detrimental to as far as poisoning the jury pool of the next trial. But I just like to say, as far as like, if I'm defending the son, I'm so glad to have them make this case against the father first of how much it's the parents' fault. The parents failed the child. The parents failed their child. The parents failed all these children, and everything that leans towards he needed help. He asked for help. He cried for help. So to me, I'm like, go ahead, try daddy first,
Yeah. And the reality, like I had put a comment up in response to that. We don't know what defense they're employing. I'm assuming it's going to be some kind of mental defect defense. That seems to be, because there's no issue of fact as to Colt was the shooter.
Right.
Like that's not at issue.
Right.
They know he was the shooter. He was.
But hearing voices that he says he can't control and has to listen to.
The point being, if the issue isn't whether or not he's the shooter, which it's not, and it is a mental defect, I don't think that this hurts them at all in terms of finding a jury. And like you said, babe, this is super helpful. It's like if they find this guy guilty and all this evidence comes out, just that they were not doing what they needed to be doing to help this kid despite all the outcries, then, that I would think that can't help but help the kid. But
Right.
I mean, he's being tried as an adult either way. I mean, he's,
And I think like obviously Cody's point is just like all this emotional, evidence, all this,
you're never in
Right.
these cases, you're never escaping the horror of the
Right.
underlying crimes. It's just, it is what it is. Like you're
Right.
gonna have to, you don't get to shield the jurors from the horrors of what was alleged to have been done by the defendant. I mean, it's always that question of when does it become more prejudicial than probative, and it's just, it's hard to know.
And I mean, not only that, you hear of some jurors who have to sit through like, like the the Idaho 4 for one,
Yeah.
like the treatment they need, like the horrors that some jurors have to see on some of these trials. It's too much. It's
Yeah,
too
it's
much.
a lot. It's a
And
lot.
it's not necessary. They understand without having to see such gruesome pictures that they need therapy.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to, establish proof of death, which you have to do, and then there's overkill, for lack of a better term, in terms of what you're providing the jurors. Now, in this case in particular, because there are so many counts as to different individuals, they have to prove it up as to each and every count for each and every individual. So that's why we're kind of hearing the parade of kids up there. And they're discussing obviously kids that were injured, that survived, and they're obviously talking about the 2 kids that lost their lives as to the cruelty to children aspect of it. I mean, that's.
And I know, I think you put up the statute, but it seems like they're using the psychological cruelty as part of that,
All of it,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you not?
Well, I depended, I guess, on how the statute was worded, but it seems like that falls in line.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess that begs the question: are they eventually going to put like a psychologist slash psychiatrist up there to kind of talk about the, how the trauma of that particular event would have lasting impact on the kids, and
And you heard it like from the last witness, and I'm sure some of the others. She's in therapy. When a door opens, she doesn't think, oh, somebody just came back from the bathroom. She gets scared and has anxiety about it. That, what's about to happen to me. So they're getting some of that in there as well. But yeah, I would expect that they might also
Polly
call.
Pockets, Colin needed to be tried first. I did a deep dive last night and watched Apalachee school shooting by Profiling Evil, and was super curious to know why the police failed to confiscate Colt's computer. That's weird. That is definitely weird. Are you sure
What?
that
They forgot to get his computer? How so?
that's
Oops. That's a pretty big oops.
huge? I mean, in terms of state of mind, like where that kid's head was at.
But, they may be choosing to do the dad first because maybe they're going to take into account some of the mitigating evidence on the son and offer him like a deal that doesn't require, that could, because it is, I do think it is a little bit strange to do dad before son in this scenario.
Yeah.
Unless they are doing what they should do, as hard as it is, because we have to, even when it's hard, think about how the kid ended up that way. He's hearing freaking voices. I mean, accountability is one thing, but, severe mental health illness on someone whose brain is still developing, who doesn't have any support. I mean, that shit needs to be taken into consideration. I'm fucking sorry, but it does.
It does,
So
100%. I mean, you have to separate the horrors of the crime itself from what led that child to that moment in time. Like, you can't pretend like that doesn't exist in the world, because it does. And like you said, it to me, it massively mitigates it. Like, I mean, how are you to blame a child? And again, it's like this draconian law that they have in Georgia that I was talking about, that 7 deadly sins thing, where there's no discretion as to whether to try him as a minor or an adult. And you were talking about a 14-year-old kid, at the time, who's
It's so
just
insane.
not mentally even close to being fully developed at all. Like, I mean, he's just not. That's science. That's not an
Right.
opinion. And yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe that's exactly why they did. Because I mean, it was their election to choose whichever one they wanted to go for. So there was nothing prohibiting them. Because a lot of people had asked the question yesterday, look, how are they trying the dad before they've even tried the son and proven that he was the killer? And that's because he wasn't an active participant. I went
And
through like
if
how they were able to do it.
But
It's
if
a
they
different
both
theory.
demanded their right to a speedy trial, you'd need 2 courtrooms having a trial. One doesn't stall the other's right to a speedy trial, because it's,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, this, just letting people know that it's not like if you have 2 charges against you, they can elect, and that stops the clock on the other charge. But this does not stop the clock on son's charge. So, defense counsel, I'm sure they have no bones about this happening first, and I don't know enough to know, did dad demand a speedy trial? That would be unlikely since he's out on bail, like
I don't
that's
know if he posted. I know they set 500,000. I
oh,
think some people in the comments were saying, I don't know that he ever was able to raise it. And I don't know if they have bail bondsmen there, or if he
oh,
had the
oh.
collateral to put up for a bail bondsman.
Well, have we seen in the morning how he gets into his chair, or that's always starting with him in the chair?
He's typically in the courtroom in the 2 days I've seen it.
Okay. So, like you were starting to say, Bob, we're hoping, go on about that, might be evidence of the state. You were starting to go on that, and then
Wait, I don't remember what you're
oh,
talking.
we were just talking about how maybe it's indicative that the state intends, because you were like, there's nothing that prevented them from doing the son first.
Oh, yeah, but that it's indicative of the fact that they are going to take into consideration, the mental, I guess, aptitude of the child. I mean, it's like it's such a weird dichotomy because they're trying him like an adult for them to be able to go back and talk about the fact that he's a child. It's just weird. Like I don't know how that plays out when they're trying somebody as an adult. And your entire defense is twofold. One, you have the undeveloped mind, and two, you have the diseased mind.
I think the undeveloped would only go literally to mitigation and sentencing, not to the offense, but where the other, like you just said, would go to guilt or innocence. But yeah, I think, and maybe this is just me being the ridiculous optimist that somehow I can still find, that they're going to cut the kid a break, and this is to, quench the public's quest for blood,
Yeah.
and they want someone held accountable, and it might make the pill easier to swallow that this kid's not going to spend the rest of his life in prison if they convict the father first and get all this evidence out in the public first, because under the federal constitution, no matter what the state wants to do, try him as adult, they cannot give him a life sentence without the possibility of parole. It is illegal. It is unconstitutional. It is cruel and unusual punishment for all the things Bob just said. The mind is still developing. They're not a fully developed human being yet. So only recently, I say recently, forgetting how damn old I am. I want to say 10 years, but it's probably way longer than that. Did the Supreme Court say no? If they're committed the crime and they're under 17, they cannot get life without the possibility of parole. They have to have the possibility of parole. Whether they get paroled, who knows, but at least there's that option for parole. So even though he's tried as an adult, he cannot be given a
life sentence without
Right.
the possibility. Oh yeah, I mean, the problem is that our country still is not prepared, and I'm talking about the fine citizens of our country, to really embrace the concept of mental illness in terms of culpability for crimes. Like people can't get over it. Like people look at the horrors of the crimes itself, and they're like, oh well, the kid packed a gun, he hid the gun, he put the hat on top. It's like the planning part of it makes it really difficult for people to get to that place where like this kid didn't know what he was doing. You know what I mean? Or it's so hard. It's so hard, because it's like, I really believe that, the compulsion insanity defense needs to be employed everywhere, because I think it's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah, but think about it, babe. The reason I think they got rid of that is for the serial killers of the world.
yeah,
Because I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, I guess you could make put them all in a highest security mental health, just for the criminally insane type of thing, where basically they're in prison anyway, but have a twofold process. But I think that's why I hear you. It is hard to reconcile, but then you could also have that about a pedophile.
yeah. Isn't there the possibility there's something to be learned from these people?
Not a
If,
pedophile.
well, I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
maybe.
I mean, yeah, there is, but they haven't been able to figure it out and
Right.
solve it.
Well, they haven't been
So
able to figure it out with serial killers either. I mean,
yeah, but you would think the other thing, I don't know.
I don't know enough about how the brain works to be able to answer those questions, and that's my point.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, if doctors, because we know so little about how the human mind, the brain works, like truly, that there's anything to gain other than like trying to figure it out through words, and you get the thing where a lot of these serial killers just are not honest. It's like you get, for every Ed Kemper, you have 100 Gacy's who just, to the point the guy got fried, or, put to sleep permanently, he never admitted to doing it. Like, he was still denying that he did shit. So you never had the opportunity to really be able to probe him, where he was going to be honest about everything, like from like everything that went through his mind, what he can remember in terms of trying to cull some information to what turns these people. Is it nature versus nurture? Is it both? Is it, I mean, all those things that you wonder, like, what makes somebody so broken to where they just don't operate the way that normal people do? I mean, all of us have dark thoughts. It's a whole different thing to become somebody who is repeatedly killing people, for whatever reason. If it's the thrill kill aspect of it, if it's a power thing, whatever the case may be, it's that they're missing that one thing that stops the rest of us from doing the unthinkable, even if we're pushed to the point where, we feel like it might be necessary. I mean, so, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'd have a really hard time taking a human life, even in a situation where it's warranted. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Come
All
on, my
right.
kids, I'll shoot you 15 times.
Right. I mean, that's what I think I'd do.
Was that how many Aaron Spencer shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Making sure I was right.
Like, that's a situation where I like to think that I'd respond in that way, because I think it's the appropriate response in that situation, where I feel that my kid's life is hanging in the balance, and I'm going to do everything that I need to do. And I'd like to think that I wouldn't even think twice about it. It'd just be like natural instinct taking over, and I just, do what I had to do. But all right, let's keep rolling.
I'm just going to hand these to you in case you need them when you're answering questions.
%100.
Can you tell us what
Talk about that
time
all the
Natalie
time,
arrived
secret.
at the hospital?
Natalie arrived, was registered in the emergency department at 12:01
And how was she transported there?
by ambulance.
Did you participate in assessing her when she arrived at the emergency room?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old was she?
Natalie was 15.
Can you describe what her injuries were?
Yes, ma'am. Natalie had appeared to what be a graze wound across the top of her left breast, a penetrating wound to the upper left arm on the medial and lateral side, also a large wound to the left wrist.
And when you say graze wound, can you tell us what you mean by that?
It appeared something had cut through the tissue of the top of the left chest. It did not penetrate in, but it was kind of filleted open.
And can you tell us what you mean by penetrating wound?
What we assumed to be a GSW at the time, a gunshot wound.
And I think you indicated that there was a lateral and then.
Yes, ma'am. There was a wound to the medial side of the arm and the opposite side of the arm.
And in terms
potentially a entrance and exit wound.
Okay, so an entrance and exit wound of a gunshot.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also indicated there was another wound on her wrist.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the cause of that wound?
Most likely a GSW.
And again, GSW is shorthand for gunshot wound?
Gunshot wound, yes, ma'am.
Is that a term that y'all use?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your training and experience, both as a shock trauma nurse as well as a fire and EMT, are those types of injuries painful?
They are very painful, yes, ma'am.
And based on the location of the gunshot, was it possible that Natalie could have lost the use of her arm?
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
How's
During the course of her treatment, were photographs taken of her injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those taken at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they also made part of the medical record?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, this time I am going to show pictures and display them to the jury. Some of the pictures are graphic, so I wanted to put a notice on the record for the audience as well as the jurors that there will be a few graphic pictures being shown.
Thank you.
And we're going to bring these pictures up. They are just part of State's Exhibit 79. So I'm just going to ask you as I bring them up, this is on page 15 of the medical records, if you could describe what that injury shows.
I believe this is the posterior side of the arm, or what I was calling the lateral side, the back side of the left arm, a potentially exit or entrance wound from a GSW or a gunshot wound.
And we'll move to the next page, which is page 16 of State's Exhibit 79. And can you tell us what that shows?
Yes, ma'am. This is the larger wound that you see towards the middle is what I told you was like the graze wound, where it was kind of laid open. And then that is another penetrating wound just above the orange tourniquet on the arm that could have been an exit or entrance.
And I assume there was no bullet or bullet fragments found in her arm, suggesting that it exited. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, we'll move to page 17. All right, can you tell us what that shows?
This is the left anterior wrist.
All right, and again, that is an apparent gunshot wound?
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll move this to page 18.
It's a different angle of the same wound.
Okay, thank you. And there's one more on page 19.
And same wound, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. As far as the injury to the wrist, was it also possible that she would have lost the use of her wrist based on that injury?
Yes, ma'am.
While Natalie was at the hospital, what treatment did she undergo?
She received IV antibiotic therapy. She went to the OR for repair of that right wrist. I washed out of the left wrist, I'm sorry. I washed out of the left arm as well. And then after the OR on the floor, when she was admitted, she did receive screening for PTSD.
And can you just tell us what you mean by washout of the arm?
To clean out any debris that might be left in the arm to prevent infection.
Does that aid in the healing of the injury?
Yes, ma'am.
You also indicated that she was screened for PTSD.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the result of that screening?
The result was positive.
And that means that she had screened that she did have PTSD.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us when she was discharged from the hospital? I believe it's on page 1.
Is it on page 1?
Under discharge information.
She was discharged September 25th at 12:39 in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
When was the shooting? Is it a month later?
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
What time was the shooting? What date was the shooting?
State calls me.
State calls Jackson Beaver and just is a juvenile.
All right, this is in the media, we have the juveniles that time, so it's any instructions regarding the film.
Thank you, Cigarette Hush, and all of you.
What this is based.
So 20 days in the hospital. Wow.
All right, Jackson, I'm going to go ahead and have you raise your right hand. Perfect. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. And I'm going to start by having you say your name, and if you'll spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Jackson Thomas Beaver.
Okay.
It's spelled Jaxson.
And how do you spell Beaver?
Beaver.
Thank you. And Jackson, how old are you?
I am 16, about to turn 17.
Okay. So you're about to turn 17. When's your birthday?
June 12th, 2009.
All right. And Jackson, did you used to go to Apalachee High School?
No. I mean, I was new to the school.
You
Whatever
were new to the
happened,
school? Okay. So did you go to Apalachee for a short period of time?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that your freshman year of school?
Yeah, it was.
And was that last school year, so 2024 into 2025, that it would have been that year?
Mhm.
Okay. So let's talk about September of 2024. Were you going to Apalachee then?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd they put his date of birth in?
Do you remember who you had for second period?
I had Miss Ryan.
And what I'm going to do is we're going to pull up your class's seating chart on that screen in front of you. And we're going to have where we believe your desk was circled. Uh-oh. Hold on. Do you remember where you were sitting that day?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you check out that seating chart and you see where your name is circled? Is that accurate to where you were sitting?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. And Jackson, on that day, did something bad happen when you were in Miss Ryan's class?
Other than the obvious, nothing.
Okay. And when you say the obvious, why don't you tell me when you noticed that something was wrong?
Whenever I came to school, I noticed that the Wi-Fi wasn't working
Okay.
and everything was feeling just a bit off
Okay.
to me.
So you're kind of having an off day going into it?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you get to second period and you're in Miss Ryan's class. And what happened then?
Me and this other kid, we were both reviewing our work, and then the kid came through the door and just started doing everything.
Okay. And Jackson, when you say doing everything, what do you mean?
He started shooting.
Okay. What do you remember noticing when that started?
I remember just chaos happening, people throwing chairs, screaming, people on the floor.
Okay. Do you remember what you did?
I was also on the floor. I was trying to figure out what happened.
And if you had to guess in your mind, how long did that shooting go on for?
Felt like hours.
Yeah. And do you remember at some point that it stopped?
I only felt like it stopped whenever everyone was calmed.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
Everyone was checking up on everyone, seeing who got hurt.
Do you remember anything about anyone specific that was in your class?
No, not really.
Okay. And at some point, did you realize that you yourself was hurt?
I noticed whenever I was hurt, if I looked down and I saw a hole in my shorts and noticed I was bleeding. That's when I knew I was hurt.
Okay.
But I didn't focus that much on it.
Gotcha. And how long did it feel like y'all were in the room until law enforcement came?
Maybe half an hour.
Okay. So did it feel like kind of a long time
Yeah.
that you were waiting? Okay. And once law enforcement came, what do you remember doing?
I remember they told us to put our hands up, and we all did. And they just escorted us outside the class to Hammond Morris's Hill.
Okay. And do you remember when they told y'all to put your hands up when you were walking out? Was there anything that was difficult about that for you?
I was busy trying to see how much I was bleeding.
Mhm.
So it was kind of hard for me to put both my hands up, but I just decided to put both my hands up anyways.
Okay. So you were trying to grab your leg at the same time? Okay. And while you were in the room, were you able to contact your family or anything like that?
No, I was unable to contact my family
Okay.
in any way possible.
And how were you feeling at that point?
Kind of scared, thinking he was going to come back into the room.
Okay. And once y'all got out to the football field, was somebody able to look at your leg?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Everyone was kind of just hugging each other, trying to not understand what was happening.
Gotcha. And then before you left that day, were you able to get bandaged up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who eventually came for you to meet you at the school?
My mom
Okay.
and my sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me, after this shooting happened, was your school closed for a little while?
Yes, it was.
And once it reopened, did you try to go back to school?
Yeah, I tried for maybe 3 months.
Okay. And you say you tried. Tell me what that looked like.
Every time I went back to the school, I would feel like something bad was going to happen again, and I couldn't wait. And I had to go home, like right
Okay.
after.
All right. So whenever you were going to school, did you usually make it through the day or not make it through the day?
I couldn't make it through the day without worrying about what would happen.
Okay. And so what did you end up doing? Do you still go to Apalachee now?
We eventually just gave up on going to school, and we were trying to get us back to school. We were trying to get me back to school.
Okay. And when you were at school at Apalachee, I know you said you were new to the school since you were a freshman. Had you started with any extracurricular activities?
I was in marching band, and I was gonna probably sign up for boxing.
Okay. And did you enjoy marching band when you were in it?
Yeah, I loved marching band. It was really fun.
Okay. So you said that you weren't able to stay in school because you couldn't get through the day. Did that affect your ability to be in the marching band at school?
Yeah, it really did.
Okay.
Because it was also involved with the school.
All right. So are you able to do that now that you're not able to go to regular school?
No.
Okay. Is that something that you miss?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in your day-to-day life, does what happened to you still affect you, like mentally or emotionally?
Sometimes I just forget it happens, but whenever I do, it kind of messes me up a lot. Yeah.
And when you say messes you up, what do you mean?
Kind of just like lay in my bed and just let the day go by.
Okay. All right, Jackson, I don't have any other questions for you. They may have a question for you.
No question, Jenny.
You're good to go. Thank you, Jackson.
State calls next, please.
The state calls Ronaldo Vega, and Judge, he is also a juvenile.
All right. You have the same juvenile instructions here.
All right, I'm going to start by having you raise your right hand. Put your hand up. Perfect. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. And will you introduce yourself? And by that, I mean, just tell us your name. And if you want to spell your first and last name for us, and you can go ahead and put your hand down.
My name is Ronaldo. It's spelled Ronaldo.
Okay. And what's your last name?
Vega.
And how do you spell that?
Vega.
Thanks. And Ronaldo, what school do you go to?
I go to Apalachee.
Okay. And how old are you?
16.
So what grade are you in right now?
Sophomore.
You're a sophomore. And so were you also at Apalachee during the 2024 to 2025 school year?
Yes.
Would that make you a freshman last year?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you at school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
Who did you have for second period?
Miss Ryan.
Okay. And we are going to pull up your class's seating chart, and we should have circled where we believe that you would have been seated that day. Can you tell us if that's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ronaldo, is that in the bottom left corner? Is that where the front door of the classroom was?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you were in Miss Ryan's class that day, tell me when you first realized that something was wrong.
After kicked the door.
Okay. And so you said he kicked the door. How did you know somebody had kicked the door?
The door had slammed on like a table that wasn't there.
Okay.
Like where we write our passes and everything. And that's how we all had like turned around.
Okay. So did you hear something before you saw anything?
Yeah.
And once you turned around, what do you remember seeing?
I see Cole with the gun and he had gloves on that were yellow.
Okay.
With a scope on it.
Okay. And what did he do?
He had like shot, I don't know how much time, but he had like shot.
Was it a lot of times?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do when that happened?
I went down to duck and I had saw Christian like just sit there, and then afterwards I had seen him behind the door, like covering himself.
Okay. And that's Christian?
Christian is like right in front.
Okay. What happened at that point?
He had like went on the ground and covered, like, I don't know how to show you, but he was like grabbing his legs and standing behind the door.
Okay. And when the shooting stopped, what do you remember?
When he had stopped, I had like gotten up from my desk and there was like blood everywhere, and I almost slipped to go close the door.
Okay. And did you do anything else once you went over towards the door?
I had threw desks that were near the door, and then I went back to the teacher's, Miss Ryan's desk.
Okay. And we'll later on be showing the video of this, but you said you threw some desks. Did you throw a good bit of furniture in front of that door?
Yeah, I'll say like the whole front row, like right here.
Mm-hmm.
Hero child.
And then once you threw that barricade up, where did you say you went?
I went behind Miss Ryan's desk.
Okay. And is that kind of in the back of the classroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who you saw after that?
I had seen Candace behind the desk too, and I had seen Taylor on the ground. That's pretty much.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point?
At this point, shocked.
Yeah. Were you able to call anyone?
Yeah, I was able to, because they had taken her phones at the start of it, and she had put them in a cart, and that's where the cart was, next to her desk. And so I asked a friend to give me the phone, and I had called my parents.
Okay. Were you able to speak with them?
Yes.
Okay.
So I wonder if that protocol is.
What
so
do you
that-
remember
Talk
as
about it
far
afterwards.
as when law enforcement came?
A girl was screaming that he was dead, and not saying who it was, but just screaming someone was dead. And that's pretty much.
Okay. Did you know who she was talking about?
No.
Okay. Did law enforcement take y'all out of the room?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you realize who had been killed?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all have to walk by Christian to get out of the room?
Yes.
Okay. Where did y'all go once they took you out of the room?
We had went on the hill for Human Marchers, and then they had told us to go to the football field.
Okay. Once you got to the football field, were you able to meet up with your family? Okay. What happened when you were at the football field?
I had told the officers that I had been like hit by fragments.
Okay. So tell me, Ronaldo, when did you realize, you kind of told us you went in, you barricaded the door, you went to the back. When did you realize that you were actually hit?
When I went in the back.
Okay.
That's where like.
Oh, maybe before the start of class.
entrance.
Okay.
Okay.
There's like blood around
And where on your body was it?
on my thigh.
Okay. And before that point, did you even realize that you were injured?
No.
Okay. So when you went out on the football field, was somebody able to give you some medical attention?
Yes.
Okay. So what did they do?
Yeah, told me just sit down and relax, and gave me like a nutrition bar to like stay
Gotcha.
healthy. You know?
Okay. And how many injuries did you have on your leg? Do you know?
It was 2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that painful?
It was like a sting, like if a bee was stinging me.
Okay.
I just stand there.
Gotcha. And did that take a little while to heal?
It took around like three weeks on me.
About 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. So other than physically, tell me about how this has impacted you mentally and emotionally.
I had gotten more aggressive.
Okay.
I would like ignore things, and I wouldn't like hug my mom.
You wouldn't hug your mom? Why not? Just couldn't? Okay. And I
Wow,
can tell you're
that's-
feeling a little emotional. Has that been hard
Oh.
for you?
And I wish Bob could pause it because that
And
is an
has that been
interesting
kind of
psychological side
changes that
effect.
you've been struggling with ever since then?
I've been having dreams.
Okay. And did those dreams start after the shooting happened? Okay. And have you received counseling for what you went through?
Yes.
Okay. And does this continue to be hard for you emotionally?
A little.
A little. Okay. And Ronaldo, I don't have any other questions for you, but the defense may have a question or two for you.
So, you know, what he's describing, you know, about how he like couldn't hug his mom, that's like like literally you see somebody putting up a wall, a psychological wall. That's the equivalent of like an adult who just doesn't deal with their feelings. It's like I can't hug my mom because then I have to come and get in touch with my emotions. It's like, oh, so sad. And that's like his archetype is like the protector, you know, like the fact that he's like putting up the barriers, trying to keep everybody safe. And then that's like, I guess, you know, the personality trait who also can't confront, like it's very hard for him to deal with his emotions. Hugging his mom was too much because then he's got to be in touch. He's got to feel. And it's easier for him, or at least he thinks, or that's the way he was, you know, kind of set up, you know, emotionally as a person at that point in his life, to just put up a wall. And hopefully the therapy that he has gotten has helped him a lot. But oh, that's just
Brutal.
yeah.
All right, let's keep rolling. Sorry, I was on a call.
I mean, that's just my like idea of why it's like that. He's like that. I mean, I could be like completely into some psychologist would be like, oh no. That's not why he was. That wasn't what that means. You know. I saw a comment by David Gray, although he's talking about a different situation. Could it have been a subliminal, like a subconscious? My mom didn't protect me from this. And maybe that's what some psychologists would say, but that's what I took from it anyway. I'm sorry you went through that, David.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay. And can you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Howard Carter. I am a registered nurse at Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Barrow County.
What was his first name?
How long have you been
I missed
a
it.
registered
Sorry.
nurse?
About 7 years.
Just say registered nurse.
Have you spent that entire 7 years in the Barrow County Hospital?
No, ma'am. I was with Piedmont Walton first.
Okay. What educational background do you have that qualifies you for your position as a nurse?
There was 2 years of prerequisite courses at Gwinnett Tech, and then there was my RN training at Athens Technical College.
And at Northeast Georgia Barrow, what kind of nurse are you?
I am a registered nurse in the emergency department.
And tell us what you do as a registered nurse in the emergency department.
We are the first line of when you come to the hospital. We triage and we determine, as a nurse there, we treat and either send you to transfer or send you into our hospital or send you home.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to the morning of September 4th of 2024. Were you on duty that day?
I was.
Okay. And were you made aware that there was a shooting at Apalachee High School?
We were.
When y'all were made aware of that, did y'all prepare for potentially getting patients?
We did, yes.
Okay. And how did y'all prepare for that?
Without knowing what type of patients we would be getting, we prepared our 2 larger rooms just in case there was serious trauma that came through the door.
And did you specifically have 2 patients that you worked on that came from Apalachee High School?
Correct.
And what were their names?
One is, I'm going to say Ronaldo Vega, and Jackson, I can't remember his last name.
Does Jackson Beaver sound familiar?
Beaver, correct.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of working with the 2 of them?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can tell us, was there anything that stood out to you about either of their demeanors?
I think Mr. Vega may have been crying. Mr. Jackson, nothing really. or Mr. Beaver, sorry.
Yes. And as far as your role in their treatment, you mentioned that ER nurses triage. Is that what you did with Mr. Beaver and Mr. Vega?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you also, were you their, I guess, main treatment provider that day?
Yes.
I'm going to start with Ronaldo Vega. And I'm going to introduce him to evidence case exhibit 98, which is the medical records for Mr. Vega under the business record exception.
You said 98?
98, Your Honor.
Any objections?
Just as to it going out to the jury.
All right. On states 98 submitted.
And I'm going to show you these just in case you need them
Thank you so much.
for your answering of the questions. All right. So when Mr. Vega arrived, do you know how he arrived to your hospital?
Via EMS.
And around what time did he get there?
Mr. Vega, I want to say it was 12:52. To be exact. Or 11:52, I'm sorry.
And when he arrived and you assessed him, what did you observe about his visible injuries?
And I'm going to get this exactly. He had what we would consider just lesions or abrasions in his left and upper lower extremity, and including his left shoulder. That's what we observed initially. Make sure I didn't miss anything. And most of those fragments were at the surface of the skin.
Okay. And you said you observed abrasions or lesions. What was the cause of those abrasions or lesions?
There seemed to be, in some cases, metal in them. And what we couldn't guarantee a cause. We don't know exactly, but we just knew that they probably entered the skin with force because they were up underneath the skin.
And you said metal was inside the skin. Were those consistent with bullet fragments?
It could be, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how old was Mr. Vega at the time of his treatment?
I think Mr. Vega was 14 at the time of his treatment.
Okay. Those types of injuries where there is metal that has entered your skin, obviously with force, as you indicated, would those injuries be painful?
Yes.
What treatment did you provide to Mr. Vega?
We did give him 600 milligrams of ibuprofen, and he also had a tetanus shot.
Is that based on the fact that there was metal inside his body?
Yes, ma'am. Any injury that causes, injuries to the body, yes, ma'am.
And were you able to remove the metal fragments from his body?
We were not, as per the provider, the metal would have to, because it would have been tissue disruption from what, as per the provider, it would grow out of his skin. The skin would push it out over time.
So essentially causing, or I guess trying to take the metal fragments out would cause more damage.
Yes.
And y'all chose to kind of let them work themselves out
Yes,
on their
ma'am.
own. Okay. Now, at this time, I'm going to move to Jackson Beaver. I'm going to introduce him to evidence case exhibit 99, which are the medical records for Mr. Beaver under the business records exception as well.
Any objections?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, 99 submitted.
And was Mr. Vega able to leave that day from the hospital?
Yes.
Did y'all, before we get to Mr. Beaver, before Mr. Vega left, did y'all kind of assess his emotional needs and provide resources if needed for that as well?
If I remember correctly, and looking through actually more than what you guys have here, I think we let him speak to behavioral health.
Okay. And is that something that you do when someone has been through a traumatic experience?
Yes.
Now moving to Mr. Beaver, did you have the same role in his treatment that you had in Mr. Vega's treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately what time did Mr. Beaver arrive at the hospital?
It looks as if that is going to be looks like 14 or sorry, military time. 2:49 p.m.
Okay. And again, was he transported also by ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you assessed him, how old was he?
15, I believe it is.
And what did you observe about his physical injuries?
Looks like he had, and I'm reading from this, along the lower aspect of the extremity. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing.
That's okay.
I'm going to tell you exactly. Oh, there we go. Kind of a, not really a laceration, but an abrasion in the right lower extremity, and says a wound to the lateral posterior right thigh that was bandaged. So yeah.
Okay. And when you say it wasn't really, it was an abrasion versus a laceration, kind of tell us what the difference is.
Lacerations, depending on the depth, are in some cases something that can be sutured. A lot of times we don't use laceration when it's something that's not very deep.
And as far as his injuries, did he have metal fragments as well in his body?
Let's see. Yes.
And what treatment did you provide to Mr. Beaver?
His treatment was we bandaged the area where he had the abrasion. That was the first thing we did, and I just want to make sure. He was also x-rayed to make sure there weren't any
Like fractures?
Right. Because of
Did you also irrigate his wounds?
we did, and he was also given a 600 milligram ibuprofen.
And what is the purpose of irrigating wounds?
Any kind of wound that you have, irrigating just gives a less chance for infection.
And did the metal fragments also remain in his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that a similar reason because you did not want to disrupt the tissue anymore?
Correct.
Okay. And was he able to leave the hospital that day?
Yes, he was.
And was he similarly given the ability to talk to someone from behavioral health because he had been through that traumatic experience?
Yes, ma'am. When I looked at the records, it looks as if he also spoke to behavioral health, and they gave him information on outpatient care if necessary.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
No questions, John. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hey, there he is, just in time for a bloop.
Yeah, I can bloop, but you got to take over. I got to do my weekly thing with Brewski.
Spelled J-A.
The whole truth.
All right, well, just pause it.
Swear affirm any-
All right, so I can get to the same spot.
Okay.
Wait, what just happened here? Okay. All right. See ya.
Oh, I love you. See you in a minute. It's probably 11:52. I don't know what time they took lunch, but maybe.
Good. Have you raised your right hand? Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right. And if I can start by just having you introduce yourself, and if you'll spell your name for the court reporter.
Okay. I am Jarrell Mann. I'm currently a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. My first name is spelled Jarriel. Last name is Mann.
All right. And tell us about what region you work in and what your role is there.
I'm currently assigned to Region 10, where that is the Atlanta office. We do a lot of OISs and also fraud investigations and stuff like that.
Is OIS officer involved shooting?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So y'all say busy in the Atlanta office of the GBI, I'm sure.
It was shockingly scary.
And even though you generally work out of Atlanta, did you provide assistance in the Apalachee High School shooting investigation on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, I did.
All right. Where did you first respond in assisting in this investigation?
Of course, it came out as an active shooter, so we responded to Apalachee High School.
Okay.
And then from there, we were divvied in to do investigative facts.
Gotcha. And so from the school, where were you sent to go do follow-up investigation?
I was sent to the hospital to conduct interviews and speak to victims and, collect any evidence and also check up status of possible victims at the hospital.
Okay. And was that the Northeast Georgia Medical Center here in Barrow County that you went to?
Yes, that was.
Okay. And while you were there, did you specifically speak with Ronaldo Vega?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about what his demeanor was like when you met with him.
Well, when I spoke with Ronaldo Vega, of course, his guardians were there. He seemed kind of distant and seemed like he was in shock.
Okay.
So I had to give him kind of a moment to kind of brace himself before I had spoke with him.
Gotcha. So he was a little held back when he was talking to you
Yes, I
initially?
did see tears,
Okay.
and he seemed like he was visibly upset at the time.
Not yet.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 100 through 102. Did you have the opportunity to photograph Ronaldo's injuries while you were there?
Yes, I did.
If you'll just glance at those and tell me if those are fair and accurate depictions of the photographs that you took of Ronaldo and his injuries.
Yes, they are.
And just at this time, we would ask to tender and publish State's Exhibits 100, 101, and 102.
Okay. All right, 100 through 102 are admitted.
We're going to pull those up. They should show up on the screen behind you as well as in front of you. And this is State's Exhibit 100. Will you just tell us what we're looking at there?
That looks to appear to be his inner thigh. I don't know if that's his left or right, but that's his inner thigh that he showed me.
Okay. And Judge, I think it states 102 has the space. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So we would ask that State's 102 not be published by the media.
All right. My understanding to the media is that 102 has Ronaldo's face, and you're not to photograph or record or broadcast 102.
All right. So this is 100. We'll show 101 first. And what are we looking at here?
This is his arm. It was, I guess it was injuries or lacerations that was shown to me that I documented, took pictures of as well.
Okay. And last, we'll just show 102.
And this right here is just the overall photo that I took of him lying in hospital bed.
All right. Does that picture kind of accurately represent Ronaldo's demeanor that you saw?
Yes.
While you were there, did you also have the opportunity to speak with Jackson Beaver?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you also have the opportunity to photograph Jackson's injuries?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 103, 104, and 105. And I'll go ahead and ask you, Jackson, we recently saw him testify. Was he just kind of more of a upbeat kid at his baseline?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
He was very cooperative.
Okay. And
Yes, respectful debate is welcomed here. So, yeah, we're all good.
do you recognize the images in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the photographs you took of Jackson Beaver?
Yes.
All right, and Judge, we would ask to tender states 103 through 105, and I believe it's 105, right, that has Jackson Beaver's face in it, so we'd ask that not be published to the media.
Any objection to 103 through 5? All right, 103 through 5 are admitted and just announced when you get to 105.
Okay, so this is 103. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is a laceration that appears to
I hear you. And Cigarette, your debate is welcome here as well. I'm not trying to say one of your debates, one of your positions is not welcomed. Your kickback is welcome. And, that's the way we roll here. People can have opinions. People can push back on those opinions as long as they're not, like just, attacking someone for their opinion. But you're allowed to counter, definitely allowed to counter. All of your opinions are welcome here.
be to, I want to say it's like lower leg
Okay.
beneath the buttocks area.
And next we'll pull up 104.
And these are just, I guess, lacerations are, I don't know if it's fragments from some sort on his calf muscles that he showed me.
Okay, so did he have kind of a spattering of superficial injuries that you observed on his leg?
Yes.
Okay. And this last one is going to be the one that has his face in it, and that's 105. Is that Jackson Beaver?
Yeah, it's just showing him and his demeanor.
There's Bobby.
All right, thank you.
There's Bobby.
And did your time at the hospital interviewing these individuals, taking photographs of them, did that conclude your role in assisting in this investigation?
Yes, it did.
All right. Well, I have no further questions. I'll grab those exhibits for you.
Cross. When you're across, you're free to go, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, due to some witness scheduling issues, we can go ahead and break for lunch presently. Call it 11:45. We'll be in recess until 12:45. Again, get on social media or media. We'll talk about case review research. 12:45.
All right. Well, let's see what we have as far as, so 12:45, they're going to be back. We've got only 15 minutes. So 12:45, 15 minutes ago. Oh, so it's still 12:45. Duh. Okay. So we'll see you in 45 minutes. But let's go through. I'm not sure what Bob went through here, so we're just going to do it all. Gigi, good morning. Cody, thank you for your generosity. The Orlando sober hipster, 22 months. Thanks for your continuing support. Good morning to you too. Jesse, thank you for your generosity. A 12-month anniversary, not so Zen Jen. Happy anniversary. Not so Zen Jen says, Bob, you can also try calming treats instead for Nanook. Yes, we need to figure out our boy. We don't like drugging him, but we also don't like him destroying his skin. Cody, I've thanked you multiple times. Thank you. We went over the virtual juror. Thank you for your generosity. A. Whaley says, did you guys know they originally got FOSS DNA from a DUI blow? I did not know that. And also, I don't know any state where that's a thing. So I'd have to look into that further. But yeah, I'd be shocked on that one. So I find that shocking if it's accurate. And I'm not challenging you, just I don't know it. I didn't know that was how they was in the system. I thought it was from his felony convictions. Cody, we talked about this. Thank you for your generosity. All right. The therapist, wants to know, how do bail bonds work here in Illinois since we don't have a bondsman? Well, it's sort of silly. So what they do is they put your bond at 100,000, but then they let you post 10%, 10,000. So, that's how it works here. They set the full bond and then they, reduce it to post it. Oh, wait, sorry, but thank you, DSN, for your generosity. I said sorry because I was trying to post on Scooter, who became a member. So thank you, welcome, family hug. Bob likes to give those out. I've warmed to them. I'm fine with it. People love it. So I also don't know what Bob likes to do during this. Leave it open, just say we're on lunch break and we'll be back, close it out and restart. What do you guys think for this 45 minutes? If my man was here, what would he do? What would he do? Oh, wait, I gotta edit this. I think since there's this thing right here, he must leave it up, and I'm gonna have it not scroll. Let's see, edit, don't scroll, and show. All right, so that's how I'm leaving it. You guys can still continue to chat. And we'll see you back in just under 45 minutes. Whoop. I'm still here. I see somebody saying yesterday we moved over to talk about Faust during the break. I don't know, is anything going on in Faust right now? Let's see. Let me leave that up for now. Whoops. And just see what's going on. Let's see. Long crime trials. Verdict watch. They're looking at the ceiling in Faust. So I think we'll not do that because they're looking at the ceiling. They don't even have an only fan. They have a vent. Here we go. Only vent. So we'll just watch the state of Georgia emblem here. All right. We'll just leave you guys to talk. That's what I think. Well, yeah, we're at live. We're live, so when they come back, the screen will just change. All right, let's see. Anything new on Nancy that people want to know? Let's see what we got. Well, I'll just check my phone. Huh. I gotta take care of this before I forget. Let me just forward to Bob so I don't forget. Sorry, guys. Talking to myself over here. Gotta make that final payment for Scarlett's class trip. I don't want to forget. All right, so I'm going to X. Let's see. Hmm. All right, there is an update. There is an update. Let's see. All right, let's see. At least there appears to be an update. That's 18 hours ago. Let's see. How do you find these updates? It's just is this not even, am I not even in the right spot? Wait, what's happening here? Yeah, that's Pima. I mean, people are still talking about the family being cleared. Police clear family as more tips roll in. NBC 8 minutes ago, still talking about that. Let's see.
Sheriff Chris Nanos issuing a strong statement Monday, saying none of the Guthrie family
Today's
members,
Tuesday.
including siblings and spouses, are suspects, saying the family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case, adding to suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. The statement, a direct response to an army of so-called armchair detectives, internet sleuths who have taken an interest in the case and at times made up wild and often inaccurate theories about Nancy's disappearance 17 days ago, some of it fueled by erroneous media reports. Until now, the sheriff has been reluctant to rule out anyone since there's still no suspect. But Nanos tells NBC News he did it because sometimes we forget we're human and we hurt and kindness matters. I'm not going to sit in silence when others are attacking the innocent. And the sheriff telling KOLD 13 family members were ruled out as suspects in the first few days. We're also learning more about the array of tactics investigators have been using, including trying to track down Nancy through her pacemaker, according to the sheriff, and canvassing local gun stores, according to a federal law enforcement official. Another outstanding question, that glove found 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home that the FBI says contains unknown male DNA. While a person familiar with the matter says the glove is consistent with the one seen on the suspect in the surveillance video, forensic experts are increasingly skeptical.
Is this glove the aha moment that some people might be making it out to be?
Well, in my opinion, it's not, because it's really too far from the crime scene. I think my biggest question is, have they found DNA from an unknown male inside that house?
DNA was found on the property that, according to the sheriff's office, is not Nancy's or someone close to her. The sheriff tells us investigators are still working to determine who it belongs to. And the sheriff also says that they're looking into the possibility that, like the suspect's backpack, his clothes, like his face mask, his zip-up jacket, that those items were also bought at Walmart. He says that investigators are actively right now working with Walmart management, and part of that is trying to figure out who, if anyone, may have purchased all or some of those items. Craig?
Liz Court's Force there in Arizona. Liz, thank you.
We're joined now by NBC's national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter.
I have no idea if
Following
this
this
is
every step
from
of the
today or what.
investigation. So, Tom, yesterday the sheriff announced that the family has been cleared.
Okay,
He said
today.
to say otherwise would be cruel. What made him say that at this point?
Yeah, I mean, first off, anytime you're running an investigation like this into a disappearance, an abduction, you got to start with the last person that saw her alive. And in this case, it was the Guthrie family. And it was a member of the Guthrie family that dropped Nancy off at the house on that Saturday night. And now we know, obviously, she went missing in the overnight hours on that Sunday. So any investigation would naturally start there. But I think it's important for people to understand there's been a lot of online speculation about this. Of course, the sheriff is not initially going to rule out anybody because they haven't solved the crime yet. Throughout the entirety of this investigation, there is not a single person that I have talked to that has been briefed on it, familiar with all the facts of the case, that has ever said there was a single piece of evidence that tied back to any member of the Guthrie family, period. And so that's why they have to keep an open mind. That's why you've heard him say we're not clearing anybody, but that's why they feel so strongly to come out and make that statement. And in this environment, we've seen it on this case for sure, and on a number of cases, there's all of this online speculation, the online true crime community, and it gets people spun up. And then you have to see law enforcement divert their attention away from their job to knock down these, frankly, in this instance, baseless rumors.
Yeah, a lot of nonsense online.
There
a
is.
lot of nonsense. Let's talk about what the sheriff also said about the clothes that he may have been wearing in addition to the backpack that may have also been purchased at Walmart. How significant is that?
I actually think that could be quite significant. So we've been focused on the backpack because we know from Walmart's financial filings that specific backpack is a private label. So they're the only ones that sell it. But now if they're looking into the idea that some of the other items of clothing that this person in the doorbell camera is wearing could have been purchased there as well, that could be really helpful, because it's one thing just to buy a backpack. But if somebody's buying a backpack and this specific jacket and that specific mask, they will take all the store records. We started talking about this a little bit last week. Now it's so much more enhanced because you can say who bought all three. And if you're buying online, same story, buying in store, same story. You're going to try to look for somebody who's actually bought all three of those things. That's going to be a lot harder than just somebody who bought one thing. I know some people that would be.
Case, there's the phone number, 1-800-CALL-FBI.
All right, well, I'm trying to confirm this update about the blue shirt. Anybody else see that? Where they say, because I remember seeing online, on X, actually, somebody like, hey, there's this blue shirt that was left behind. And Bob and I are like, where the hell did that thing come from? And then there's like just some random comment on here about a blue shirt, but I don't see anything actually online about it. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so this is what it says in this overview. It says that the blue shirt was used by the U.S. Border Patrol Canine Unit and then was like left behind. So it's not a shirt of the suspect. It's a shirt that must have been one of Nancy's shirts that they used to deploy the canine unit originally, and then just, I guess, left it there. So I don't know. What do you guys have? Anything else? Let's see what you're saying. Oh, did I share this? Oh yeah, see right there. Let's see what you guys are saying. All right. Right. I think that the random masked guy on her porch at 2 a.m. is like that resolves whether there was like outside, parties that are involved that are responsible for this, and whether it's a hoax or not. Now, I don't know if the hoax is like people saying this whole thing didn't happen, or they're saying the meaning for it is a hoax. Who knows? But I don't know. They're complaining a lot about armchair detectives, but like the actual sleuths are finding things before I'm seeing law enforcement talk about it. Whether they're right or wrong, And I'm not talking about wild, like, yeah, like putting Savannah's eyes over the guy's eyes in the video. That is just the most preposterous thing I've ever seen. I mean, clearly Savannah is not getting dressed up in a mask and kidnapping or breaking into her own mother's house. Like that's just ridiculous, you know. But there are armchair sleuths that are, you know, finding stuff that is useful, and that's finding it before mainstream media is reporting about it. And then you got mainstream media reporting about shit that's wrong left and right. Like, pull their heads out of their asses. For those of you who've been following like our coverage on this, Bob and I were getting ready for our update live, and he's got the news on, and they're like, they found a glove inside the house. And I come out and I said, did they just say inside the house? And Bob's like, oh no, because he thought that was so ridiculous that they could not have actually said it, but they did actually say it, and then said, oh yeah, we're totally wrong about that. You know, I mean, David Gray is one of many that thinks it's a deflection from the Epstein files, but I'm sorry. There is, that just does not fly with me, logically speaking, and you're welcome to your opinion, but just because what the good does that do for, like, what, a couple weeks, a month? You can't deflect from this shit. People are all over it. You know, if that's somebody's idea of a deflection from that, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. And I'm sorry, because now I am calling your theory stupid. So I don't mean to do that. And I know a lot of people are saying it. It just makes no sense to me. It makes about as much sense that Murdoch's actual motive, whether he did it or not, but his motive was to distract people away from his financial crimes, to gain sympathy for, like, what, 2 weeks? I mean, you slaughter your entire family. Your entire family gets slaughtered. Part of your entire family, they are going to be looking into the family's finances, period. So to me, it don't make no damn sense. No, sorry. No. I mean, you'd see us, you need to go to war for that distraction. Oh, we're at war. You know, not somebody's mother gets kidnapped and people are, like, paying attention to that for a little bit and splitting their attention. But no, I mean, I know I usually don't read the AI overview, but it seemed to be the same thing I was finding on X, that blue shirt was used and left behind, but I couldn't find the update from Pima County. So, but I mean, I see when I turn on, I don't know, maybe not in the past couple days, like, I don't give a shit what mainstream media is reporting on anyway. You know, like, we the people are not being distracted, not full distracted from the Epstein files. Hey, look, here's the thing. The powers that be have known about what's in those files for, let's just say, since his arrest. What was that, 2019? Nothing's done. Nothing's gonna be done without us screaming, yelling about it, and we are. And I don't know if anything will be done at that point, but the powers of be have actually known about all this since the 90s. So, not all of it, obviously, but enough. So, I don't know. And it's got, yeah, Spitfire. Agreed. I don't know why the hell it needs to be a political thing. I don't care. Charge Clinton. Start there. I do not care. Just charge somebody. Although it is hard with Clinton because there is no outcry, no actual victim, you know. But it's clear he was all up in debauchery all over that island. I mean, that's for show. We already knew he was a pervert. So, but you know, when you mix just like wild sex parties with adults with the trafficking of children, then it's hard to know who was involved in what, but there's people, this Lex Wexner, I mean, to me, all over the damn files, contributing money, knowledge, coded speak, like, and there's other people that there's enough evidence against to know you knew and you contributed to it, took part of it, whatever. But unfortunately, not everybody in there's not going to be evidence that for criminal charges, but that's where the backlash has to come out publicly. We see people resign, but I don't know. Yeah. Is Mark making fun of my Guthrie update? Is that what's happening there? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Somebody made a good point to me on one of my posts, as a criminal defense attorney, I do have to admit, there's not a lot of, there's clearly not, clear-cut direct evidence, but there's enough coded speech, like with some people, to be like, this is what y'all were talking about. But I'll just say, with both, well, I don't know how many former presidents and presidents are up in there, but for both presidents, they clearly, were involved in, debauchery on that island, but we don't know whether it was of the adult consenting type, or not. And I don't think that, at least in the files that we have right now, there's nothing to show that either way. I haven't been through them all, to know. But without an outcry victim, I don't know how they're charging Clinton. I've got to go through and see what more there is, because I mean, he's up in there looking awful comfortable, up in a hot tub, laying back, doing whatever the hell he's doing. Like the picture of him in the blue dress, so that, I don't know, was he involved with that? Somebody just made it. It's like him wearing the dress of Monica Lewinsky. Is that what that is? Somebody tell me that, but all of the people that are in there need to be shamed as far as I'm concerned. But, I don't know. It's like saying all the people that went to the Diddy parties, but some of it was adults consenting to debauchery. It's like, how do you figure out who was involved in criminal debauchery and who was just involved in, non-criminal debauchery? But that's why the public shaming outcry, helps for the non-criminal debauchery. When I say public shaming, I mean, like, we're not buying your shit anymore. You're out of your position. You can't be associated with this company anymore. Like that kind of thing. But yeah, 2008, they know most of this since 2008, but it goes back to the 90s. Neighbors complaining, kids complaining. They were victims and nobody doing anything. The guy down your street, somebody says he molested me. That guy is getting arrested. And then he can prove, even though you're not supposed to have to prove your innocence, but he can have his day in court for his innocence to be established. But these guys, somebody accuses them of rape, and it's like, well, that's just what that kid said. I mean, what are you going to do about that? More Cody reminding me of the work I have to do. I gotta look into it. I'm gonna keep talking about it. And you guys have tricked me into talking through this, so we got the next 15 minutes to keep going. But uh, it's just a lot. It's so much. It's so much. Let me finish going through these. Got all side tracked, or did I do it? Maybe I did do it. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking through. We got Scooter. Okay. Then we had DSN. Thank you for your generosity. And Cherie Rain. Thank you, DD. Well, you're welcome. And thank you for gifting 5 Defense Diary memberships and for your continued support over the past 8 months. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. No, I don't mind hanging with you guys. I mean, MS seems to be talking about how Guthrie is a distraction, but I mean, both congressional hearings. I mean, they were having congressional hearings on both these issues. I don't know, guys. I'm just not buying it. I'm just not buying it as a distraction. You know. Spitfire says, "What about all the stuff in the Epstein files where the rich are getting together to talk about how to eliminate the poor?" I mean, I haven't even moved into that kind of shit. I've been just looking for I've been trying to crack the code and see who's talking in code, and you know, I still can't figure out. It's just very frustrating. Very frustrating. It's like they've had all this stuff. They know all this stuff. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and I even watched the Bondi's congressional hearing, but I think I got so distracted by how everyone was talking to each other that I'm not even sure. I mean, last I knew, the position of the DOJ was that they're done investigating this. I mean, is that their official position? Does anybody know? I mean, I did see that a politician bought the ranch. It's like, is that politician's name? I can forget who it was. Up in the files a lot, and up in the files does not mean involved in debauchery, let alone illegal debauchery. Because I mean, we've got all the guy's emails. If he emailed somebody for like a regular appointment for something, it's in there. But what is like clear is why in the hell, and I know everyone's kind of been asking this question all along, is this guy who's like nobody except in with everybody or in with the powers that be to be like consulting with sultans and heads of state and involved in like political shit going on in our country. Oh, you want me to get off the files again? Yeah, well, I don't know enough about Drummond to get sidetracked. But you know, that's what we got there. Let's see what's going on. Verdict watch, they're still looking at the ceiling. Why would someone not want to talk about the files. I don't know. Maybe just because I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he was joking around. I don't know. But from a legal perspective, it's hard. But like I was telling Bob, if this was like your run of the mill drug dealers communicating, the cops would find a pattern that equaled a code, even if it wasn't there. And they'd be like, oh, this is coded speech. You can tell it's coded. So clearly that's consciousness of guilt. They don't want people to know what they're talking about. So clearly they are talking about, raping children. There are tons of emails like, oh, we want them younger, da 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 da. I mean, this shit is, I've been up in this web thing. I'll just tell you guys what the web file thing says. Oh, God, disgusting. Here's what I asked it. Okay. So first I said, what coded language can you identify, like patterns? And then they went through and, basically didn't dive deep enough as far as I'm concerned. But I kind of gave up on that. And my next question was, but it followed the money a lot. So first I asked about the top 5 people. There's enough evidence to charge, but then I changed it to top 5 people a criminal case can be developed against in the U.S. Let's see. Wait, where did I? And here's who it told me. Right, and then I was like, sorry, top 5 Americans, not counting Maxwell or Epstein. So it said, based on my investigation of the Epstein documents, here are the top 5 Americans, excluding Epstein and Maxwell, against whom criminal case could be developed. Sarah Kellen. And that's Sarah Kellen Vickers, named co-conspirator with direct operational role. So explicitly named in the 2007 non-prosecution agreement as a potential co-conspirator. And then it puts like the little, I'm going to share this shit right here. All right, here we go. And then it pulls the document for you. Here you go. Here's the receipt. Okay. Another receipt where they mention this. And then it says, I don't know, you guys can't see all of this, so I'm just reading over here. Document shows she was the, quote, the direct point of contact for scheduling his massage appointments in both Florida and New York. And then they pull up, oh, this little thing. Look at that. And this is this is probably the New York criminal case number right here at the top. And it says criminal conspiracy to commit sex trafficking. Defendants Sarah Jeffrey Epstein and Sarah Keller participated in an enterprise or conspired or endeavored to participate through a pattern of criminal activity. So this is some shit. Right there, it says it. This is a criminal case filing right here. Oh, no, wait, CV. This must be, what lawsuit is this? I can't tell. Wait, now I got to find this out. I got to search this. Well, whatever. We don't have time to get in that deep, but here's what else it says. Transportation agreements. Sarah Keller also needed, directly or indirectly, to make transportation arrangement for many of the girls as they were too young to drive themselves. Who is this? Does anyone know why this person has not been charged? Say what? 2013? The Florida Southern District Doctor. This is a civil case, but still, they had some part of it in the criminal co-conspirator shit too. Evidence of destruction. Instructed her to schedule massage appointments and then destroy evidence. We're back to this little thing. How do I make this bigger? Let's see if I can. Let's see what it said. Oh, wait. No, don't do that. I can't do that. How do I pull this up? Oh, no. No. I don't know how to make it bigger so I can look at it more. Damn it. So anyway, let's see who the next person was, because this person, Adriana Ross, an assistant trained in criminal operations, named as a potential co-conspirator in the non-prosecution agreement. Documents reveal she was trained by Sarah Kellen to schedule massage appointments. Ross removed computers from the Florida mansion. That's some evidence they have. In 2005, Ross was made to perform massages on Epstein. Wait. Ross was performing? I don't know about that one. This thing's not pulling up a thing. Whatever. So you got that guy. Then you have a woman, Nadia Markinkova, victim turned recruiter. No. I don't know about that. I hate the idea of if they're a child victim turned recruiter, but it says served as a recruiter and helped defendant satisfy his criminal sexual desires on occasionally directly participating in SA and prostitution of minor girls. And Epstein paid them. I don't know. How do you guys feel about minor victims? Okay, and then you've got Jess Staley, JP Morgan executive with knowledge of criminal activity. 8,061 mentions show close personal relationship with Epstein and knowledge of his criminal operation. So that's like the starting point. Got to show that he's got some knowledge, right? Knowledge of the victims. JP Morgan, through its officer, Jay Stately, also knew many of the names of the victims. Then they pull up this thing, which probably is also a civil case. Personally observed Epstein sexually grab young women in front of him. And this is, again, a civil case allegation. So through Staley and other officers and employees, JP Morgan saw Epstein's JP Morgan account were almost exclusively used to pay for apparent criminal activity. I don't know that that's their job. All four assistants were granted immunity from federal prosecution by the 2007 non-prosecution agreement. The United States also agrees that it will not institute any criminal charges against any potential co-conspirator of Epstein, including but not limited to all the names that it just gave me as who the most evidence is against. God damn it. This agreement was signed by Deputy AG Mark Phillip and Alice S. Fisher, creating a significant legal barrier to federal prosecution. Wow. All right, that's it. Oh, giant me face. Don't like it. No. Go back to this. Oof. Okay. Well. Okay, so that site that I was on is like this web. It's actually called Web, W-E-B-B. It's a site some like hacker put together, or former hacker, whatever. At least that's what I think it is his background, where he uploaded all the files into this program that allows you to just search, like ask questions and be like, what does it say about this? Or you can put whatever hypothetical you want out there. And then it'll link you right back to the documents. It's like a AI chat, but the only information it has are the Epstein files. It doesn't have the internet, any of that shit. It's just in a vacuum, the Epstein files. So I'm trying not to go too deep because I get lost. I got ideas. It reminds me when I had to do like this kind of like sort of like accounting reconciliation thing, that you can find almost any number amongst the numbers and convince yourself that this is it. I found it. And then realize, holy shit, no, I didn't account for that. And it pointed me to this and made me like real. So like I get like that with the coded language. And then I'm like, wait a minute, am I going off on like a thing? I don't know. I think I'm part of the test group. Beautiful messy ball asks. I don't know. Bob sent a request, but he never got a response. And then we just had the code. So I think we're part of the beta. Yeah. Yeah. But I just don't think the powers that be. I mean, why would they give all those people immunity? What did they provide to get their immunity? Now I got to go back into this shit. I can't take it. I can't take it. The whole damn government. Why don't we just take everybody out and re-vote for people that are not currently in government? I don't know. I wish I could come up with a real way to burn it all down and start it all up again. Metaphorically speaking, people, metaphorically speaking, because I don't trust not a damn person. Everybody just sucks, you know? And I'll tell you this, all right? You know, all the Harvard goers, all the like these pervert men, you know, they all went to, people in power, they all went to college together or law school together or whatever. And they were involved in debauchery. I mean, debauchery. You think of your average, like run of the mill college frat, and now put it on fucking crack for the rich and entitled. Okay. They have seen each other do things that we can only like guess about. Okay. In their private underground secret clubs, they have seen each other do some shit. And that is something that never goes away. And they hold over each other's head and can get whatever the fuck they want later. Like, oh, Mr. President, whatever president. I'm not talking about our president right now. Okay. I'm talking about like throughout the entirety of our, like more modern version of politics, that they can just they've got a free pass in the door. Like, you better get me out of this because I still know what you did. Look at our Supreme Court justice. That guy did some shit and still got put on the Supreme Court. What in the hell is his name? I got my perimenopause moment here. I mean, you just put a rapist on the Supreme Court. You know, how does that happen? Secret societies. Fucking, I know what you did when you were up in some crazy perversion shit. I mean, yeah. Yep. Sue me, Kavanaugh. It's not an opinion either. I think it's been established, at least outside of a courtroom, established enough for him to be prosecuted. I mean, it's like, you're fucking kidding me. You and your secret societies, little underground play clubs. I thought something was about to happen here. I mean, I'm just saying, in like courtrooms across America, an allegation is enough to prosecute for a child offense. SA. It happens every day from one child, one outcry. But you got outcries left and right of the rich and powerful. And no. Oh, no. No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Yep. Yeah, nah, that's boys just being boys. That shit, well, no, come on now. I mean, yeah. Yeah. It's nothing to see here. But people don't care. The majority of people don't care. Because if they did, we wouldn't have the people in power that are in power. No. I mean, you wonder, why can't they do some like serious, a dog can be trained, by negative reinforcement. I don't know how many studies they've done about their ability to like shock somebody every time they see, like a child so that they only have like a pain associated with the thought. I don't know. Yeah. But castration doesn't stop. Really. Even medical ones, they still, get the craving and still use other things. Perverts. Can't stop a pervert.
Do you have an idea how long you think the deal would go today?
We have 11 more witnesses slated for today. So, and that's all we were planning, but that would be 23 witnesses total. So we've got like.
I'm not chastising. I
So, I imagine we'll end a little earlier because they are mostly the students. And then we have 2 more teachers, but you want to keep count.
Said earlier, Judge, we don't anticipate cross-examining anybody unless something unusual is said. So should move fairly quickly.
I'm gonna just let the bailiffs tell the jurors that we may end a little early, just in case there's some plan that they're able to make, but absolutely. I mean, you think you talking maybe 4 o'clock, or you think earlier than that?
We'll see 11 witnesses similar to what we've had this morning.
Yeah.
We did 12 this morning, I think.
We did 12 and it took us, what,
3 hours.
3 hours? No,
3.5. Right.
2.
Just so you guys know, I've got the Faust Verdict Watch stream up, and it will make a sound in my ears if they come into that courtroom. So.
President.
Yes.
Is the jury ready?
Yes, sir.
Are y'all ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in.
Waiting on one in the bathroom, sir.
Okay.
Oh, he said, come on.
If somebody thinks I was being political, you need to clean your ears out. Rich and powerful. Only part about political was like, just get them all out and let's start anew. Let's vote new people in all across the board. Yeah. Disgraceful women, too.
State calls next witness.
The state calls Hayden Bowen. And this is also a juvenile runner.
All right. I'm assuming I have the same media here earlier, but I'll say it again. These witnesses do not film, photograph, record, their cases.
Good afternoon, Miss Bowen. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Help me God.
And if you could, I know you're a little soft-spoken. If you could speak up like you're talking to the back of the room so the jurors and the judge can hear you. So we're going to start with, if you could just tell everybody your name and then also how to spell it.
Hayden Bowen, Hayden Bowen.
And what school do you go to, Hayden?
Apalachee.
How old are you?
16.
And when did you turn 16?
November 14th.
Did you attend Apalachee High School the school year of 2024 to 2025?
Yes.
And were you a freshman that year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us what your second period class was?
Miss Ryan.
Miss Ryan. And while you, I guess on September 4th, was that a day where you got a new seat? So the first day of like a new seating chart? Okay. I'm going to bring up that seating chart. And if you could just, I think we're going to have a circle around where you were sitting. If you could just tell us if that is where you remember you were sitting on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on September 4th, while you were sitting in class, did someone come to the door who was not supposed to be there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me what first drew your attention to him?
The banging of him opening the door.
Okay. So when he opened the door, there was a banging noise.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recognize him?
No, I didn't.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
What do you remember about him?
On that day?
On that day, yes.
I remember black clothes is all I remember seeing him.
Do you remember what he had with him?
A gun.
And what did he do?
He shot it in our class.
And if at any point you need a break, just let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So he shot. What did you do when he started shooting?
I got to the ground.
You got to the ground. Did you get to the ground right where you were seated?
I think so. My vision went out, so I'm not sure where I got down, but I know I did.
At some point, did you kind of regain your vision?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about when he finally left?
I remember getting up and talking to my teacher and the police officers saying to put our hands up.
Okay. Before you talked to, or before the police officers got there, can you tell me what you remember about what was going on inside the classroom?
I remember there was a lot of yelling and screaming and blood and people on the phone with their parents or whoever they were on the phone with.
You say there was a lot of yelling. What were people yelling?
Help me, I've been shot, I'm gonna die.
And were you afraid that day?
I was.
And you said that a lot of people were calling their parents. Were you able to call anybody?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you call?
I called my mom.
And what did you tell her?
I told her that I was gonna die.
And when you eventually moved from the floor, do you remember where you went in the classroom?
I don't remember.
And do you remember who you ended up next to or who you were talking to?
I was next to my friend Jalen. And
you say Jalen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And anyone else?
I think I was next to Miss Ryan and Nautica as well.
And what were you trying to do at that time to try to help?
I was trying to move the smart board in front of the door, but I couldn't get it there. And I was asking Miss Ryan if she needed help.
And at that point, did you know whether or not the shooter was in custody?
I didn't know.
Were y'all still concerned that he might come back?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you wanted to put the smart board in front of the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, you said when law enforcement arrived, they told you to put up your hands.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened after that?
We walked out of the classroom and went to a little field before we went to the actual football field.
And when you went to the football field, what was the purpose of going to the football field?
Maybe to get everybody together and to make sure people were out of the building.
Eventually, were parents allowed to come to the field?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did a lot of parents show up?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your mom able to get there?
My mom was not. She was out of town, but my uncle did come and get me.
And kind of, can you tell us what the scene was like on the football field when the parents and everybody were there?
It was crowded and a lot of crying.
Were you, you mentioned that you walked out of the classroom. Were you one of the first students out or were you one of the last students out?
I think I was in the middle.
Okay. Did anything happen as you were leaving?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, since September 4th, have you been to counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you kind of talk to us about how that day has affected you?
It's affected me a lot mentally. I haven't really been able to sleep at night sometimes.
You said you haven't been able to sleep at night?
Yes, ma'am. And I often have really bad thoughts relating to that and other things.
Kind of tell me what you mean by really bad thoughts.
That it's going to happen again and that this time I'm going to die because I was supposed to the first time.
Because, I'm sorry?
Because I was supposed to the first time.
And what do you mean by you were supposed to the first time?
Because he came in my class and I feel like none of us should have had survived.
And have you had any sort of anxiety or panic attacks because of this?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those?
Well, my panic attacks, they normally come when I'm in school and I keep thinking and thinking, and then they come and it's hard to breathe during this.
Is there anything that you have to do in order to kind of be able to breathe?
I do box breathing. My therapist has helped me with that.
Okay. And what did you call it, box breathing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that triggers these panic attacks or the bad thoughts?
The sound of shoes scuffing on the ground. It reminds me of people running, and loud noises are triggering, very triggering.
Is the scuffing something that you remember from September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions, Hayden. Do y'all have any questions for her?
Carlos, no questions here. All right, thank you.
The state calls William Carricker. He is also a juvenile. I should have mentioned that.
Same instructions to the meeting.
And Judge, I think our next, about 7 after Mr. Carricker, are going to be juveniles back to back to back.
Multiple juveniles testifying in a row here, so we're going to do instructions.
All right. Can you raise your right hand, William? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us your name?
William Carricker.
Can you spell your last name for us?
Carriker.
And what school do you go to?
Apalachee High School.
What grade are you in right now?
10th.
So were you in 9th grade for the 2024-2025 school year?
Yes.
And how old are you right now?
16.
When did you turn 16?
September 22nd.
Sorry, guys. I was listening, but I got extremely distracted by continuing a search into the Epstein files, which I'm going to stop now so that I can pay attention to what's going on here. Sorry.
Were you at school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
And who was your second period teacher?
I'll star this and talk about it later.
And what did she teach you?
Math.
I am going to show you a map from your seating chart from that day. We're going to put a circle around where you were sitting. If you could just tell us if that's where you remember you were sitting. Is that right? Is that where you were sitting?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, William. Okay. So during that period, did someone come to the door on September 4th that was not in your class?
Yes.
Did you recognize him?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Can you tell us what happened when he came to your door?
I believe he banged on the door a bit, and then he kicked it down and just started shooting.
Do you remember what happened after he started shooting?
He left and we hid in the class.
He left and you hid in the class?
Yeah.
Where did you hide?
Behind a table.
And when you hid, did you try to make contact with anyone in your family?
Yes.
Who did you contact?
My mom, dad, siblings, my grandma, and my aunt, I believe.
Did you do that with a text message?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that look like to you?
The group chat I made telling my parents what was happening.
Okay. And is it like a fair and accurate screenshot or copy of that group chat with your parents and your family from September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
You're all right. This time I'd like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 106.
You object to that. All right, 106 is the new.
I'm going to pull that up on the screen or. All right. So at the very top of this text, it has William. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And you sent a text message that says, "There's a school shooting. If I don't make it, I love you all." Is that right? Is that what you sent?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that text?
I wanted to know that if I did die, that they would know that I love them.
And were you afraid for your life that day?
Yes.
Have you been affected by what happened that day? Like, how have you been affected by what happened that day?
I was scared to go to school for a bit.
You were scared to go to school for a bit?
Yes.
Were you finally able to go back to school?
Yes.
Okay. And are you there right now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, William. I don't have any further questions for you, but let's check with the defense counsel real quick to see if they have any questions.
Any calls? No calls.
All right. Thank you.
Any calls next, please?
The state calls Candace Lawrence. All right, Candace, the first thing I'm going to have you do is raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you can put your hand down. And if you will tell us your name, and I'll have you spell your first name for the court reporter.
My name is Kendez Lawrence, Kendez.
And Candace, what school do you go to?
Apalachee,
And what grade are you in right now?
10th grade.
And were you at Apalachee during the 24 to 25 school year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so were you a freshman that year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you have for second period?
Miss Ryan, Coach Edwards.
Okay. And we're going to pull up a seating chart, and it should have your seat circled. If you'll just confirm for us that's where your seat was on that day.
Yeah, I was sitting right there.
Okay. So I'm going to start off with you a little earlier on in the class. So early on in second period, did you sign out of the class to go to the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that bathroom close to y'all's classroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Who did you see when you walked into the bathroom?
I didn't really see anybody, but I did see people in the stalls.
Okay. And when you were in a stall, did something unusual happen?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
So when I walked into the bathroom, I heard cops. They came in the restroom looking for somebody.
Okay. And did someone leave with them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And was it a name or a person that you knew or recognized?
No.
Okay. And what did you do at that point once the cops leave?
I also left and
Okay.
went back to class.
Gotcha. So once you returned to Miss Ryan's classroom, what happened?
So I sat back down and my pencil broke.
So I see a lot of you guys asking about the prejudice and like how many people they need to bring in. So they do need to prove each count. So they're going to be bringing in each and every victim that they're talking about, at least the ones where there's a specific charge. And they're going to have to do the same for the second degree, which Hannah asked. But I think there's only 4. Well, 2 for, right, 2, because the one's associated with the child. Oops, what did I do here? And then, Jesse was asking what's the purpose of juvenile witnesses for this case. Again, it's to prove the cruelty, it's to prove the assaults, it's to, establish the elements of the offense, but there does need to be a line of, when it's prejudicial and when it's not. I think most of what has come out has been, they've walked a pretty fair line as much as they could. Getting the kids on and off the stand relatively quickly. I do think they probably, as far as like the bias of the jury question, that's the question. When does it become too much? When does it have to be balanced? But, only calling one victim, not having multiple people. I understand, like, you have the victim and then you have the doctor, because the victim doesn't know really the full extent of their actual injuries. So I see the necessity there. Now if they're going to end up calling like all of the parents too to say how traumatized their kids are, maybe there are certain kids whose trauma is more, that there's some reason that would have to have to happen. We haven't obviously seen that yet. And I would have suspected if they were going to do that, it would have gone like child surviving victim, parent, medical person, and then on to the next victim. So, but that's the $1 million question. When does it become inflammatory? At what point? How far can they go? And we'll just have to keep watching and see how we feel.
I went to the pencil sharpener, which was in the back of the class.
Okay. So if we're looking at that seating chart, is it kind of between the two teachers' desks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while you're at the pencil sharpener sharpening your pencil, what happened?
I just heard a loud bang, and then I just see him with the gun, and he just started shooting.
Okay. And where was the person with the
Yeah, I mean, if they're just bringing in like kid after kid and there's not a specific charge to them and they weren't actually shot, but all the ones in that class, they might be calling it. It depends if they're associated with a specific charge, but hopefully they're going to limit it. How many kids they're allowed to just bring in talking about they were traumatized, because I think it goes without saying that all of the kids at that school were traumatized. So yeah, we'll see how far they're going to let them continue with this.
gun?
At the door.
Okay. Was it someone you knew or recognized?
No.
Okay. So when you saw that there was a person with a gun, what did you do?
I hid behind the teacher's desk.
Okay. And how long did it feel like the shooting went on?
About like 30 to 45 seconds.
Okay. After the shooting stopped in your room, did you hear anything else?
Yeah, I heard like a couple more gunshots.
So once all the shooting stops, what do you remember doing?
I called my mom and I was trying to make sure that everybody was okay.
Okay. Do you remember calling out for anyone specific?
Yeah.
And who was that?
Christian.
Okay. How long had you known Christian for?
Since kindergarten.
Okay. And why were you calling out for him?
Because I remember that he was the closest to the door that day.
And did he ever respond?
No.
Once law enforcement arrived, I guess let me back up. You said you called your mom. What did you tell her?
That somebody came into my class and they just shot at us.
Okay. How long did it feel like before law enforcement showed up at the classroom?
About like 5 minutes.
Okay. And what was everybody doing during that time while y'all were waiting for them to get there?
I really don't remember. I just heard a lot of yelling.
Right. So once they get there, were y'all evacuated from the classroom?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see Christian when you were leaving the classroom?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Once y'all left the classroom, where did y'all
Hold on
go?
a sec. Let me just see what's going on over here.
I'm going to leave the mom.
Oh, damn it. She just came on the bench and now leaving the bench. All right. I'll keep an ear out. I don't know what happened. It was quiet and then that happened, but then maybe they were talking with the cameras off. Oh, let's see. Let's see what was happening. Why won't it let me back up? Wait, what? This isn't even live. All right, hold on, people. Oh, it does say live. What? Live? Maybe they started it over again? Oh, maybe they started it over again because something happened. All right, the chat in here is like, is this a verdict or a question? All right, I'm going to go back to live. And trust me, something happens, we're going to hear about it. We'll just keep going. But I got this in my ear. Verdict people are saying. Verdict. I don't know if they're saying that in the per Kathy verdict. This is what people are saying in the chat over here. Oh, babe, the chat on Law and Crime is saying it's a verdict.
Where? Faust?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's right, but it just came back on. The judge said, I'll be right back. And the people in the chat are saying that they're hearing somebody saying per Fifi, somebody saying per Kathy.
Wait, per what?
Like that people are saying it's a verdict, that they're hearing that. I don't know who these people are.
Well, what do you have up, Faust? What are you on?
Yes, Faust.
I'm on. What the fuck is going on here?
That's what we're seeing over here. And I'm looking at their.
Are we on lunch on Apalachee?
No, this woke up. I had it playing in my ear and the judge said something and I came to it and everyone's saying,
wow. All right. Well, I mean, shit.
I mean, so I could keep playing. Oh, wait. Why is it not live? Oh, it's not playing. Oh gosh. Whew, it's playing.
I mean, I'm live and it's still the seal. Georgia's got all the cases going on, huh?
Oh boy.
Oh shit.
Oh, they're powwowing. They're powwowing down low.
Wow.
All right. Here it comes. I guess shout it out high and loud. Tell people to join us here.
Wow.
Oh, I've got
All right, we're on the record. Council's at the table. Number 6, note to the judge, the jury is ready to deliver the verdict. Okay, ready?
Wow.
State's ready, Your Honor.
I
Jury's
think
defense
it's
ready?
guilty.
All right, thank you. You may bring the jury out.
I'd just be shocked if all
Actually,
12
hang on just a
not
moment. I'm
guilty.
sorry. I want to say something to the audience.
No out buddy speak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I want to make sure that you understand, and you have been very understanding so far. So this is not an accusation. This is just a direction for everyone who's in the courtroom. This is a courtroom, and it is a court of law. There is to be no yelling or screaming or jumping up and down or any carrying on. Again, this is a court of law. Any kinds of those demonstrations of emotions need to be reserved for outside the courthouse. I'm going to ask for decorum. I'm going to demand it, but certainly ask all of you to continue behaving in the appropriate way that you all have been. And I appreciate everyone's patience. I appreciate everyone's cooperation, but I'm instructing all of you again that this is a court of law and everyone is to remain calm. Thank you. You may bring the jury out.
I'll be so shocked if it's not guilty.
I mean,
I'm not giving my opinion on that. It should be.
I mean, aren't we always? Remember the thing I said about Alan? I would have only been shocked if they said uttered not guilty. I'm never shocked if it's guilty.
Just making sure I'm live. Okay.
Wow.
All 12. Thank you. You all may be seated. Madam Foreperson, I understand the jury has reached a verdict. Is
Look
that
at the
correct?
lawyer. He's
Would you please hand it to Mr.
stressed.
Terrell? The court will look it over first. Then I'm going to hand it back to
Show
you,
us
Madam
the judge's
Foreperson, to
face
read it
right
out
now.
loud, called publishing
Come on. We want to see the judge's reaction.
in open court.
Turn to the judge. This camera guy sucks. They're looking at her.
All right, Madam Foreperson,
Ugh.
if you would read the verdict from top to bottom, you may remain seated. If it's easier for you to stand, you certainly can. If you'll pull that microphone in front of you down to you, read it from top to bottom. It is called, again, publishing the verdict.
She
Thank
sounds
you. You may
happy, the
proceed.
judge.
She does.
Damn.
The jury finds the defendant on the following counts. Count 1, malice murder, guilty.
Wow.
Count 2, felony murder, guilty. Count 3, felony murder, guilty. Count 4, felony murder, guilty.
Yep.
Count 5, felony murder, guilty. Count 6, burglary, guilty. Count 7, aggravated sodomy, guilty. Count 8, rape, guilty. Count 9, aggravated assault, guilty. Count 10, aggravated sodomy, guilty. Count 11, arson in the first degree, guilty. Count 12, possession of a knife during commission of a felony, guilty.
All right, Madam Foreperson, if you would present that verdict to our to our bailiff. Mr. Terrell, if you'll bring it up to the bench, may I see counsel at the bench for you all to review the form of the verdict. Thank you.
So I just say the law and crime poll had 28% guilty, 52% not guilty, 20% hung jury.
Yep.
They didn't explain the DNA. I am sorry.
We warned you guys over and over and over at Kat's house that fuck. I told everybody before the trial even started that true allele
Form of the verdict by the
is a
state.
huge problem.
Any objection to the form
That
of the verdict
number.
by the defense?
Let's hear them.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Let's hear them poll the jury.
Do either party want to poll the jury? I'll ask the state first.
State does not, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, defense?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to poll each and every one of you, and that means the court is going to ask each juror the same questions and answer how you feel is best. I'm going to start on the front row with Madam Foreperson. Was this your verdict in the jury room?
What is this now?
Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this verdict in the was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
Is this now your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was this verdict agreed to by you? Yes. Is this now your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm now going to go from right to left. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Ma'am, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Ma'am, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Ma'am, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Sir, was this your verdict in the jury room? Was this verdict agreed to by you? Is this now your verdict? Thank you. Anything else from the state with regard to polling the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, anything else with regard to polling the jury, sir? All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your service to this county, Clark County. It has been a long month. You have been very patient. You have always been here on time. I'm going to release all of you from any further attendance in this case. With the thanks of the court, you are all going to be free to go in just a moment. The bailiff will lead you to the front door as usual. You will be escorted to the elevator and escorted to the parking deck to your cars. With the thanks of the court, you are all free to go. Thank you.
She's not talking to them afterwards.
Everyone keep their place, please.
All right. He asked the judge to let them know if anybody wants. She said
And I
yeah.
will give counsel leave to leave the courtroom and speak to the jury if they want to. Everyone else needs to remain, please. But certainly if counsel would like to do that, you may do that. I'll say it to them as they leave, Mr. Cruz, if you'd like me to, sure.
All right, so he asked the judge to
But
let
everyone else needs to remain. Thank you.
jurors know that they're free to speak.
And again, there's no filming as media has, obliged the court. Thank you of any of the jurors. Thank you very much.
That if there's
Ladies and gentlemen, as you leave, if counsel would like to
There you go.
speak with you and you would like to speak with them, you may. Otherwise, you are all free to go. Thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't hear me, if you would like to speak to any of the counsel, if they'd like to speak with you, it is up to you whether you'd like to, you may. Otherwise, you are free to go. Thank you all for your service. And counsel, you may leave to do that. And then we're going to be back on the record for a few other matters.
all right, that's it.
Wow. Well, I wish I could say I was shocked.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think the reasonable doubt, Heather, was I'm not convinced that Melton didn't do this. Like, for me, that's just like the problem. And especially for like like a person like yourself, without the defense putting forth some explanation of the DNA that
Or
they're
challenging it.
anything.
Right. Like when we say explanation for it, we mean attack the science.
Right. Like this was a bullshit sample. It was, multiple contributors. It's like, you can't trust it. It's a weak sample. Like they could only get X amount of loci or loci. It's like,
Right.
It's like they didn't do it, so in terms of kind of leaning into the whole Chris Melton thing, if you're the defense, was, I guess, a calculated move. And, Allie and I were of the mindset that it was a mistake, because
challenging.
Well, they rested. They didn't put it on anything,
Right.
I mean, we were sitting here screaming in bed, like, they better fucking call a DNA expert. They better call a DNA expert. And, it's like they didn't. I mean, that's the $1 million question.
That was what was not answered. And
right.
Bob and I didn't see the pretrial stuff, go to Melanie's coverage, go to not Cat Williams coverage. They've both been covering this from the beginning. I've seen like people say to me in chat, at least, that, well, they were limited. And I know Kat told me they were limited with the DNA, but I don't know. They couldn't have been limited to the point of not calling an expert, but it's the jury took a long time to decide this. They did.
Like,
not long, but it wasn't quick.
Yeah.
They went through some stuff. They even looked at the DNA reports, which I'm surprised weren't hearsay.
Hey. Yep.
So we'll have to stand by and see if there's any jury interviews afterwards. But I was surprised those DNA reports even got in. They're hearsay, and they didn't get in with any of the underlying data that could have helped anybody figure out, well, what did they base this on? I don't know.
They didn't attack the only evidence that they had against Faust. Like, that's the problem. They didn't attack it in any way.
They haven't taken him out yet. I guess this tells us if the lawyers are out there talking to see what they're saying. I was going to say it'd be unusual for her to handle their cases with him sitting there, but the jurors are the lawyers are still, his lawyer is still out, which makes you think he might be talking to some jurors. Oh, Lord. Okay. Should we start it up?
Yeah, fire it up.
All right, let me loop back 20 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. And did you see Christian when you were leaving the classroom?
Yes.
Okay. Once y'all left the classroom, where did y'all go?
At first, we went to the we went by the tennis court.
Mhm.
Then we went to the football field.
Okay. Once you're at the football field, who did you find?
I was looking for my sister. I ended up finding her by like 20 minutes later.
Gotcha. And was your sister also a student at Apalachee High School?
Yes.
Okay. And after you found your sister, were y'all eventually able to meet up with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Kendra, did you also know Mason?
Yes.
And how long had you known him for?
Since kindergarten.
When did you find out that Mason had also been killed?
I found out like the next day.
Did you even realize that he had been there that day?
No.
Okay. And when did you end up going back to school after this all happened?
After fall break.
Okay. Was that like October-ish?
Yes.
Okay. Since all this happened, have you gotten some counseling?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about how this all has affected you.
Well, I'm not as comfortable as I used to be at school no more.
Is there anything specific that gets you really nervous if you're at school?
Everything.
Everything.
Also been having bad dreams a lot.
Okay. And did that start after the shooting?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about one thing after this happened. Was there something specific about the way things played out that day that really bothered you?
Yes.
All right. Tell me what that was.
I thought I left the door open that day.
Oh,
That was something that bothered me.
Was that something that you thought about a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And something you were like blaming yourself for?
Mm-hmm.
Horrible.
Did that kind of make you question your memory of the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So Candace, about a month ago or a few weeks ago, did you actually ask my office to be able to watch the surveillance footage of the shooting in Miss Ryan's classroom?
Yes.
And did that allow you to confirm that you had not left the door open?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Did that give you some closure?
Yes.
Okay. Was that hard for you to do?
Yeah.
Thank you, Candace. I do not have any other questions for you. I do not believe you.
No problem. All right. Thank you.
Oh, thank God they did that for him. Seriously. Ugh. Just so you guys know, Cruz is not back in the courtroom yet.
I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you can put your hand down. If you will introduce yourself, and by that I mean just tell us your full name, and I'll have you spell your first and last name for the court reporter, okay?
Marquez Coleman. MarquezColeman.
And Marquez, how old are you?
16.
And what grade are you currently in?
10th grade.
All right. Did you used to go to Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am.
And so in the 2024 to 2025 school year, were you a freshman at Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that your first year at that school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go to school at Apalachee on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in Miss Ryan's class for second period?
Yes, ma'am.
We are going to pull down this map and circle your name on the seating chart. And what we want you to do is just confirm for us that we have you in the right place in the classroom. There we go. Is that where your seat was that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that you next to Ronaldo, I believe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on that day during second period, tell me what you remember happening.
I was thinking the same
I was
thing.
just doing my work, and then I looked to the left, and then the door was just open, and then the dude started shooting. And I got up and ran behind my teacher desk. And then I was just hiding, and then I heard screams. Everybody was just screaming. Well, my ears went blank for a little bit because like the shots were so loud.
Okay.
And then I was behind the teacher's desk, and then after he got done shooting, I got up, and then I went to the other teacher's desk, and then
Whoops.
that's it.
Okay. Did you know the person who was shooting?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember how long did it feel like the shooting went on for?
Probably about like 30 or 40 seconds.
Okay. And about how long did it feel like before law enforcement arrived?
Maybe like 5 minutes, 7 minutes.
Okay. What was everybody doing in that time before law enforcement was able to make it to y'all?
Everybody was just like screaming, panicking, on the phone with their parents, trying to call their parents.
Were you able to call your parents?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who did you talk to first?
My dad.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I told him, I was like, somebody just came in our classroom and started shooting.
Okay. Once y'all got out of the classroom, where did you go?
We went to a small field, and then we went to a football field after.
Okay. And were your parents able to eventually find you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go back to Apalachee High School after the shooting?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because I was scared.
Okay. So did you change schools because of this shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you enroll in a new school?
I can't remember. I can't remember.
Okay. Was it a period of time that you were out of school?
I think I was out for like 2-3 months.
Okay. Has this changed how you feel about going to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you previously like to go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you feel now?
It's different now. Like every time I'm in the classroom, that's all I be thinking about. Like, yeah.
Okay. Is it hard not to think about that even though you're at a different school?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it affected your interest in sports and extracurriculars?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
Like it's just like after that happened, I just like lost love for sports. I didn't want to do it anymore.
Okay. So you drop out of the sports you were playing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that basketball? Do I remember that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had counseling since this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you. They don't have any questions, then you're good. Thank you. You're good.
State calls next, please.
The state called Brittany Rubio.
Rubio? Is that what it was?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay. And just so everyone can hear you, if you will just kind of speak loud enough, kind of like you're talking to the back of the room, so the jury can hear you and the judge can hear you. Can you tell everybody what your name is?
Have they taken lunch here?
Rubio.
And can you spell your last name for everybody?
Rubio.
And is it dash Rubio?
Yeah.
Okay. What school do you go to?
Apalachee High School.
And what grade are you in?
I'm a sophomore.
How old are you?
16.
And when did you turn 16?
December 2nd.
Back in the 2024 to 2025 school year, were you?
All right. Sorry, babe. I just wanted to get the name. What were you saying?
Did they take lunch?
Yes.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Oh, when I was with Tony?
Yes. We didn't get anybody's political ideals worked up. We didn't do anything like that at all. So don't you worry.
What are you talking about?
There were no politics spoken, despite
yeah.
what some people in the chat might say.
some people outed you because there was somebody said you guys were talking Epstein or some shit.
I mean, it's not politics. So
It's not politics.
all y'all, not politics. Secret societies of the Ivy League schools of America, not politics.
No,
Not
that's
politics.
money.
Yep. All right.
Yeah. I was gonna tell you, I don't know if Kat was gonna stay on there or if I think she was dipping. I think she ended it.
Let's see.
I think she just ended her stream.
Yeah. They ended the stream on Long Crime too. They're not even showing the thing anymore. I was wondering if he came back into the courtroom, but
yeah. All right. That was all I had.
Okay.
A ninth grader?
Yes.
Did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
And who did you have for your second period teacher?
Miss Ryan.
Miss Ryan? I'm going to pull up on here the school seating chart. And we have where we think you were sitting.
Last thing I'll say on it, also the failure to prosecute is also not political because it's been across multiple administrations. So I don't know where people are getting this political bullshit. And yeah, I imagine Kat is upset. Very upset. It's a sad state of affairs, but that DNA.
Circled. Is that where you remember you were sitting that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a new seat for you that particular day?
Yeah.
Okay. While you were in class, did someone come to the door that was not in your class?
Yes.
Most
Tell
people
me how you or what brought your attention to someone else being in your classroom.
Well, I heard a knock and I just looked up and I saw him.
And do you remember anything about him?
He had like long, curly blonde hair.
Was there anything that stood out about what he was carrying?
Well, I didn't see at the time. No.
Okay. Tell us what you remember happening.
Well, I heard a knock, so I look up and then the door opened and just like shots got fired.
What did you do when he started shooting?
Well, I got up. I got like under my desk for a little bit, and then I just like got up because I heard Nautica say she got shot.
And was Nautica sitting right next to you?
She was in like, well, yeah.
And when you heard her say that she got shot, what did you do?
Well, I just like went towards her, and we went to like where Miss Ryan was.
Did you help her get over there, or did y'all walk together?
Well, she went like by herself, and I was like beside her.
Okay. Did you stay there until police got there?
Mm-hmm.
And were you, tell me what you were doing. Were you talking to Nautica? Were you?
Well, I was with like, there was like a bunch of girls like in that corner, but I was mostly like talking to Nautica. I got her phone because she said she wanted it, so I went to go get her phone. Ms. Ryan would take up our phones, but that day, me and Nautica didn't give our phones. We put it in her book bag, so I had to go to her book bag and get it.
So that answered the question that I think the chat cleared up earlier, because at first I thought maybe the witness was saying that the teacher took the cell phone once they were in an active shooting situation. And I said, oh, maybe that was to make sure the signal doesn't get overloaded so that law enforcement could, communicate. And everyone else in the chat has said, oh, I think they do that at the start of school. So at the start of the class. So as this witness has clarified, they took their devices at the start of class so the kids aren't distracted and looking at their phones during class.
And when I was there getting the book bag, that's when I saw Christian. And then I told Coach Edwards that Christian was there and he needed help. He went to go help him, so I just left and I gave Nautica her phone.
And did Nautica call her mom?
Yeah.
Did you at any point get your phone and call anybody?
I got my phone when I got hers.
Okay. And who did you try to call?
Oh, I was gonna call my mom, but then I just didn't. I don't know why.
Okay. When you were sitting there kind of with all the girls over in the corner, do you know how long y'all were there waiting on police?
No, but it felt quick for me.
Okay. When y'all were there, did you know whether or not the shooter had been taken into custody?
I didn't know.
Okay. Were y'all afraid that he was going to come back?
Yeah.
Okay. Had anyone tried to barricade the door to prevent that from happening?
I think it was Coach Edwards.
Okay. When police got there, tell me what happened.
Well, they told us to put our hands up, so we all did. I was trying to like walk out, and then Martin, he was like comforting me, saying it was okay and that I could do it, and he was just comforting me to tell me not to look down because there was like blood everywhere on the ground. And then after I left the classroom, we went up a hill like near the football field.
Okay. And what were y'all doing in the football field?
It was just a bunch of students and classes like all together. And I saw my friends, so I was just like with them. And then we started moving to the bleachers.
Is that where parents ultimately came to meet y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you able to find your parents or a family member?
Yes.
When kind of since this day, can you tell us how that shooting has affected you?
I get scared very easily now. And when I'm in public, if I hear a loud noise, sometimes I get scared.
When did you go back to school after this?
The first day they said we could go back.
Was it difficult going back?
A little bit.
Does anything kind of trigger you being afraid?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Oh, guns, loud noises, and sometimes being near a door.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, Brittany. I don't have any further questions for you, and I don't think the defense has any.
Attorney Cross? No, Your Honor, no question. All right, thank you. Could you bring Michaela Brown next?
Hey, Michaela.
Hey.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony you're going to give, the matter now pending before this court, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth.
I swear that everything will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Put your hand down. If you could, I'm going to need you to speak up so everyone can hear you, okay? And you can use that microphone. Could you please introduce us and tell us what your name is?
My name is Michaela Brown.
Okay. Can you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Makaylah.
Okay. And Michaela, where do you go to school?
I go to Apalachee High School.
And how old are you?
I'm 16 years old.
And when is your birthday?
September 19.
Okay. Last year, did you also go to Apalachee? Last year, school year, did you also go to Apalachee?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were you a freshman that year?
Yes, sir.
For second period, what class did you have?
I had Miss Ryan's class.
And on September 4th, were you in class that day?
Yes, sir.
We're going to pull up a seating chart. That's not it there. Well, that's the seating chart. We're going to pull a different one up that has where we think you were sitting. And tell us if that's correct.
I was sitting right there.
Was that a new place to sit that day?
Yeah, my teacher just switched the seating chart.
She switched you. What were y'all doing in class that day?
I think that's the day when she switched the seating chart. I don't remember.
Okay. How does class normally go as far as the teaching?
Can you repeat that?
How does class normally go as far as the teaching?
just go as a normal day.
Okay. Do you work individually? Do you work in groups? Does the teacher just kind of teach you and you listen, or how does it work with Miss Ryan's class?
So sometimes she teaches and we listen, or sometimes we work in groups.
Do you remember that morning if she was actually teaching you, or were you working in groups that morning?
She was teaching us.
Okay. Is at some point during this class did something catch your attention that wasn't right?
No, sir.
Okay. When did you first notice something happening?
When he was just standing at the door.
Okay. So you're according to that seat, the door's kind of behind you, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn and look at the door?
Yes, sir.
What was it that made you turn and look at the door?
I just heard a big loud banging noise against the wall.
Okay. And when you turned around and looked at the door, what did you see?
I seen him standing there with the gun.
Okay. This person you saw standing there, had you ever seen them before?
No, sir.
Okay. And what were they doing with the gun?
He was holding it at first, and then I think he took the safety off.
Okay. After he took the safety off, what did he do?
He started shooting around the classroom.
Did he ever come into the classroom, or did he just stay there at the door?
He was just standing there at the door.
Okay. And how many times did he shoot the gun into the room?
About like 15, 10, I can't remember.
What was it like when he first started shooting?
I don't really remember. All I remember is him aiming the gun at me and I dropped down.
Okay.
That's it.
Were you able to hear anything?
I wasn't really focused on that. I was just focused on me
Being on the ground?
yeah.
Okay. So how long do you think it took for those 15 or so shots before he stopped shooting? How long was it when you hit the ground to when he stopped shooting?
Like 10 seconds.
Okay. When the shots stopped, what did you do?
I got up, looked around, and then I just remember just to go get my phone to call my mom.
Okay. When you got up and looked around, was the shooter still in the room?
No, sir. The door was blocked by then.
The door was shut, locked. Okay. Who was blocking the door?
I think Coach Edward, I remember, and one student, I can't remember who it was.
And what were they doing to block the door?
They was using this. I wasn't really paying attention to that.
I understand. What were you doing at that point?
I ran to the other side to go grab my phone, call my mom.
Where on that was your phone on that little
Under Miss Ryan's desk.
Okay, and hers is the one on the top right corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you went and got your phone. Did you stay up there to call your mom, or did you run somewhere else with your
I
phone?
stayed under the desk.
Stayed under the desk. Were you able to reach your mom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you tell your mom?
Well, I told my mom that my school got shot up,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think that's all I remember. I told her.
Did you stay on the phone with your mom, or did you hang up?
I was still on the phone with my mom, but like I was kind of not paying attention to her.
While you were there, how long before the police came to your room?
It took about like 5 minutes.
During that 5 minutes, what was happening inside the room? What were other people doing?
All I heard was screaming. I was just under the desk, so I couldn't really see. And I was helping my friend Taylor too, as well.
Okay. And what was wrong with Taylor?
She was on the ground, looking like she's passing out.
Okay. Could you see if there was any blood around her?
No, sir. All I remember her was her leg. That's all she said, and then her grab her phone.
Okay. And you said she was passing out?
Yeah, her.
Did she pass out?
No, I can't really tell, but all I saw was her lip going white.
Okay. And was she able to move around any?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you stay there with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you still with her when police came?
Yes, sir.
When the police got there, how did they get in the door?
They moved the desk out the way, like they was just shoving themselves in there. I think Coach Edward was helping them too. I can't remember.
Okay. About how many police came in?
Like 2, 3, I can't remember how many.
And what were they doing when they came in?
They was grabbing all the injured people first, and then they told us to, like, let's go out that door. And then I was holding my friend Hayden down, her eyes, like, so she wouldn't see.
Okay. When you said they took the injured out first, did you see other students with injuries?
Yeah.
Who did you see that was injured?
I saw that Nautica was injured. And
Where was she injured at? Could you
on
tell?
the other side with Miss Ryan, on the other side of the classroom.
Okay. What part of her body was injured? Could you tell?
No, sir.
Okay. Other than Nautica, who did you see?
I remember seeing Natalie. That's what I remember seeing getting.
Where was on her body was Natalie injured?
I remember seeing blood from her face.
You saw
I don't
blood on
know
her
who.
face?
Somewhere.
Okay.
When I was over there with them.
Okay. When you left from helping Taylor and left the room, you said something about your friend Hayden was helping you?
No, I was helping Hayden,
You were
like cover
helping
her
Hayden.
eyes so she wouldn't see the body.
Okay. And which body are you referring to?
Kristen's body,
Where was Christian's body at?
near the doorway.
Okay. Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was he alive or deceased?
He was deceased.
Okay. How could you tell?
Because he wasn't moving, and I think I remember seeing his eyes open. I can't tell.
And Hayden, how was she reacting?
She was crying, like almost like in a panic mode, but I can't really remember how she was acting or tell.
When you went out the door past Christian's body, which direction did they turn you, to the left or to the right?
To the right.
Okay. Did you see anything else in the hallway before you left the school?
I mean, I think a white bag.
Okay. And then y'all went out the door to your right. Okay. Where did y'all go?
We went up the grass to go to this field. Well, we went up to the grass to a tree to see where else to go, because I think they came and got us first. I can't remember.
Were there other students out there, or was it just your class?
There was more students out there, because I remember looking for Taylor's sister, because I had Taylor's phone.
You had Taylor's phone. Did you get that when you were helping her?
Yeah.
Okay. And so did you know Taylor?
Yes.
How long have you known Taylor?
Since elementary school.
Okay. So you knew her sister too? What grade was her sister in?
The same grade.
Same grade. Were you able to find her sister out
Yeah.
on the grass at that point?
Well, I think I remember finding somebody else to go find her sister, and then the person handed me her phone back, and then I found her sister.
Okay. When you were still on the grass, were other students coming out of the school?
Yes, sir.
At some point, were y'all told to go somewhere else?
Yes, sir.
And where were y'all told to go?
To the football field.
All right. And when you got to the football field, were people already there?
I can't remember.
That's okay. Did other students start arriving?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did all the students arrive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was happening on the football field?
A lot of people crying. I was just trying to worry about getting my parents to me.
Were you able to do that?
Yes, sir.
How long were you out there on the football field before someone came for you?
For, I think, 1 hour for my dad to come to me.
Wow.
What were y'all doing during that hour, the students?
Crying.
I was really crying most of the times.
Did you ever find someone to give Taylor's phone to?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you give it to?
Her sister.
Okay, so you did find her
Yeah.
sister. Okay. Since that day, how have you been doing?
Still a little traumatized.
Tell me about that.
So every time, like, my parents go out a lot, so every time they go out, I'm always home alone with my brother, and I'd be scared to, like, stay there so many times.
Anything else?
And then taking my dogs out at dark time.
Have you done any counseling?
No, sir.
How long before you went back to school?
As soon as they let people.
As soon as they let you in? Okay. How has things been going at school since then?
still worry about like, is it gonna happen again or is it not gonna happen again?
All right. Thank you, Michaela. I don't have any more questions for you.
Any calls? No problem. Thank you. Thank you. City calls next week.
City Calls Carolyn Brady.
All right, just want to take a break and look at the Georgia statute for cruelty to children. So a parent, guardian, or other person supervising the welfare of a child or... Okay, so that one's not it. Any person commits the offense of cruelty to children in the first degree when such person maliciously causes a child under the age of 18 cruel or excessive physical or mental pain. Any person commits the offense of cruelty to children in the second degree when such person with criminal negligence causes a child under the age of 18 cruel or excessive physical or mental pain.
That's the relevant portion of the statute. That's the one that goes under second degree. So that's the predicate to the second degree murder charge on the two kids. It has nothing to do with the adults. Only the
Wait, you're sure it's under C and not B? That it's that the offense of cruelty was negligence and as opposed to malicious?
Second degree, yeah.
Second degree cruelty and second degree murder, you're sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because I put in when I was looking up the counts, they gave us because I think there's 28 to 29 counts.
So your understanding is each of these children who have testified are subject to account.
Yeah.
Okay, so that and I paused for this because I flagged a lot of your comments over here, about how many minors are they going to use to inflame the jury? Spitfire saying, I think we should hear from every child who wants to testify. George asking if it's probative versus prejudicial. Many survivors find it cathartic to confront those responsible for harming them. That's something I wanted to pause and speak to just because there does need to be a balance between, because look, victims can testify at the give testimony at the sentencing, victim's impact statement. So they don't need to testify. So like, I think everyone who wants to testify should get a right to testify, meaning be called as a witness during the guilt phase, as opposed to called as a witness during the sentencing phase. But if every one of these kids is subject to a charge, then yeah, we have to hear.
This is the breakdown. So there's 2 counts of second degree murder, 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 19 counts of second degree cruelty to children for the minor victims.
So we need to hear from 19 children at least for this.
Because the count exists, so they have to prove it up for each and every count. 4 counts of reckless conduct, and then 2 counts of providing a firearm to a minor. 29 total counts.
Right. So I'd say so far, my thoughts on what's probative, if we're sticking with just the 19 kids that are charged, then I think it's all probative, whether, and they like not so Zen Jen says he asked so many unnecessary questions. Well, how you're dealing with it now, how it's affected you. And I don't know which questions you were thinking about. I remember during all of this, maybe thinking some were unnecessary questions that I can't specifically recall right now, but that all goes to the mental cruelty side of it, which we confirmed is a specific, part of the elements. It's either excessive physical or mental pain. So you heard from all the surviving victims who were shot. That's both physical and mental. And now you're hearing from everybody in the zone of danger. That's, mental. And I think there's probably a ton of kids who weren't even in that classroom that they could have charged on,
Yeah.
People in the halls, people he walked by with a gun, people, so I think at least what I'm seeing now is the state is limiting this at least to the specific elements that have been charged. Whether that questioning goes beyond, whether some of their, are we going to have too many inflammatory pictures, photographs? We'll have to see. So far, we haven't had, that many. We don't know what those pictures were that went up where the judge said these are gruesome and then kind of stopped himself.
And the kind of the bigger point is that in terms of the parade of kids that are going up there for these 19 counts, they're the foundation for the second degree murder. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have to prove these in order to even get to that question. And in Georgia, the statute requires that they prove that he acted with criminal negligence and caused a child under 18 cruel or excessive physical or mental pain, as you said. So, but there's going to be, they define criminal negligence in Georgia, because I pulled up, I was trying to look at the pattern instructions, is defined as a conscious disregard of substantial and unjustifiable risk. The defendant's act or omission will cause the particular harm at issue. So there's a Court of Appeals case called Banta v. State, and that's the definition that will govern the instructions in this case. So,
All right, let's keep going. Babe, will you update the banner? I'm going to fix this comment.
Who is it?
We don't know yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
First thing I'm going to do is have you raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. And if you will start just by telling us your full name and spell your first name for us.
Jalen, Jaylyne, Brady.
Okay. And Jalen, what school do you go to?
Apalachee.
How old are you?
16.
And when did you turn 16?
January 20th.
So not very long ago.
No.
And so were you in ninth grade last year, the 2024 to 25 school year?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember whose class you had for second period?
Miss Ryan.
Okay. So we're going to pull up that seating chart again with where we believe you were sitting circled. Can you tell us if that is correct where you're sitting that day?
It is correct.
Okay, so that's you on the end and you were next to Hayden.
I believe so.
Okay. And taking you back to September 4th of 2024, were you at school that day?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us during Miss Ryan's class that day when you first realized something was wrong?
When everybody hit the floor.
Okay. So did you notice people reacting before you even noticed something else?
Yes, I did.
So once everybody hit the floor, what do you remember?
Like everybody moving, like dragging all the desks.
Okay. Do you remember, like, in your mind, do you remember hearing gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it feel like the gunshots went on?
For like 30 seconds.
Okay. And where did you go during that time?
Under the board.
Okay. That kind of smart board we see in the corner. Okay. So you said that people were moving desks and that kind of thing. Once the shooting stopped, what do you remember?
Helping other people.
Okay. Is there anyone specific that you remember that needed help?
Nautica.
Okay. And what was going on with Nautica?
She was just, I don't know how to explain it.
Could you tell if she was injured?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was she acting?
Just to pause real quick, NBC is reporting. Wait, no, this guy's not NBC. Sorry. Wait a second. Fox News is reporting that Sheriff Nanos tells, oh, I could have read it and then I would have seen it. Fox News that the one glove which was recovered, this is about Guthrie, obviously, about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, did not match DNA in Nancy's home and did not have a hit in CODIS. So it was a dead end, the DNA, at least for now, unless they get a suspect to compare it to. Oh, well, look at that. Look at that. Thank you, the virtual drawer. So I just wanted to give you guys that update. Yep. Okay, let's go. I'll back up 10 seconds.
Okay. And how is she acting? It's hard to put into words, I know.
I don't know.
Okay. Can you describe like what she was doing? Was she crying? Was she?
Yeah, she was crying.
Okay. How were the rest of the kids in the class acting at the time?
They were also freaking out.
Okay. And how were you acting at the time? Do you remember?
I think I was acting calm until I stood up,
Okay.
I didn't think it hit me until after.
Okay. At what point do you think it hit you? You said when you stood up?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were still in the classroom?
Yeah.
All right. What do you remember about that moment?
Honestly, I don't know.
Is it kind of hazy still?
Yeah.
Okay. How long did it feel like until law enforcement arrived?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, did you stay with Nautica?
Yeah.
And were y'all over there by the smart board?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember if anybody else was over there with y'all?
Miss Ryan, Natalie, and Melanie, and Brittany.
Okay. And do you remember if anybody else over there was injured too?
Yeah. Natalie and Melanie were.
Okay. And once law enforcement arrived, what happened?
They took all the injured people out.
Okay. And then after all the injured people were out, were the people who were not injured able to leave?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember anything about when y'all were walking out?
No, nothing really happened after that.
Okay. Where did y'all go once you were taken out of the classroom?
It's like this hill, and then we went to the football field.
At some point, were you able to contact anyone on your
Yes.
phone? Who'd you call?
My papa.
Okay. And is your papa your grandpa?
Yeah.
All right. And what did you tell him?
That our school was shot up.
Okay. And when y'all got out to the football field, at some point, was somebody able to meet you there?
Yeah.
And who was that?
My papa and mom.
Okay. And Jalen, since this happened, how has it affected you?
I think I have a lot more anxiety and stuff.
Gotcha. Is it something that comes up regularly, something you continue to struggle with?
Yes.
What does it look like when you feel anxious? Like, how does that feel for you?
I'm not really sure what it's worse.
Yeah. Is it something, has it made school any harder for you?
A little, yeah.
Okay. And do you feel it sometimes at home too?
Not really.
Okay. Mainly school?
Yeah.
Okay. Jalen, I don't think I have any other questions for you. If you have any questions.
No problem, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you're done, Jalen. Thank you.
Hey, Martin, how are you today?
I'm getting you.
Doing well. Could you raise your right hand, please? I swear the testimony you give in the matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you could put your hand down and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Martin Marino Galdames.
Okay.
Do you want me to spell it out?
I would love for you to spell that. Thank you.
My first name is Martin. My first last name Merino. And my second last name is Galdamez.
And Martin, how old are you?
I'm 16.
And when's your birthday?
December 19th.
What school do you go to?
I go to Apalachee High School.
And last year, what year are you? What grade are you in?
I'm a sophomore right now.
Okay. And last year, what school did you go to?
Apalachee.
And what grade were you in that?
A freshman.
I'll take your attention to second period. What class did you
Someone help me fix that spelling. I think I got it wrong.
have for second period
I
last
had
year?
I had math class with Miss Ryan.
Miss Ryan, okay. And were you in school on the day of September 4th of last year?
Yes, sir.
Or 2 years ago? Did you know the other kids in that class well?
Yeah.
Okay, who are the other kids that you knew?
I knew Kendez since pre-K. I knew Christian since elementary. Mason since elementary too. I've known Landon since middle school. Hayden and Ronaldo I met that year. I've known about Brittany since
Thank you.
around middle school and elementary. Nautica since middle school, and I didn't know Jalen that well. And William since elementary too.
What were y'all doing in class that day?
Miss Ryan was up on the board teaching us from one of the math textbooks we had on our desks.
Okay. I'm going to take your attention. We're going to pull up a seating chart and see. We're going to circle where we think you were. Is that where you were?
The row I was in is a bit longer. I'd say about one more desk longer.
Okay.
But yes, it's correct.
Okay. Were you sitting next to Kendez?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you said Miss Ryan was teaching. Where was she at on that seating chart area?
She was around, basically right in front of me, just teaching.
Against that back wall where it says seating chart? Okay. And while she was teaching, did something happen that caught your attention?
I heard 3 loud bangs happen, and then I proceeded to turn around to see.
Where were the 3 bangs coming from?
The door.
Okay. And when you turned around, what did you see at the door?
I saw a figure holding up a weapon, aiming it towards when I turned around my right.
Okay. So kind of towards the smartboard area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did you do when you saw him with the gun?
I heard someone yell, "He has a gun," and I proceeded to drop down on the floor, crawl through my desk, and hit the whiteboard.
Okay, so you went kind of at an angle towards the smartboard on the floor?
I went straight.
Straight, okay. Did he start firing?
Yes.
Did he start firing? Did you drop before he started firing or after or kind of at the same time?
I'd say the same time. Yeah, the same time.
Okay. Could you, I know you're dropping and crawling, could you see where he was shooting at or were you even looking that way?
When I glanced, it looked like he was aiming from the smartboard, and from what I can remember, he went from the smartboard towards the right.
Okay, so he's turning toward his right?
Yeah.
Okay. How many shots do you think he fired?
I'd say I heard around 10, I believe.
Okay. How long do you think the shooting took?
Like 3 minutes.
Okay. When the shooting stopped, had you made it all the way to the smartboard?
I didn't go to the smartboard directly. I stayed in the middle, and later on I went towards the furthest corner from the door.
Did you double check that, Justy?
Yep. Where the teacher, Ms. Ryan's desk was?
Yes.
Okay. Before that, as soon as the shot started firing, did you look back towards the door to see what was going on?
Yes, I did.
Was the shooter still in the room?
No, he left the door open, and I remember some of my friends going to close the door and put chairs and desks to cover it.
And who was that was putting the chairs and desks in front?
It was the other teacher and Ronaldo, I believe.
So Mr. Edwards and Ronaldo? Okay. And what were you doing while they were putting the chairs?
While they were doing that, I was jumping between my friends to see if they were okay. And I remember giving my hoodie to Miss Ryan to help some of the kids that were bleeding.
Okay. Who did you first notice that wasn't okay?
Taylor.
Okay.
She was really pale.
Could you tell if she was injured in any way?
I couldn't tell she was injured, but I knew something was wrong from how pale her face was.
Okay. Where was she?
She was in front of the teacher's desk, just sitting there.
Okay. Did she say anything to you?
No.
Did you say anything to her?
I asked her if she was okay, if she got hit or anything, but
Did she answer you?
no.
Okay. Did you do anything with her to render aid to her?
No. I left her to Landon and Ari, I believe.
Okay. So they were helping her. What did you do then?
I went under the teacher's desk to help my friends that were there and to get my phone to text family members.
Did you find anyone else in the room that was injured besides Taylor?
Ronaldo, he said that a bullet ricocheted and hit him on the thigh. So he asked me to help him with it.
Okay. Did you see the wound?
Not directly, but I did see some of the blood on his clothes.
Okay. Did you see anyone else that was injured?
No, but I could hear the yelling.
What were you hearing?
I was hearing, I don't know who it was, yelling, "I'm shot and I'm bleeding."
Okay. Did you see blood around the room?
Not, I can't remember. I have vague glimpses of seeing bits of blood on the floor after it all happened.
Okay. You said you got your phone and who did you contact?
I tried calling my mom and then my dad, but they were at work, so they didn't pick up.
Okay.
So I proceeded to text 2 of my cousins.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I told them that they were shooting in the building, that they went for my classroom first, and that I'm not hit, thankfully, but some of my classmates are.
After the shooter left your classroom, did you hear any more shots?
I'm just going to pause it to say this but it wasn't allowed to be introduced or wasn't introduced. I'm just going to post it right here. This is an article, and I don't know if it'll let me post all this. This is the abstract. Might be too, too long. Oh no, there it is. All right. So just so we know, but again, it wasn't introduced, and I don't know if it was excluded from being introduced. This is research I did after I was like, well, wait a minute, why is it in the mouth? And what's the explanation? At first I was like, there doesn't seem to be an explanation. I did some research. So large quantities of human cells and DNA fragments are continually released into the air, and this constitutes a significant proportion of indoor dust. This study explored the feasibility of aerosol DNA as the source of information to aid human identification in criminal cases. Then they go through to say how many, what they did in the test, and the outcome was this study showed that human DNA can be collected from air in sufficient amounts to yield full STR genotypes, suggesting the potential use of aerosol DNA as a novel investigation tool for forensic applications. So that being said, if there's enough in the air that you can get a full amount of a genotype, that's what the proximity argument was. But again, if he's saying I never hung out on that side of town, and I don't know that it got that specific, but I just think that there were that question could have been explored, period. I think without could have been explored by a question to their expert. I just don't know if it was the judge prevented it or it wasn't done, but DNA in the mouth is an issue. There were 2, my understanding is that there were other people's unknown profiles in the victim's mouth in the Faust case that he was tried for. So how do you get that if there's no one else she was having direct contact with? That's Bob talked about it. You're in a restaurant, you touch the table, you touch your mouth, you use the bathroom, you touch your face, you touch your lips, So there are innocent explanations, but they weren't offered at trial. It's not up to the jury to come up with their own innocent explanation of how the DNA got there. So I don't know that I necessarily fault the jurors, because there needs to be some sort of explanation provided to them in the evidence, an argument from the evidence, something. But from a factual standpoint, to me, that creates a factual reasonable doubt that was not able to be presented at trial.
Did you slip back into Faust?
I did. I just put up an article, like, because I told him I was doing research of, how it could be. And this was an article from 2022, detection of human DNA in the air. But again, they went to listen to that thing again, his statement again, during which he's like, I didn't hang out with those people. I didn't go over there. I stayed on my side of town. I might have rode my bike through it, but that those questions weren't asked poignant to like, well, did you go to certain stores? Did you go to certain restaurants? Where'd you go when you went on a date? But I don't know, so that's it.
Yeah.
We had all these comments here, like in Crew's defense, the judge pretty much shut down all their avenues of defense, which I heard DNA was one thing that was limited. Crew's was great. However, his hands were tied from the jump.
See, and look, Alice and I are both seasoned criminal defense attorneys, and he had a case where he had one really, really bad fact that he strategically or for whatever reason elected to not address it. And I tried to warn people everywhere I went that were following other creators that were, oh, he's amazing. He's a new Atticus Finch. Well, he's a young lawyer. This is a big case, and nobody's going to beat himself up more than Cruz is himself because he's feeling it. But Allison and I were both extremely, extremely concerned that he was not challenging, especially the true allele shit. I told this the first time I got on Cat's Live,
babe,
on this house case. I brought up true. I'm here to tell you, Cat, that the true allele is a huge problem. That when the jurors, because you have to look at everything through the lens of a juror. Like, it doesn't matter what I think, but what we know is that huge number is, and if you have no way to challenge it, or if you've elected to not try to challenge that DNA evidence at all, you're going to get convicted. I'm sorry. You just are. That guy in that chair, more often than not, nine out of 10 times, if not more than that, gets convicted. That's how this shit works.
And I'm not sure if, like, I saw people saying, like, in closing, the state misrepresented the evidence, but in closing, I mean, there was a lot of focus on the DNA in the mouth because that's what they knew before he was arrested. But DNA experts got on the stand and said that DNA was in either one or both of the other profiles. Question being, was one of them the mouth again, or was one of them actually vaginal?
I thought the bigger issue that they couldn't establish that any of it was seminal, like semen.
Or they didn't test. I don't know. There were issues. That's what I'm saying. When you've got issues with the DNA, they got to at least be presented so people understand what the damn issues are.
Right. We can't be arguing about it because it was, you know what I mean? To Allison's exact point. Like this is the shit that should have been debated at trial. Like, we can't sit here after a verdict not knowing everything that we should know about this DNA. Like, I'm still asking questions. I asked a question today. Somebody posted a super, and I'm like, okay, well, let me find it. It was
it here or was it on your?
Oh, so no, it was here. It was this one. Did you guys know they originally got Faust DNA from a DUI blow, and your thoughts? And I asked, okay, well, the DUI occurred after they had a match in CODIS.
Right. That's what I don't know either, because I thought
I don't know if we don't know that because we didn't watch all the trial, or if we don't know that because no defense was mounted.
And I just know that when we were on with Kat and we asked questions, and she's been paying close attention, she's highly intelligent. She was like unclear on what they were establishing with the DNA and how she's like, oh, he gave some pushback, but I didn't really get a full sense of X, Y, or Z. And, that's like what you're saying, babe. Like, if we're not hearing if that pushback isn't hitting home, you might as well not have pushed back. You
Yeah,
know?
exactly.
And if it's not just in the mouth and it's in other body parts, which I think the accusation was that they were both, you know, they were
Yeah.
both oral. And I'll tell you this, I have reasonable doubt that they were both oral because, yeah, I understand what they're saying. It should both have been, one should have been vaginal, but someone labeled it A and B. Like someone labeled it A and B. That's like someone knows that these are both oral. And if somebody accidentally took two oral and didn't do a vaginal, then that could happen. But it's like not very usual for DNA swabs to be mislabeled, and then to use a presumptive test to say there were vaginal cells in what should have been an oral swab is bullshit. We have seen pre-tests positive for seminal that ended up not being seminal. So you can have the same thing with vaginal. But all right, we're way too sidetracked for this, you know.
Well, let me say something though, and just let me finish it before you jump in, okay?
Oh,
So
sorry.
like a lot of people are focusing on the things that you were just talking about, and I'm here to tell you, none of that fucking shit mattered. They weren't back there talking about vaginal or, you know, like, was it seminal? Like, none of that shit came up. They had a fucking huge number from True Allele, and they had the cops sitting there saying that Chris Melton's fucking alibi was checked out.
Right.
So like those two things for a jury, not for lawyers, for jurors. Chris Melton, cop, oh, well, we checked him. He's cleared. He's cleared. And then you've got True Allele. It ended up exactly where I told everybody it was going to end up because of True Allele.
Yeah, but babe, I rewatched the DNA, the first DNA experts thing, and she didn't say they used True Allele on the oral swab. She said the first swab, she ran it through CODIS. The other swabs went to True Allele. So that first one, which was a gadillion, maybe I got to listen again, gazillion, whatever the fuck it was. My understanding from
more
her,
people than there are on the planet.
well, right, but yeah, the likelihood ratio, that's why it can go above the people. Meaning, yeah, so that was not a True Allele number, that the other swab was where they got
True
Allele
Allele
number.
definitely came in. They backdoored it. I remember when it came in and you said you were right. They backdoored it in.
But I think it was only to the other two swabs and not the mouth swab.
I don't give a shit what swab it was for.
Right.
Like, I mean, the number is the number.
Right, but the really high one was a swab.
I assure you that True Allele was a really high number as well. They don't come back with anything other than really high numbers because it's black box bullshit. Like that we don't know how it works. There's no way to disprove that it's bullshit because he won't give up the algorithm. And I'm talking about the guy. So yeah, I mean, sadly, this was, you know, fait accompli. You know, I am not surprised at all. Allison is not surprised at all. I don't know if you're pretending like you were surprised, but we were not surprised.
Yeah.
Upset, but not surprised.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to switch it back to so we can stop ourselves talking about
other parts of the school.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to that. I was trying to help some of my friends.
I completely understand. How long was that y'all were in the room without anyone else helping?
I would say half an hour or less.
Okay. And who first came to help y'all?
The cops first came to check on everyone, to see how bad the injuries were, and to guide us out of the building.
Okay. And who did they take out first, the cops?
I don't really remember that well.
Okay. At some point, were you taken out of the room?
Yes.
Did you walk on your own free will, or did someone have to take you?
I walked on my own free will because I also had to help Ronaldo get out of the building because he couldn't walk that well.
Ronaldo was having trouble walking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you see Christian on your way out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how was he?
He was just laying down on the floor. I couldn't see much because I didn't want to, and I was helping others.
Did you know he was there before you went to leave?
Mhm.
Was there discussion around the room about it? Was there any discussion around the room about it?
About
Christian?
if he's
Pause it.
What
And
about
it's
his
going to be
well-being?
the last thing I'm going to say about this. Faust verdict, devastating. I am here to tell you, we've been talking about it since we started this channel. I've been talking about it since I started the podcast before Allie came on with me. This shit is going on all over this country and has been forever. These are not isolated incidents. There are thousands, in particular, black men in prison that were absolutely wrongfully convicted on bullshit just like this. So while I understand Faust is like in your kind of like in your mindset right now, I'm here to tell you that this is an absolute travesty, and it's an absolute certainty that this has been going on since the beginning of this country. That's it. And I don't like, I'm not frustrated, but I am a little bit because we say it all the time. Like, no one should have been surprised by this verdict. This is how this country operates. This is how our criminal justice system operates. The battle that we have to fight as criminal defense attorneys against the power of the government is 99% of the time insurmountable. And that's a fact. Once you come to understand that as a fact, then you're going to look at things way more critically. So I'm like, and it heartens me to see people that actually give a shit. Like, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. Heather, I mean, if you want to come on and debate it at some point, like, I'm not going to do it via text. I disagree with you. I don't think that they established a timeline in terms of when the fire actually started. If you're using the stopped clock is something that is end all be all for you, that's your prerogative. I don't find it that compelling. Okay. I don't buy the state's timeline. And again, you know,
But it also doesn't have to be Melton to not be Faust.
Right. I mean, Melton's just a convenient guy to pin it on, and likely the guy. You know, I mean, the reality is it seemed very personal with the sodomy. You know, I mean, that is it's a personal thing. And if it's like, to me, like Faust waking up real early and deciding to walk 3 houses down and shit where he eats seems insane.
Plus, you can delay.
Well, when I say debate, that just means let's talk it through. You know what I mean?
No, but you said I don't want to debate you over text, so she was responding.
Oh, well, yeah, like I can't, like, meaning I'm not going to sit here and type responses, so I have the ability to be able to speak it. So, you know, I mean, for me, look, like I got out of the system for a reason, and it was, 20 plus years was enough for me. I'd seen enough, and frankly, I think we have a louder voice out here only to make people aware of what is going on.
And I have to say, I think a lot of what drives like the initial visceral feeling that this, sorry, hold on.
Big coughs. Wow. Big coughs. Seems like you're out of water.
I am. That was coffee still. I don't even have my water. That this started as like an unjust investigation and an unjust, trial is the whole black man walking thing. When it starts with, I saw a black man on the street, that just raises all the red flags. When you've got a guy saying, well, my roommate, well, what alerted you to look and notice this person? Well, my roommate alerted me. It's like, hey, there's a black man on the street. I mean, that's where it's just like, oh my gosh, what in the hell is going on? A black man on the street is not like, and putting in just witness and he matched the defendant because he's a black man on the street. So that gets everyone just started right there. Okay, this is bullshit, and then without but when it comes down to it and you have this DNA and it's not scientifically challenged sufficiently, it leaves people thinking, the jury thinking, how is his DNA anywhere on her vicinity unless they had contact? And the defense, like, just saying proximity when his own words are saying, I wasn't there, I wasn't with her, that's where I can see the jury struggling. Me personally, I think that I cannot trust that second swab was not an oral swab, you know, and but still, without challenging it on the record, in the evidence, this might all come down to a post-conviction petition, assuming someone else can look at the evidence and show the science and why that science needed to be challenged and how challenging it could have changed everything. Because the slightest challenge of that evidence, more than I think they're even there with okay, it could have been oral. Like, let's assume the jurors are like, I'm going to accept those are both oral, but how in the hell is his DNA in her mouth? You're not telling me it's not his DNA. You're not telling me it was insufficient to really identifying him as his DNA. And either the judge prevented you or you did not tell us how it could innocently end up in her mouth when they live in the same area. I mean, if they're really a couple doors down, I don't care what he said in that interview. I don't go to that way. You're talking 575 feet. You guys have to shop at the same store at some point. You have to eat in the same restaurant at some point. You're in the same confined area at some point, then DNA can end up in your mouth.
Yeah, and beyond all that, the no house, no Faust, like that sweet little rhyme he came up with is way more effective if he would have challenged the DNA. Because it's a salient fact that's missing from the state's case. Where is the proof that the guy was in the house other than her person? Because you don't know. Let's assume it is his DNA. Like, to what Allison's saying, we don't know when that like, I mean, how long can the DNA last?
24 hours, but that's different than you're in a restaurant a week ago. I'm in a restaurant now. Somehow we're touched the same thing. It's going to last in my mouth 24 hours, but it lasts on that thing that you guys both touched.
The bottom line is we don't know anything about the sample and the strength of the profile at all. I know nothing about it.
The strength of the sample, you mean?
I said, yeah, the strength of the sample or
profile.
I mean, whatever they were able to develop in terms of a profile. I mean, the strength of the profile itself is like, I don't know what that is.
Well, that's the quadzillion thing, but
like, based on what?
Yeah.
Like, how many, like, it's that whole loci thing. Like, how many points were they able to match it?
I don't even remember them asking any of that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all I could go by is when Reich is looking at shit and there's like, oh, they could only, there were out of the 16 listed, there were 4 matches or 5 matches. And, and then he's looking at peak alleles and all the other shit.
Yeah. Well, if there was that many, he wouldn't have a gazillion number.
I don't know. Like, you're just assuming what's what because they didn't challenge any of it on cross even. Like, I mean, they just didn't challenge the DNA at all.
Probably 25,000 from start to finish. But first it starts with 2,500, 5,000 just to get them to give you orally, all right, this looks like some shit here. You see this picogram? No. They didn't properly determine who the minor and major was. So
but virtual here again, here's what I'm trying to tell you. If you watch trials from beginning to end, defense motions are denied all the fucking time. This is not like some Massachusetts or Georgia. This happens in courtrooms across this country all the time. We lose a vast majority of motions that we filed. We have evidence kept out at trial all the time. All the time. This is not some kind of rare unicorn occurrence. It is not the exception. It is the rule. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like, it doesn't matter what the judge disallowed because they disallow it all in all trials. There's going to be things that we think that should get in, or things that should be kept out that get in. Every single, that's what I'm.
Well, right, and I think
is slanted against defendants in this country. That's why I'm always screaming, if people would actually start embracing innocent until proven guilty is a true concept, if that became your mindset, then you're really putting it to the state. You're saying, I am not going to assume that you got it right. It's the other way around, bro.
By the
Like,
way,
you
babe,
can
that's
prove-
why I voted not guilty on this morning's poll on your channel.
What?
Spite. I voted not guilty. Because you asked like a post opening, and I was like, oh, well, then not guilty.
No, I said pre-closings.
I
'Cause
know.
it was because they had already put a little evidence on.
I know, but I still did it out of spite.
I
But
don't-
to
I don't think
virtual
it's spite.
to virtual jurors comment, Bob was in the midst of giving his passionate overall criminal justice system, deficiencies. But yeah, your comment outside of that, we do need to know what the
water?
judge.
Would you like me to grab you some water?
No, I'm going to go get it
I'd
as soon
like
as.
to do
No,
that.
no, I want to because I kind of need a snack. I'm
finish your
starving.
thought. Okay.
That we do need to see what the judge disallowed to see, because we have heard from Kat and others that the judge did put limits on the DNA. So, all right, I got to go get a drink.
Wait, start the trial. It's over there dying.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, all right.
Go back 10 seconds. Here we go. I can't remember if we updated the ticker for this guy or not.
He's.
Oh yeah, we did.
Just about his well-being.
There was a bunch of talking about people saying he was the first one to get injured. But that's really all I can remember.
Okay. When you left the room, did you go to the right or the left?
The right.
Okay. Did you notice anything in the hallway that caught your attention?
No, I was mainly focused on leaving the building as fast as I could.
As fast as you get out. Okay. And where did they first take you?
They took us to a little hill past the road that links Heyman Morris to Apalachee. And then after a bit, they took all the students there to the football field.
Okay. When you got to the football field, what was happening there?
People were looking for their friends, crying, calling their parents. And there were teachers making sure kids were okay.
Okay. What did you do at the football field?
I roamed around looking for my friends. And once I made sure they were all okay, I couldn't contain myself and I just started crying right there.
Okay. How long were you at the football field?
I'd say 3 or 4 hours.
Okay. And at some point, were you able to leave?
Yes.
Okay. And who came and got you?
My mom came and got me first, and then my dad came later on.
Okay. And since this time, have you had any impact on your life?
I've gone to therapy, but before that, anytime I heard a loud bang multiple times, I would get scared, be aware of my surroundings, and always look at the door.
Okay. How long was it before you went back to school?
It was, I believe, a month.
Okay. Were you injured in any way physically?
No, sir.
And I think you said you went to counseling.
Mm-hmm.
How long did you go to counseling?
I believe it was 4 months.
Okay. And did it help?
Yes.
Okay. Martin, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any calls? No problem. Yes, thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Ariana Norman. All right, Ariana, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
And I love that your earrings match your shirt.
Thank you.
Can you tell us your name and then also spell it, please?
Yes, my name is Ariana Norman, and you spell it Aryanna. And my last name is spelled Norman.
Okay. And how old are you, Ariana?
I'm 16.
Okay. And where do you go to school?
Apalachee.
What grade are you in?
I'm in 10th grade.
What grade were you in during the 2024-2025 school year?
9th grade.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to make you do math today. So you were in 9th grade in 2024. Can you tell us if you went to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, I did.
And who did you have for second period?
Miss Ryan.
Were there any other teachers in that classroom?
Yes.
And who was that?
We call him Coach Edwards.
Okay. What kind of class was it?
An algebra class.
So on that particular day, did y'all have a new seating chart?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up the seating chart from that day. Or I'm going to have, yeah, there you go. Is that where you were sitting? What's in the red circle?
Actually, no, it was switched.
Oh, okay. So were you sitting on the other side?
Yes.
All right. And so you were next to Nautica?
I was in front of her.
In front of her. Okay. The doorway, is that all the way at the bottom left? Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So were you, when you were sitting there, were you looking towards the door or away from the door?
I was looking away from the door. I was actually looking down.
Okay. When everything happened?
Yes.
But before everything happened, would you, if you're just sitting there, would you be looking at the door or away from the door?
Away from the door.
Okay. So when kind of taking you back to that day, can you tell me how class started? Was it going as normal?
Yes, it was going as normal.
Okay. And what were y'all doing?
We always pulled out our algebra notebooks and I can't really remember, but I think we always did a warm up in our books.
Okay. So a warm up in your books?
Yes.
At some point during class, did someone come in that was not in your class?
Yes.
And what were you doing when he came towards your classroom?
I didn't see him come towards the classroom, but I looked up and he was in the doorway. And before I looked up, I was looking down at my algebra notebook trying to figure out a problem.
What brought your attention to the fact that he was at the door?
Nothing really. I just happened to look up.
And what did you notice about him?
I noticed that he had a gun in his hand.
Okay. Do you remember what the gun looked like?
It was long and black.
When you saw him with the gun, what did you do?
I just stared at him.
And what happened?
He started shooting and I put my head down on the desk and covered my ears because it was so loud.
Do you know how long he was shooting for?
Probably, time went by really fast, so I'd say a minute or two.
And do you remember how many shots he fired?
I wasn't counting, but it was a lot.
Wow. So the entire time that he was shooting, did you have your head down?
Yes.
When did you pick your head up?
I picked my head up right as he was leaving.
Okay. And did you see him leave?
Yes.
What happened when he left?
I'm pretty sure he went next door. He went to the left.
Was y'all's door still open when he left?
I think somebody closed it.
Okay. At that point, did y'all have any idea if he was going to come back or not?
I thought he was going to come back.
So were you still afraid for your life at that point?
Yes.
When he left and the door was shut, tell me what you did.
I crawled over to my friend because I thought she was having a panic attack, and then I realized she was shot, so I was trying to keep her awake as long as possible so she didn't die.
And who was your friend?
Taylor Jones.
Had you known Taylor before this class?
Yes.
And how long had you known her?
I had known her since 8th grade.
So you said you were trying to keep her awake. Did you think that she was passing out?
Yes.
What made you think that?
She was fluttering her eyes, open and shut. She could barely keep them open.
What were you doing to try to keep her awake?
I was holding her chin and was saying, "Taylor, stay awake." And every time she would close her eyes, I would shake her.
Did you notice if anyone else was injured?
Yes.
Who else did you see?
I saw Christian, and then I saw Renato, and I heard Natalie.
What did you hear Natalie saying?
She said, "I'm a kid and I'm shot."
Was anyone else screaming or yelling?
No, not that I heard.
What were the other kids doing in the classroom while you were with Taylor?
The other kids were like sheltering themselves. Like, I know some of my friends were behind the teacher's desk, and another kid was beside me with Taylor, and then other people were behind the clear touch and like hiding in corners.
At some point, did you attempt to call anybody?
No, I didn't have a phone.
Okay. At some point, did police get there?
Yes.
What happened when police got there?
They started escorting the injured out.
So who left the room first?
Not sure who left the room first.
I guess which were the kids who went out before you did? That you said the injured kids?
Yes.
At what point did you get to leave the room?
As soon as they said it was okay, we had to walk up. We had to walk out with our hands up.
Did you walk out with anybody?
I walked out with my classmates, yes.
Okay. Was anybody specifically next to you, or were you with anybody?
I was with Hayden and Michaela.
And what happened when you walked out?
I saw Christian laying on the floor as we walked out.
At that point, did you know if he was deceased?
Yes.
What did you do when you left the school or when you left your classroom?
When we left my classroom, we all went up to a grassy area, and I was trying to find like my family to make sure they were okay.
Okay. Did you have other family members at school with you?
Yes.
Who else was there?
I had 2 cousins.
Were you able to find them?
Yes.
Where did y'all, after y'all were on the grassy hill, where did y'all go?
To the football stadium.
And were all the kids from the school in the football stadium?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were y'all there until parents were allowed to come in?
I would say hours.
What were y'all doing while you were waiting for your parents to be able to come in?
If we saw the person that did it, we would go talk to people, and then some people were just like, because they were handing out water and stuff, people would go to the restroom, like get water and stuff and try and make sure their friends were okay.
Eventually was your mom or dad allowed to come to find you?
Yes.
Okay. And were y'all eventually allowed to leave?
Yes.
And did a lot of parents come that day to the football field? Since that day, how has this shooting affected you?
It has affected me very much mentally. I have had to been put on anxiety medication because even to go on a walk around my neighborhood, anxiety would fill my head and I'd feel like somebody would drive past me and shoot me.
In addition to anxiety, is there anything else that kind of interrupts your thoughts?
Just recalling the day.
And does that happen often?
Yes.
And does it happen at any point? Does anything trigger it, or does it just kind of happen randomly?
Loud noises usually trigger it.
And what happens when you recall that day?
What happens when I recall that day is usually I just see Christian laying on the floor lifeless.
And does that also cause you to have a panic attack or to be anxious?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any difficulty sleeping after this?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything in particular that you needed to be able to go to sleep at first?
I would have to have my uncle help me go back to sleep because I would have nightmares of the shooting.
And did you start counseling for this? I mean, have you been in counseling since
Yes.
this? Okay. And are you still in counseling for it?
Yes.
Okay. Have you and the other kids in Miss Ryan's classroom stayed in touch?
Yes.
And how do y'all do that?
We have a group called CRMC, and usually like once every other month we hang out, and sometimes we see each other in the hallways and stuff.
And what is the purpose of that group?
To like bond and like make sure really everybody's okay.
Okay. And what is CRMC?
It stands for the victims' names, and usually what we do is we like hang out, play games, eat food, just to like really get a closer connection.
Thank you, Ariana. I don't have any further questions.
You're welcome.
Any cross?
No cross, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. My understanding is that one or two of the jurors would like a break, so we'll go ahead and take a 10 to 15 minute recess.
All right, how long of a break did they say? I was watching some crazy video some dude did on Aaron Spencer. Dude's got like 981,000, and like everything he's saying is wrong. It's like, I don't. Why do people that don't know anything about the law feel compelled to talk about the law? It's weird. Don't listen to those people. They're wrong. Oh man.
Come on, hold on. I'm here.
Oh, good. There you are. There you are. We're on a 10, 15 minute break here. I was just watching some video on somebody sent me and about Spencer, some dude. He's got a huge audience saying all the wrong shit. Where are we at? Do we have enough blooping time? Where'd she go now? What the? For like, I need more details, Shan. For which case? Where? Typically, you find them. You can always. It depends if you're trying to find them online.
What you do? Anything about the truth to help you? All right.
Is that Allie doing that? Like hiding with that weird little.
All right, Ms. Lancaster, can you raise your right hand?
Okay.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, can you tell?
Sorry, were you trying to talk?
I mean, I was answering a question. Shan, so North Carolina. I mean, in terms of court filings, I mean, the first place you try to go is the docket. You know, but it depends. Every jurisdiction's different. You know, some jurisdictions require you to be a lawyer in order to get pleadings and things of that nature. Some have it accessible to the public. That's where you start. You always start at the docket, the court's docket. So you figure out what county it's in. You go to the circuit clerk of that county, go into their website and see if you can find if they've got anything available. The other way to do it, if it's close to you, if it's drivable, you could always drive to the courthouse.
Or go to, what is it, Seeking Justice?
Or Seeking Justice. If it's a case that's on Tracy's radar, it's in Seeking Justice. She's the queen of dockets and the queen of all filings for all cases of interest. So if it's a little known case, Trace might not have it, but she could probably get it for you for a small fee.
All right, am I starting this?
Yeah, fire it up. Oh, so we had some blooping time?
I bloop. Didn't you watch us just bloop right past all that?
Yeah.
All right.
Tell the jurors your name and then go ahead and spell your name for the court reporter.
Valerie Lancaster, VALERIE LANCASTER.
All right, Ms. Lancaster, can you tell us what you do?
I am a math teacher at Apalachee High School.
And how long have you worked at Apalachee
Thanks,
High School?
Polly.
This is my second year.
Very proud of it.
And where did you work, or how long have you been a teacher?
This is year 20.
In addition to being a math teacher, do you coach anything?
I do. I coach basketball and golf.
Was it Melanie?
What?
Her name.
Oh,
In September
I missed
of
it.
2024, what was your second period class?
Let me know, people.
My second period class was a collab geometry class.
And what do you mean by collab?
There's 2 teachers in the room for to cover special ed students that have IEPs.
And who else was teaching with you?
David Phoenix.
And was he also a golf coach?
Yes.
And who handled what part of the class?
We actually did it. We team teach. So if I was doing the main teaching that day, he would be circling the room, checking on kids, making sure that they were doing their work or answering questions, and then vice versa. If he was doing the main teaching, I was doing the circling.
Okay. I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 3.2. And this is a partial map of the school. We have what we believe is your room circled. Is that where your room was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And right next to your room, who taught that class?
Mr.
I'm
Aspinwall.
not going to be in the mood
And
for a
what
minute. I'll tell you that.
hall is that on?
That's the I hall.
And is it like the last classroom before you get to J hall?
Yeah, it's like the intersection.
Okay. On September 4th of 2024, who was being the lead teacher and who was being the co-teacher in your class that day?
I was lead teaching at that time.
Okay. So does that mean that Coach Phoenix was kind of walking around helping?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were in class that day, did something happen that kind of drew your attention away from the class to something outside the class?
Yes, ma'am. We heard a loud noise. It kind of sounded like lockers banging or like dropping of Stanley cups is what we heard at that time.
Was that something unusual?
Yes.
Okay. As a result of hearing that, what happened?
We kind of just looked at each other, and then Coach Phoenix walked out into the hallway to try to see what was going on.
And as far as kind of the way your classroom is set up, when he walked out of the classroom, which way did he go, or could you tell?
I couldn't tell.
Okay. And do y'all have like a closed door policy at Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what that is.
The doors are supposed to stay closed unless you're leaving or entering. And with that, they stay closed and locked.
So when Coach Phoenix briefly walked out, did he leave the door open when he walked out?
Oh, Lord.
I don't
Poor
remember.
coach.
At some point
Oh,
while he was
my God.
outside the classroom, tell me what happened.
Well,
Could you imagine being that coach? Oh, my goodness. I just can't imagine.
I can't imagine any of this.
No, but the coach that left the door open, the door is automatically locked. I've been sitting here thinking, who in the hell left the door open? But I mean, you can't.
Come on, dude.
Right.
Like
but-
I said, I can't imagine any of it. But that poor coach,
yeah.
beating himself up about that.
Right. I mean, but I guess how many other times have you walked in and out with a quick?
Right. I
you
mean,
know?
it's
But
ridiculous.
they have them set up like that to be closed. Ay. All right. At least it wasn't that student. That's even worse, a kid.
while he was outside of the classroom, he was shocked.
Okay. And did you hear that?
Yes.
Now, while he was outside or right before he left, did anything happen inside your classroom?
Is he
in
one of the
terms
deceased
of
victims?
there being a notification that there was a lockdown or a hard lockdown?
Wow. Like as he's walking out, there was a notification that the lockdown was started.
And how are you aware that there's a notification?
The screens
Thanks,
went to like a
MBW.
lockdown screen.
Okay. And so after he was shot, what happened?
He came back into the room and leaned on the wall, and I was helping the children get against the wall into their areas. And I looked over and said, "Are you okay?" And then he said no, that he had been shot. And so then I
Go on.
then I started trying to figure out what was going on and started to try to help him.
Okay. So I'll back up a little bit. When he came into the classroom, was he able to shut the door behind him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As far as when there is a hard lockdown, what kind of protocol do y'all learn to do in that situation?
Get away from the doors and be quiet and close everything down as much as possible.
Does that include try to turn off the lights and kind of make everything dark?
Yes.
And did you follow that protocol that day?
No.
Or in terms of getting away from the door?
Yes, we got away from the door, but we didn't get the lights turned off.
Okay. And where did you put all of your students?
If you look at that picture, it's along the back wall of the room. It's actually parallel to the J Hall.
So basically where J Hall is, y'all's backs were up against that part of the room. And you said as soon as he came back in, you got all your students in the back, and then you tried to figure out how to help him. Have you had any training in first aid?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I have actually a lot of training in first aid in multiple different areas. So as a coach, I've gone through all of the CPR and first aid that's required for coaching. But as a Girl Scout, I have done all of the different levels of first aid and training. And then when I was in high school, I was also trained in some first aid through athletic training. So I have a little bit of pieces in everything, but also as a teacher, we do the Stop the Bleed training as well.
Okay. So prior to this day, you had been through basically 3 different types of first aid training. In trying to help Coach Phoenix, did you utilize that training?
Yes.
And what did you do to try to help him?
I teach with a classroom where we use dry erase markers and rags a lot. So the first thing I did was collect those rags so that we could apply pressure with some type of dressing. And we got him flat and rolled over so that I could apply pressure. With it being in his hip, I didn't have a chance to put any tourniquets because that wasn't an option. So the best option for that was just to put pressure as much as we could.
And kind of as you're trying to keep your kids calm, did you enlist the help of any students to also help Coach Phoenix?
Yeah, I had 2 students that could not sit any longer, and they insisted that they had to do something. So I gave them jobs and they were helpful.
Okay. When this happened, did you try to call anybody to alert somebody what was going on?
I did. My husband is a principal in the county, so I was with the button push. I know that it tells you that there's a problem, but not what the problem is. So I wanted to try to find out how I could get somebody to help us and know exactly that we needed emergency care at the time. So I called my husband.
And were you able to make contact with him?
I was, and he told me to call 911, but I couldn't get through.
And I know you may not remember this, but about how long did it take before law enforcement was able to get there to help with Coach Phoenix?
It felt like forever, but I don't know exactly how long.
Once they got there, did they take him away?
Yes.
Okay. And did y'all eventually get to be evacuated from the school as well?
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
Originally, they moved us across the hall into the one that says Aikens, and we were housed there for a little while, and then we were moved down J Hall out to the football field.
When you got out to the football field, is that where everybody was going?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long were y'all out there?
A long time.
And what were y'all doing out there?
Just checking on the kids and corralling them until everybody could figure out how to properly get them to the right place with their family members.
And were, I guess, family members and parents eventually allowed on the football field to take everybody home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does your room have a recording system, a video recording system?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to review the recording from September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it kind of accurately portray what happened that day in terms of Coach Phoenix leaving and coming back and what y'all did with the students?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 23 has already been introduced in the evidence through Matt Thompson. At this time, we would like to publish a clip which is from 2 minutes to 3 minutes and 40 seconds of that video that's been introduced.
No issues? Okay.
And if you could pause it before you play it. Just so. Okay, before we play it, we're going to treat this like a clock. Does that make sense? If you could tell us on the clock where the door is.
4 or 5.
4 or 5 o'clock. And then where are you and where is Coach Phoenix?
I am 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Coach Phoenix is like 9 o'clock.
Okay. All right. At this time, we'll go ahead and play the video. Is that when y'all heard something?
Mm-hmm.
And is that the hard lockdown sign that came up?
Yes, ma'am.
So this coach actually saved them, getting back in and shutting the door. My bad, people. I thought it was the same classroom, but whoever made the comment earlier fixed me on that anyway. That I had up for a while. Oh yeah, MBW, that's right. So was I like not paying attention? Have they played the video from the actual shooting? When the kid came into that classroom?
Okay. I don't have anything further for you, Ms. Lancaster.
Got it. Thanks, virtual for.
The state calls
This
David
Coach
Phoenix.
Phoenix was not, well, there you go. I was just going to say, was not one of the deceased victims.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
You can go ahead and have a seat. Can you go ahead and tell everybody your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name's David Phoenix. You spell my last name Phenix. And I was employed with Barrow County Schools for the, specifically Apalachee schools. I just retired, so I was in 2024.
Okay. So did you retire, was your last time at May of 2025? Was that your last school year?
Yes.
Okay. Well, congratulations on retirement.
Thank you.
How long were you a teacher for?
Approximately 25 years.
And how long were you at Apalachee?
2 years.
While you were at Apalachee, what subject did you teach?
I was special education. And essentially what that means is that usually I have my caseload of students that are specifically mine, and I follow them from freshman to senior year. And but in the normal classroom, I am there to provide support for the general education teacher. Specifically, if we take the situation that, for example, Valerie Lancaster was a general education math teacher, and I was in the same room with Valerie as the support. I have a list of students that, in most cases, when you say special ed, they're not there's a variety of degrees of special education. And most of the students I dealt with it could be anything from mild autism to attention deficit type issues. And that was and we would provide accommodations for those students. And 9 times out of 10, it usually meant, extra time for a test or testing a smaller group or whatever, just stuff to address the deficiencies that they may have so they can be on par with the general education students.
Okay. And so in Miss Lancaster's class, were there kids that were on your caseload, but also kids that were not on the special ed caseload?
I don't think so. I think most of mine that class was a 10th grade class. And I think I don't think there were any of them that crossed over on that specific class.
Okay. So you were a special ed teacher. Did you do anything else at school?
I was the head golf coach.
Okay. And did Miss Lancaster also coach with you?
She's doing it this year.
She's doing it this
year. She did not
year.
do it back then.
Okay.
We only have about a minute.
On September
7
4th
minutes.
of 2024, what was your second period class?
The second period class was geometry.
Okay. And that was with Miss Lancaster?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to pull up State's Exhibit 3.2. On this particular day, can you before anything happened, can you tell us how that class was going?
I mean, it was, I guess, normal pretty much what we've done. I know it was just the beginning of the school year, but for the most part, we'd gotten into a routine. And I think at the time, the class started as normal. And then I think we were handing out worksheets or quizzes or something like that at the time and just conducting, geometry as usual.
Okay. And are you generally walking around the class trying to help your students?
In most cases, yes.
This particular day, did something grab your attention outside of the classroom?
Sure. Yes, it was probably, I guess, 30 minutes into the class. And we heard something that I guess both Valerie and I were up and around, and we heard something, honestly, I thought it was, maybe contractors working on the air conditioning system or something like that. I didn't, and at the time, what normally most teachers do when you hear something out of the norm, you kind of go out and investigate. A lot of times it might be, a teacher and a student kind of getting into it. It might be, fight. It could be a variety of things. But normally you just kind of support the teachers on your left and your right. And you go out and just kind of make sure everything's okay and see if they need any help.
And so on this particular day, when you heard that, is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left your classroom, do you remember if you went to the left towards J Hall or to the right?
Looking at the diagram, I think we would have gone to the left.
Did anyone else come out of their classroom with you?
Yeah, when I stepped out, pretty much was face to face with Ricky Aspinwall.
Did y'all have time to speak or anything?
That's the
we
one.
may have exchanged a hey or kind of that what's going on look type thing.
And what happened as y'all both left your classrooms?
We probably walked about in no more than 3 to 5 feet, and then looked up, and I think you can kind of see in the diagram where there's a hallway going that kind of dead ends. That our hallway kind of dead into that back hallway, which is J Hall. And we probably walked about 3 or 4 feet, and then we, at the time we saw a young man with a rifle.
And did you see him before he started shooting?
I did very briefly. I saw him basically in the pose with the rifle, and the minute I saw that, I think both Ricky and I both scattered.
And were you shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Coach Aspinwall? Was he shot?
I honestly, at the time it happened, I saw a young man with a rifle, and we kind of dispersed. And I was on Ricky's left, and Ricky was more in the center of the hall, and I was more off to his left. So, and at the time, I picked up the fact that he did have a rifle, and then I kind of dove back in more toward trying to get back into our classroom.
And were you able to get back into your classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go when you got back inside?
I got there, and we were. That's when something didn't feel right. Obviously, I kind of felt some sort of pain in my hip, and kind of got into the classroom, stumbled in. I think I either hit the floor, hit the wall. When I got to the hospital, I noticed that my glasses were broken and I had a black eye. So I'm assuming I hit my head somewhere along the way. But yeah, I got back into the classroom, and we were able to get the door shut. And then I kind of hit the floor. I guess I kind of hit a wall, maybe slid down a little bit.
And when you say we were able to, were you the one who shut the door? Or do you
Yes,
not remember?
Yeah, I think I was the one.
Okay. Do you remember how you were able to do that?
Just getting there. I guess I kind of crawled over and did it. I noticed that I kind of lost some movement in my hip or my leg really, and I was able to kind of get across the room and get the door shut.
And after you got the door shut, what did you do?
Pretty much kind of fell down flat on my stomach.
And were you in pain at that point?
I've never been shot before, so it's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, there was some pain there.
And I know you said you had lost some movement in your hip. Were you having difficulty? Were you able to get up?
No.
Okay. What happened while you were lying there?
Essentially, obviously the alarm's gone off, and I think the kids, from what I could tell, I was kind of facing away from them. I believe they had all congregated in the back of the classroom or somewhere where they're out of my line of sight, and And Valerie was able to take some dry erase rags. So rags, we don't have, there's no longer chalkboards anymore. It's all dry erase stuff. So they had some dry erase rags, and they stuck it in my hip and tried to suppress the bleeding. And Miss Lancaster was the one that basically did the majority of that. I think 2 students did jump in. We both Valerie and I did have cell phones, and I think Valerie was trying to call her husband and she was trying to call my wife. So we were kind of in that process of trying to communicate with them as well.
Was she able to use that to stop the bleeding some?
From what I could tell you.
Okay. And do you remember how long you were there until law enforcement or EMS got there?
That's a good question. I'm thinking 10, 15 minutes maybe. Just a thought. I mean, I think I was kind of hazy and kind of foggy, but I think that's my look.
And when they arrived, did they take you out of your room into an ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Went to Athens, went to Piedmont, Athens.
Okay. And where were you shot?
I was shot in the hip and in the foot of all things. I don't know how that really happened. It might have been a ricochet, but it did. Kind of both of them kind of went through the one of my foot kind of went right above my arch and kind of out right below my ankle. So it somehow didn't really hit didn't hit the Achilles, didn't hit anything I guess really of huge value. And with my hip, it kind of came in through the right here, kind of right below my stomach and out kind of it pretty much tore up. I guess if you know anything about hips or anything, there's an iliac bone. The way the bone is set up, it's the iliac crest. It's kind of that kind of round bone that's on top of the ball and socket, and it shattered that, and they had to go back the next morning and rebuild my hip. And so those were really the 2 places I got hit.
And so you had to have surgery on your hip. Were you able to escape without surgery on your foot?
Yes. Yeah, I was in a boot for a few weeks.
How long was the recovery for your hip?
I mean, it could be argued that it's still going on. I mean, it's still. I think we've obviously went through physical therapy and a variety of things, and I think we're kind of at the point now where it kind of is what it is. And if I had to assign a number to it, I'd say I'm probably 85%. But I would think the majority of the healing probably took. Well, I was back at work in a limited capacity in December.
Okay, and so that was your first day back at work was sometime in December.
Yes.
And were you able to do your last year of coaching golf?
I was.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Cristina.
No question, Judge. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. No additional witnesses more quickly than was anticipated, so we're going to stop.
I called it for the day. And that's it. And that's it. Babe, where you at? He gone. He gone.
On September 20th.
Whoa. All right. Well, let's see what else y'all are saying. Oh.
The one who ever had that.
And from just a thought.
All right.
I mean, I think I was kind of.
Stop sharing. All right. No babe. No babe. Just me. All right, people. Let's see where we left off. Hey, there he is.
Is it over for the day?
It is.
Oh.
They said they were ending a little early. They wanted to usually be done by
4:30 or 4?
Yeah. Donna Not Wahlberg said thank y'all. I posted some other people commenting in that regard. Allie from Tennessee, Allie B from Tennessee.
Aw, family hug. Welcome.
Yeah, there you go. Welcome. Mrs. Lancaster was my middle school teacher, Andrew Shires.
Wow.
And Calaria, I think, member for 12 months. Thanks for your continued support. Bab, opening for Garcia for the pod.
Next episode, openings. It's going down. We're into trial.
How long are those?
I mean, next episode's got.
No, I mean, but you're going to read your whole opening?
Nah. I liked it. Well, my dad did the opening.
Oh.
But no, I tried to summarize. I mean, because like it's 70 episodes, so we went through all the evidence throughout the course of the entire season. So in terms of the trial, that allows me to kind of just hit the high points, and the low points. all the points that matter.
Points.
Yeah.
All right. And then I waited for these two for last. I think we sort of touched on them, but I wanted to thank Heather about her questions of reasonable doubt in the Faust case and for her supers. But we did touch on those. All right. I guess what else you want to say, or we can thank the people, call it a day.
All right. We're going to thank the people and call it a day. So thank you, all of you, to all of our mods. Thank you for everything you do on a daily basis. Thank you, specifically Mandy and Tracy, for everything you guys do behind the scenes. We appreciate it so very, very much. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. Also, if you're a replay crew, please leave a comment. Get a little chatter going. It's tougher with the trials sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, people don't want to come back and watch 6 hours.
I mean, they do it at 2 times speed sometimes, but if you're in there, leave a comment, helps for the algo. And if you really love us, thinking about becoming a member, that we love our members so very much.
And our subscribers, it's free.
Yeah, subscribing is absolutely free. Absolutely free. All right, you guys, we love you so much, because without you, I'd just be an old man.
Sitting around talking to his wife.
Hot sun.